FYF Sports, man. Goat James Kingdom, man. We back, man. We had to do another live, man. We had to follow up, man. Hopefully y'all enjoy this show, man. We're going to get Goat James Kingdom in here to cook on this show. I mean, as you guys start to pull through, as we always say with every live, and, you know, it's really been helping. So I want to give a big shout out for the people that have been doing it. But, you know, when you guys share these lives, especially on TikTok, man, it definitely helps these lives really grow and blow up for sure. And that's much appreciated. So, again, the big thing here is share the live, especially as we get through the intro, man. Prepare. We got another good topic for you guys. Me and Goat James Kingdom going to be here today, man. We know he wasn't with us yesterday, but look, man, we giving y'all a Saturday show and a Sunday show, man. And you remember, you're not going to get that too much, man. But, you know, sometimes in these debate circuits, that's what it calls for, man. We have to address a lot of stuff, and we're going to be addressing a lot of these topics head on today. FYF Sports, Goat James Kingdom, an extra show, special edition live, man, just to drop some more gems on you guys as we progress through the weekend. But look, y'all, as we always do, we gonna lock in. We gonna get through this intro. We gonna cook. We also got some special announcements for some new shows that are gonna be coming that we think you're gonna like as well. So again, make sure you stay tapped in with us. And as we always say as well, if you miss anything in this particular live, if you miss anything, right, don't feel like you have to stick around for all 3, 4, 5, however we go long. Everything that we do here on FYF Sports is going to be fully uploaded. No edits, no nothing, to Goat James Kingdom and the FYF Sports platforms on YouTube. So again, you will be able to always go back, fact check, research, do anything that you want, because we always give you guys the TikTok lives in full on other platforms, unlike these other shows that like to hide the footage, that like to go live and then let it get erased because they got cooked. Anything that happens on FYF Sports, Goat James Kingdom TikTok lives, you can find it in full on YouTube on either one of those platforms, man. Let's lock in. We're going to get through this intro, and we got another good topic for you guys, man. Let's go.
Y'all watch this. Watch this shit.
No Limit Studio.
Yeah. Can I speak to P?
P ain't here.
Hey, yo, tell them Pastor Troy and them down South Georgia boys said, since everybody think they soldiers, then what's up? We'll go to war.
My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. Hey now, what's up? Big mouth, big talk, big game. Keep your pet, taking aim. Architect, I'm taking aim. Plenty rain, plenty shot, plenty chain, plenty glock. Got the heat, and I'ma keep them high, and I'ma take my cut straight off. Cause I'm not nothing like anyone once on the mic. Wish you might, show you right. Have y'all thinking I'm very white. In the night, pack them tight. Call the fight, TKO. We got more, you ain't know. Numero, #1. Keep it old, we burn it slow. We out the mode, y'all switch it sweet and don't repeat. I'm too unique. Sit back, be quiet in the pack pre. I made the beat, you beat your meat. Yeah, punk, you touch yourself. It be Pastor Troy, DSGB. Represent until my death. To anyone else that won't us, you can trust it. Ain't no fear. You talk that in my ear, but that shit till you come down here. Anyone else that won't us, you can trust it. Ain't no fear. You talk that in my ear, but that shit till come down here. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, my nigga, fuck what you say. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga, fuck what you say, my nigga, fuck what you say. Shit ain't real. Fake song, sold it, sold that. Stories grew old, old, old that. But I'm back Listen up, you best be back. Shut up, limbo, re-up, red mouth, straight me. All these niggas be hating me because we keep all of these. OP, add an E, OVP, we ain't down. None of my folk don't fuck around. Quick spit, every round. Come on, clown, you so bad, you so raw, you so mean. In the car, look at me, all you see is the beam. I'm the king, up the throne, still shown, every song. Punk dude not live too long, pass the toy, they not his song. Just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, we say the fire, just say, my nigga fire, just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire, just say, we say the fire, shit. I made it Jerry my lobby, make they have it my hobby. Bought a little arm and hammer, cookies that sell the copy. Got me watching for coppers. All I want is the prosper. Niggas grinding with me, don't know they claiming they shit. So fuck TV, cause this real. Just change your hair, take the station. Watch the story about hating, then another about racing. I'm taking risks to get it, but now I'm sick of this shit. So with these lack of dollars, we gon' flip it legit. I bought this beat machine, about big as a calculator. Who would you ever dream? We hit the studio later, it's like I owe them bases for making me take this serious. Wanting for the struggle, cause you would not be hearing this. In the midst, I'm preaching about 3 times a day. What I'm doing down here, nigga, this why I stay. I just pray that I relate a message to some and let them know, goddamn, ain't no more play around. Shit, my nigga say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, my nigga fire just say, my nigga fire just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, ain't no more playing GA. My nigga fire just say, my nigga fire just say, shit is real.
Hey, yo, Dory.
FYF Sports, man. Go James Kingdom, man. TikTok takeover, man. It's in full effect. It's in full effect, y'all. We're going to be bringing y'all up, man. Let me go ahead and get Go James Kingdom up here to cook, man.
What's good, Lamont? Peace and blessings, brother. What's good? What's good?
I'm chilling, man. Chilling.
Damn, I haven't heard that Pastor Troy in so long, man. You had me vibing over here on that one, bro.
Man, we be forgetting,
That's
man.
that funk.
Mr. Troy and them guys, man, that the music at that time, man, it just used to hit different. When Master P and them came out, he was signing everybody, man. It was crazy time.
Oh, yeah. Pastor Troy regretted making that song. He definitely regretted making that song. Like, they came looking for him, boy. The No Limit people don't play, boy. No Limit don't play. But we don't play neither, Lamont. We here to set the record straight, man. We ain't here to play no games. They said we don't go outside. They say we don't be nowhere. But we was outside these past couple of days, and we exposed these dudes, and they don't want to show the film. So tonight we finna show them the film, since they've had over 24 hours, 48 hours to show the film, and they don't want to show it. Them boys is cowards, man. All of them. They know who they is. They know who they is. Ain't no more playing on FYF, man. We as 2026, we ain't playing with them, bro. You had a whole conversation about Scottie Pippen, bro. They contradicted everything they say when they mention that. Everything that they say about basketball in general, they used against Scottie Pippen to contradict themselves.
Yep.
Everything else. I can't wait. I can't wait.
That's why to start the show, that's why I be pulling information like this, because, you know, just like I got on the screen, you got Isaiah Thomas, right? I mean, look, I preface this when I, like, in the conversation, and we going to go over your conversation first, because I think yours was just even better. But, like, I always tell them, I don't expect you to think like I think. I like Scottie Pippen for different reasons. You don't, but to pretend as if what I'm saying is crazy, you're just lying. Like, we go to these statements, Isaiah Thomas on Scottie Pippen. He said, for the last 4 to 5 seasons, Scottie Pippen has been the second best player in the league outside of Michael Jordan, in my opinion. This is like, when people like Isaiah Thomas were saying this back then in the moment, these are not foreign concepts, right? These are only new concepts now because a lot of these fans have agendas to try to, that's why I put on the thumbnail, Pippen and LeBron. They both hated by the same fan base, but for 2 unique reasons. They hate Pippen because Pippen was too much of a superstar. They don't want people to know that he was a superstar. they want to pretend that Jordan did everything by himself with a bunch of role players, right? They don't want to tell you that people like, remember, they were saying that Charles Barkley was better than Scottie Pippen, but Charles Barkley himself, he said he's the best non-center basketball player in the world outside of Hakeem Olajuwon when talking about Scottie Pippen in 93, 94. Why would a guy in Charles Barkley say that, right? When you go to Dennis Rodman said when Michael left in 93, 94, 95, Scottie was the best player in the world. Why are NBA players saying this stuff, right? And like, I don't expect y'all, like, again, I don't expect y'all to just agree with these guys because they NBA players. My sentiment is that, look, y'all don't have to pretend like saying this is just some far-fetched take and the people that adore Scottie Pippen are just crazy. And that's what they try to do, because they never, like you always talk about, we're going to talk about that. They never want to tell you how they feel. They never want to tell you their opinions and their thoughts. But they always want to question yours and try to pretend as if your thoughts are some far-fetched concepts that nobody ever said or thought of in NBA history. Let me I'm gonna get your clip pulled up first here. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, we could do that, because Lamont, they were getting it, boy. They were trying everything in the books, and then they tried to throw Glock on me on top of it just for Glock to expose himself, like they always do, clearly exposing themselves. Oh, I can't wait. This is what we do around here, bro. Not only do we talk basketball, we watch it and we expose Zesty Jeffries on while doing it, bro. Y'all be so mad, bro. They be so mad. Facing the defense, LeBron.
All right, hold on. I got it right here. Let me cue it up.
There you
Let me
go.
get it on the
There you
screen.
go. Oh, let's get this going. I can't wait. Y'all make sure to hit that like button. Matter of fact, since you're doing that, let me bring up the people that's waiting in the background. We got Ochi Takes and Juan Boy already ready to go. We done sent the invite out. They know we live. They acting cowardly. Vision. Now we done went on Vision's live, and now he need to come on ours.
He better not.
They won't.
He's not going to do that. Come on.
Yeah, because you got.
He can come up here. He can come up here. Why not?
No. Why y'all ain't had no reinforcements when y'all went up there?
We don't need reinforcements, man. We don't
Man,
need it, bro.
I ain't like that. I ain't like that joint. They ain't let neither one of you talk. They did the same thing to the both of y'all when you was up there. They tell them to stop interrupting. They let people talk and proceed to keep interrupting both of y'all. We don't do that when they come over here.
But you know what, though?
Boy,
But you know what, Juan Boy?
My bad.
I didn't mind it because I was able to say enough to expose that, and that's the main thing. You know,
Yeah.
when
Ooh.
I know when I'm able to say enough to expose them, and you know when I tripped them up in a whole bunch of different stuff. You know, I show because you know basically the whole concept over there, and now I've kind of caught on to what Mez at least tried, not Mez, but Vision. I always get them confused because they're so similar in thought processes and stupidity. But what they try to do is they don't really have organic, original basketball thoughts in their brain. What they do is they have personal vendettas against people that they disagree with. And so no matter what you say, it's their objective in the moment to try to find a way to disagree with it. And so no matter, like, again, it goes against their core principles to say that a great player of the 90s and Scottie Pippen was as trash as they try to pretend. But because it's me saying it, they now have a duty to try to make it out to be an untruth. And so now they have to say a whole bunch of nonsensical stuff about Scottie Pippen in the 90s that makes absolutely no sense, right? And then pretend as if it's their criteria. Like, we'll get to that. But it's just a lot of pretending, a lot of making stuff up on the fly. And it's one of the reasons why they sit with game score and a whole bunch of nonsensical analytics that nobody even uses, because they'll try to muddy the conversation up with data that they don't even know how to use properly, to try to justify points that you probably didn't even make in the first place, which is crazy.
Who said when they lost Jordan they had Luke Longley, Steve Kerr, and Tony Kukoc? Who
Bro.
said it?
Bro,
Who
no.
said that?
They told me. No, hold on. They told me. They said that Pete Myers, Steve Kerr, Luke Longley, is equal to Michael Jordan.
I had that shit recorded too.
Bro,
That last hour.
Hey,
Oh my
Ochi,
god!
Ochi,
That
if you
last
go to
hour,
if
you
you go to your
exposed
video,
each and
I
every one of them.
I stamped
I
it.
wish my phone saved that shit. That would have been an
I
hour plus
I
that 18 minutes. But the
I,
18 minutes is enough. You exposed them in 18 minutes of film. Like they can't talk basketball at all.
at all.
I literally got kicked out of a chat because I said Scotty was better than KD.
But and Scrim God, the crazy thing
I probably would have kicked you out my chat too.
and Scrim God, the funny thing is what their minds can't grasp, because I even told Vision in them. I said, if you're just one of those fans where you think scoring the basketball is king, you're never gonna respect Scottie Pippen. Like, it's just not a conversation for you. But there are also other fans on the other side of the spectrum that have a respect for guys that can defend. And if you are one of those fans, you're going to rank Scottie Pippen higher. But I said,
Exactly.
I said, you guys just happen to be those fans that only care about scoring. I mean, this just happens to be indicative of most Jordan fans. You don't care about anything other than a player that scores the basketball. You don't value the defense.
Right.
Like that. I mean, you can't. Like, the funny thing is, they'll sit up there on a panel and say, yes, Scottie Pippen is one of the greatest defenders of all time, but he can't be this good. It's just like, hold on. Look, listen to what you're saying. One of the greatest defenders. That's half of the basketball court of all time. Like, that is in and of itself superstar shit, right? There's not too many.
And you play more defense than you play offense.
But I mean, hold on. Let's get to this first clip, and I
really felt like Scotty was a more complete player than Mike, but
no, he was.
Ain't no
Phil
but.
Jackson said it.
Ain't no but. Ain't no but.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But hold on, let's get to this first clip, because I won't because the conversation here got so it got so convoluted, because one, I don't know who was hosting this. They were just letting so many people chime in that people were bringing in so many random points that absolutely had nothing to do with the talking point, that it's hard to kind of figure out what their actual point was, other than just to throw a whole bunch of random, irrelevant information out there that had nothing to do with the core of the conversation. Or none of them will address Johnny's actual talking points head on. They talk around it. He'll say something, but they'll talk around the talking point, so they never have to address his facts head on, right? Or even concede to anything, because that's one of the to be a strong debater. You just sometimes in basketball you just have to concede to certain things, and I that's what I'm going to be listening for here. Hey, Johnny, you're just going to have to talk us through it, because, bro, these guys, man, they know how to make these conversations messy as hell, man.
I got you. Just when I tell you to pause it, I'll tell you what's going on and what's happening. But go ahead.
All right, let's go ahead and take off, man. Here we go. Hold on, listen.
Facing the defense, LeBron is facing.
I get that.
No,
but
you're not.
At the
Okay,
same
so
time,
that's the same
if you're
thing.
the scorer,
That's fine.
it should not.
No,
matter.
that's not. That's
if
false.
If you're the GOAT scorer, you
that's
should not
false.
shoot pitiful from the free throw line. You should not shoot pitiful from the 3-point line.
That's
you should
false.
not shoot pitiful from the goddamn field goal. And you
That's
should not
false.
shoot pitiful from the mid-range.
That's false. All of that is false.
How old was LeBron in them finals?
I don't need help. All of that is
Yes,
false.
he does. You clearly need
listen.
help.
None of that.
You clearly need
help.
They in Melbourne.
Listen, wait. None of that. Listen. None of that. Listen. None of that applies to the greatest scorer of all time. None of those factors apply to the greatest scorer of all time. Again,
you see what he said? Nothing applies to that.
Neither
does a cumulative.
Again, all that's a cumulative. Again, your points per game is predicated on your
cumulative. Don't make you the greatest scorer.
RP in the chat, everybody. RP his ass.
Cumulative don't make you the greatest scorer of all time.
Again, then no stats matter. Then no stats matter. Then you tell me a stat that's not predicated on totals. Your game score is predicated on totals, sir. Everything that y'all want to talk about when they talk about basketball is predicated on totals, sir. Your points per game, your averages is predicated on your totals. Your analytics, your field goal percentage, everything is predicated on totals, sir. So if you don't want to count totals, then you're not counting no stats.
Man,
it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Be cool.
Pause it, Lamar. You see how all ball talk and Vision just said, man, this dude not saying nothing. You heard what I specifically said, that if you want to discredit totals, then you can't talk about any stats, because all stats are predicated on totals.
Exactly.
Right.
I will say this though. I don't
Huh?
think totals. I don't think totals are the end all be all, but I do think it is a very big part
I
in
really feel like it depends on the player.
determining the best. Because people who say totals are a longevity stat are short bus kids. The
Like
reason why
Alex,
it's not a
like Alex
longevity
Kidd.
stat. The reason why it's not a longevity stat to have a lot of totals is Vince Carter played not even in the top 10. He's not even in the top 30 all-time score.
I always
Mike
say
keep cutting
he
out.
one of the greatest
You
niggas to
keep
never
cutting off,
win
bro.
nothing.
You keep cutting off. At the end of the day,
What's
if
another
you're not
all-time stat I
using
could
you
use?
cut in and out, reckless. This you got to get better connection. You coming in and out.
Yeah, your
Again,
connection's
there is
bad. Yeah.
no stat that you're going to be talking about that's not dictated by the totals. Totals gives you your averages. The reason Jordan has 30 points per game is because he played 1,072 games at 32,292 points. That is it. Jordan didn't score 30 points per game. Matter of fact, less than half of Jordan's game did he score 30 points in
Oh,
his
and,
career.
hey, Johnny, what they also forget is this. And because Alex in the chat says totals speak to longevity. Alex, and I'm going to explain to you why that's not true. At the end of every regular season, you have totals. And when you can go to LeBron James each individual season, and even if you look at his totals for each individual season, his totals are elite even in individual seasons. Like in his when you go through his prime, he might have averaged 25, 26, 27, 28 points per game, right? But his totals are elite amongst everybody that season. On a year-by-year basis, even if you separate his totals by season, those are
Mind you,
still
he's not even playing.
those are
all
still
18
each.
games.
Those are still each.
Also,
Hold on one second, y'all. Those are still all each great individual totals. Just because at the end of your career we combine it all and say, God damn, you had a whole bunch of elite individual season totals. Now when we combined it all, now you have one of the greatest careers of all time because of your totals. So you can't just say it's longevity and we're just combining a long stretch of numbers. Each individual season's totals are great in and of themselves. Like some of his season totals, there's not a lot of players who can match his individual season totals. That's not longevity. That's just him being great within that season. And so that's what hold on one second, Reckless. So that's all we're saying is don't, like people in the chat, do not let people trick you into thinking that your totals are just because of longevity. You get totals at the end of a week. You get totals at the end of a month. You get totals at the end of a season. You get your playoff totals at the end of the playoffs. That is totals. And then what you do over the course of your whole career, we look at those totals and we say, God damn, that's a lot of totals. But you can only amass great numbers at the end is if you have a whole bunch of great collective individual season totals put together.
And what I will say is this, right? With the longevity stat, again, Vince Carter played 21 seasons and is not even in the top 30 all-time scorers. That does not mean just because you have a long career, you're going to get a lot of points. There are people who have played longer. Both Chris Paul and LeBron James have played longer careers than John Stockton. And I guarantee you, if they average 20 assists per game for the next 30 years, they still won't outdo John Stockton's assist total. That is how impressive that assist thing is. Longevity is not really a thing. Also, another point in being a great scorer that people often decide to point out, leave out, is that your difficulty of scoring. Like, how good are you with pressure shots?
That don't make sense, Reckless. There's no such thing as pressure shots. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. There's no such, again. Well, that's what led to this conversation. Before we let you run off with that. Listen. At the end of the day, that was the conversation. They were mad at me because I told them.
Like I was saying,
Reckless, I'm a part of this live, Reckless, and I cut you off for a reason, sir. I cut you off because we don't want to hear Zesty Jeffrey logic. There's no such thing as taking difficult shots and making them in difficulties. And like that's nonsense, bro. You take a shot, you make it, you miss it. That's it. At the end of the day, the conversation was about being the greatest scorer of all time. That's why he said I can't use accumulative stats, because that's what I was using before we got to this clip right here. And I was explaining why LeBron was the greatest scorer of all time by obviously using total stats, but also they didn't let me get to the point to how LeBron James is still the greatest scorer by his averages, because again, no player in NBA history could average 27 points per game while playing 1,500 games plus. So whenever you're talking averages, you must also remember to talk about the amount of games being played for those averages to exist. So again, no NBA player in NBA history can play 1,500 games and average 27 points per game for those 1,500 games besides LeBron James. So even by the averages or the totals, LeBron James is still the greatest scorer. And what Vision tried to do was basically say that because LeBron James got outscored or outplayed by Tony Parker in 2007 finals, that he can't be the greatest scorer of all time. So he asked me, why did Tony Parker average more points or score more than LeBron in the finals? And I told him because Tony Parker is not playing in the same defense versus the same defense, basically. He's not facing the Spurs defense. He's not facing the defensive strategy LeBron's facing. So that's why they have two different outputs. And it has nothing to do with him being a better scorer than LeBron or LeBron not being a good scorer, because LeBron James is obviously a great scorer. And he has twice the amount of playoff points that Tony Parker has, not to mention twice the amount of points in total than Tony Parker has in total. So that's where we got to that point. That's why they were upset. Visual kept trying to say you can't have that kind of a series and be considered the greatest scorer of all time, which we all know Lamont, they never could tell you who has the greatest series as far as scoring-wise and shooting-wise. And they're gonna say it's Michael Jordan, but they never say Jordan's the greatest scorer of all time because he has 45 points per game in a 5-game series. You see what I'm trying to say? A 5-game series don't make you the greatest scorer. 5 games can't tell you who's the greatest scorer of all time. 7 games can't tell you who the greatest scorer of all time.
It's facts right there.
So, but let's let it continue.
All right, got you.
Now we already
not the greatest scorer of all time.
You still haven't answered the question.
I have
answered
the question.
Answer the question.
I have answered
all
this.
that
What they do, you
didn't
get
answer the
cooked
question.
Vision. You
You
get
just
cooked
said,
Vision.
sir.
You get cooked Vision.
You just said false, right? Johnny. Just
all that
because
is false, sir.
you are
None
the
of
boy
that makes
that
you the
cried
greatest
wolf.
scorer or not.
You are the kid that cried wolf.
Jordan does not have the greatest scoring records of all time over LeBron James,
sir. Can you tell me what LeBron James shot from mid-range in the 2007 finals by answering the question?
Hold on, that nigga name is Johnny?
Sir, I do not know his exact number.
All right, well, you shut your ass up and do your homework until you find out.
Exactly what you do.
Find out.
How about this?
Pause
it right there, Lamont.
Pause
it, You show me. Lamont.
Yeah.
Now, tell me, what does somebody mid-range shooting in the series have to do with them being a greatest scorer or not?
I don't know, man. Again,
like you said, they bring up these obscure stats that nobody ever uses in basketball conversations, bro. None of that matters. That's why today when we were showing them Jordan bricking in the playoff series, they were mad because Jordan was bricking like crazy versus Detroit, and they were so upset.
Hold on, real quick. Did he give you the numbers on who was the best mid-range shooter in the playoffs or the finals?
No, he never gave you that. They don't know that.
So why does he even ask you what LeBron scored that he doesn't even know who has the most or the least? That shit don't make no sense.
It's about that. So this is what I did, Lamont, because at this point in time, I've been on there for almost an hour, and I just told them dudes off the top, okay, this is it. Since y'all want to act like this, since y'all don't want to really have a conversation, I'm about to drop the bomb that I always have, which is 1988. So let me go ahead and display this 1988 on them. We'll go ahead and play it.
All right.
All right. You show me the GOAT. All right, since y'all want to do this, y'all show me a GOAT that lost to the same team 3 straight years in a row versus the same strategy in any basketball, any sport history, like Michael Jordan did. Go.
What, he dropped 30?
I don't care. He lost 3 in a row.
Wait, who lost to the same team?
Hold on.
Stop, same team, same strategy for 3 straight years in a row. Show me a GOAT that ever did that.
Hold on, man.
And now I mute myself.
Show me a GOAT that gets outplayed in a lot of finals.
Wait. Vision, didn't this nigga lose 3 straight finals?
No, sir. LeBron never lost 3 straight finals, sir.
I'm say
Again, you can't answer the question.
All right, well,
name me the GOAT that lost
Pause,
Lamont. You see how they didn't want to address it, right? You see how they try to replicate with LeBron. They try to make it seem like LeBron that again, nobody wants to address the fact that Michael Jordan lost to the same team for 3 straight years in a row that played the same strategy versus him 3 straight years in a row. They don't want to talk about that, bro. So it's about to get chaotic. Like I told them, they're about to get into chaos. Let's let the chaos happen because they don't have no answers for that. So they're gonna stumble and fumble a bunch of shit.
Yeah, and like I want y'all to watch for this. I mean, Johnny made a good point, and his point was, can you talk about Jordan losing to the same team 3 years in a row, same strategy? Now, as he goes into this, y'all, I want y'all to be mindful of this because if I even rewind it, you'll hear one of the guys say, "Who? When did this happen?" They give a whole bunch of clues and indicators. They don't even know who Jordan played in the playoffs. They don't know who he won. They don't know who he lost to. They don't know these teams. They know nothing about it. They don't even know this even happened. They were surprised that Johnny brought this up. That's why. And I want y'all to watch how they never address it head on because you can address this easily. You can talk about it. You can say he was young. There's a lot of ways you can address it directly and move on. I want y'all to watch how they dance around it, y'all.
3 straight years in a row.
Listen. We do know he went to 8 straight finals and he lost 5 in them bitches.
No, he didn't lose 3 in a row. He didn't lose 3 in a row. He went to 8 straight finals and he lost 5 in them bitches. He didn't lose 3 in a row.
No,
okay,
he
went to 8 straight finals and he lost 5 in them bitches.
Okay, so name the GOAT that lost 3 in a row versus the same team and the same strategy.
Name me a nigga that went to 8 straight finals and lost 5.
Is that as significant?
We're moving the goalpost.
We ain't moving no goalpost.
Answer the question.
Talking about losing, right?
Yes, Jordan lost 3 straight years in a row versus the same team and the same strategy.
We talking about
name
losing.
the player who had
we
done
talking
that.
about losing.
Yes.
Hey, Johnny,
yes.
Johnny, I got a serious question for you, sir.
Yeah,
Johnny. Is that as significant as being one of the greatest favorites in NBA history in the finals?
Answer the question, sir. Stop running, sir. Jordan has the biggest choke in NBA history. Jordan has the biggest choke job in NBA history.
Huge favorite.
Play pause, Lamont. So now Vision was supposed to save them with 2011. Vision's supposed to save them with 2011. They don't want to address 3 straight years. Still, they don't want to address it because Lamont, they don't have no information about it. They don't know Jordan's career. They only know LeBron.
That's it.
That's all they want to talk about is LeBron. And I'm going to address the LeBron factors, but they won't let me address LeBron either. That's why they're going to start getting mad. We're going to start making the comparisons because, again, they be lying about Michael Jordan in 1988. It is the nightmare of all nightmares when I bring up 1988. And that's why you're going to see it gets chaotic from here on out. It does. So you can let it play unless anybody else wants to chime in on it.
It was like worse, in real time. Like these recordings, like the second time I'm watching it, I understand that they're full of shit, but in real time, like, are these dudes the niggas that really have an ego about this basketball shit? That shit was embarrassing.
Okay, let's go ahead, Lamar. Go ahead.
All right, I got you.
Play these zesties getting
a nigga like Jason Terry, a fucking journeyman.
You say Jason Terry.
So I'm still pretty confused on how LeBron didn't have a bigger choice.
So back to addressing all that Mark and Maz, Vision, and pause it right here. So pause it right here. Pause it right here, Lamar.
Yeah, pause it, Lamar.
So what happened there was OT Takes missed there was a whole segment there where we got into the spiel about the differences between 2011 and 1988. And as you can clearly hear me say, Vision went, All Ball went, Glock went, Mark went. They all got a chance to get their take off, and it was my turn to respond. And watch what they start doing as I try to respond to 4 different takes now, ladies and gentlemen. 4 different takes that was not interrupted by me, that was allowed for them to go ahead and do their thing. And it was just me being patient enough to give my spiel, and watch what they start doing to me. Go ahead, Lamar, show it.
All right, here we go.
LeBron James versus the Dallas Mavericks was able to do everything they're supposed to do besides the fact that he was not the main scorer. His job was not Vision to score in the fourth quarter. It was to go to Dwayne Wade to close out the series. It's not flipping it, sir. It's called watching basketball and knowing it as a geek fan.
You gotta do
I
all
do
that.
go watch this shit. I go watch this shit. All I do is watch basketball.
You gotta do all that.
All I do is watch basketball.
See, look, you see how they interrupt? You see how they can't just let me talk?
At the end of the day, the choke job of 1988 is worse because LeBron James is not playing that team in Detroit. Jordan's not facing the Dallas Mavericks. It's a 1988 Michael Jordan and the Bulls team and all this other nonsense. The Bulls of 1988 were good enough to beat the Detroit Pistons. They were not undermanned. Jordan had scorers on his team, but again, the Bulls.
Johnny, why are you lying?
Okay.
Hey, did he just say that LeBron's job was
see,
not
look,
to score?
My thing is,
see, pause it, Lamar. See what I'm saying? They didn't let me, because they know I'm about to kill them with facts and information. So, because I've been doing it the whole life. So right there, they have to cut me off. They can't let me break it down, because if I break it down, they're not gonna have nothing to respond. So they want to stick to these little tidbits that they think that they're gonna get me at. Why don't you wait till the end and say that? Did you just, you know what I'm saying? But they can't do that, Lamar. They can't have a discourse. They get, and I was destroying them the whole time. Because like I said, I'm responding to 4 different takes. 4 different takes. And you want to keep adding takes to it?
It is what it is. Oh, we got OG Foxy in the chat. He says saw both. Jordan was electrifying. And he's making look. I think OG Fox. I think you get confused. Like, this is not about saying Jordan's not good. I mean, that's just not what it is. You know, this is just about how you guys see the game and their logic and just using their logic against them. You know, and they just, to me, they don't understand that. They don't understand how flawed their logic is. Like, Johnny asked him a very good point about the Pistons in '88. And their answer was to say, well, this is what LeBron did. It just talk basketball and address what Jordan did in '88, if you know that, right? Your answer can't be, well, this is what LeBron did, it's worse. Like, to me, those are the silliest answers right there. Because it just, like I said, it just exposes, one, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the game. And as Mez already exposed, he already said, I don't want to talk basketball, I only want to talk about LeBron James. Again, that's not basketball talk. That's just you being damn near a stalker in real life. A lot of these dudes are stalkers for LeBron James. Like, LeBron James could legitimately get restraining orders put out against some of these dudes, right? It's crazy, right? But we go ahead and keep playing it.
Again, listen. Y'all gotta let me cook so that y'all can get y'all tone. Because
I just said something real quick. That's all, brother.
All I'm telling you is that in 2011, in the finals, the game strategy, and because the Heat were lacking guys who can score outside of Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Bosh, they were able to keep the Heat from being a good team by actually shutting down everything the Heat did by turning LeBron James into a ball facilitator. That's exactly what's the game plan.
Yes,
so the
I
game
agree, and that's a knock on LeBron, not an excuse, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, it's not.
See right there, this is my problem with people like Mark. Wait your turn, brother. You see what I'm trying to say? They always and they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose. Remember, I showed you this. That Mark's job is to interrupt so that the thing could get chaotic, right? And then the host is gonna try to tell everybody to shut up, but they're only gonna shut up the LeBron fan, and then they're gonna hand the mic to another Zesty Jeffrey for them to continue, while basically not letting the LeBron fan go back to responding after Mark cuts you off. So again, Mark's cutting me off because he's talking about it. That's why it's a knock on LeBron. He's saying LeBron being versatile is a knock. LeBron having the ability to be a facilitator is a knock. As if he's only a facilitator because he can't score. It's not like they looked at LeBron and say, hey, LeBron, you can't score this series, so we're not going to try to make you score. So just facilitate. No, they literally just looked at LeBron and said, we don't want you to score. Facilitate. We got this. In the fourth quarter, Dwayne Wade's going to take everything home. Like, because y'all only bring up the fourth quarter. Y'all only bring up game 4. Y'all never bring up game 5 and 6. But go ahead and play it. You're going to see how this plays out. It plays out like that all the time. That's why I had to expose all of them. I was so happy I did that. The first day of the year.
So not an excuse. You're explaining why LeBron played bad. We understand that, but that's not going to help the argument, brother.
He didn't play bad. He shot well.
Oh, yes, he did, brother.
He shot well. He was able to find the open man. Hold on, when your center shoots under 30%,
how you drop off in points and you drop off in shooting across the board? You dropped in 3-point shooting, field goal shooting, and you dropped in 60% from the free throw line. You dropped in 60%, brother.
Mark,
no, you didn't.
He had his best.
Shit is insane.
Pause it, Lamar. Now you see what he does? He disrupts it to take it out of what I was trying to talk about. You see what I'm trying to say? Now he never let me get my take off. They're not there to listen. And the reason they don't let me get my take off, because by the time you get to Mark and Glock's interruption of you is because you're already cooking them. If you get to Glock and Mark, ladies and gentlemen, you have conquered everybody else. That's their final straw. And that's why Mark is there and being interrupted, because at first they were quiet because I told them to stay out of it because they didn't want the smoke, because I know exactly how they are. So that's why he's about to get cooked too as well, and that's why I go off on him. But go ahead and play it. All right. I'm walking
You're comparing them to the regular season. You're comparing.
No, I'm not, Mark. I'm not comparing people to the regular season.
Brother. We're talking about them from the regular season to these series. What are you talking about?
That's not what I'm doing. That's what you're doing, sir. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing.
That's been the whole conversation, brother. I swear.
No, it's not. No, it's not, sir.
In my life it has, bro. What are you talking about?
How many? My bad. When was it been the whole conversation? When has it been the whole conversation when you didn't even let me have the conversation? You didn't let me. You see what I'm trying to say, Lamar? They try to give you your argument, just like early on in that live. All Ball Talks try to add the player of the week into the conversation. I never mentioned player of the week. Never mentioned player of the month. They always add an argument that you never said. You see them do it to you. They'll tell you something that I said and said that you said.
If I could add something into that, I'll be joining their lives a lot, and their method to their little madness is Mark lets up Mez, and then he lets up one LeBron fan, and they sit there and jump them like every person that go on that panel, they'll sit there and have it, or whereas to like two Bron fans, and the rest of the panel is Jordan fans, so you can't get nothing off, bro. Like you can't say nothing.
Hey Johnny, last night I wish I could have screen recorded it, man. I wanted to reach out to Ochi to tell him to record it. And I think it was All Ball show. I don't know whose show it was. I can't remember. Bro, it was a little Mexican kid up there barbecue souffléing them bad. It was bad, bro. And they were trying to do the same thing they did to you, but I mean, it was like you. He had comebacks every time, and he was with all the jokes. Throwing the same joke, bro. And I was like, bro, I wish somebody would screen record this because I know we will never see that one again. So I said, I followed them because I want to get them on the FYF.
If I was on Mark or Glock's live, that wouldn't have happened because they don't allow those people to come up because they regulate the live because they don't need the help. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's why he said they just let one LeBron. If I go up on Mark and Glock's live, I would destroy them the same as well because they would let me speak and they would get destroyed. But when they get on these lives, they know their job. They understand their task here. The task here is help. It's emergency. They're called up here to damage control. Vision and All Ball Talk and them got cooked already. So now they have no choice but to go to Glock. And Mark, and they're about to get cooked too because again they don't let you speak because soon as somebody interrupts you, Mark decides to interrupt, and then once it gets chaotic, especially with me because I don't like that. Especially when you, Lamar, you know me, I let them speak. I actually wait. I need to hear what you have to say for me to have this conversation with you. I don't have a pre-scripted conversation for the GOAT debate. I just have more information. So let's let it continue. As you can see, Mark is twisting the narrative. He still hasn't let me explain LeBron James's performance compared to Jordan's. He just wants to talk about how Jordan choked, and I'm not using none of again, he's making stuff that I never said. But go ahead.
All right.
Specific series.
How many points we're talking about what Michael Jordan did. We're talking about what Michael Jordan did in the playoffs. You keep avoiding all of this.
In totality now?
No.
Because I'm trying to say in the first round, Michael Jordan went crazy. So who dropped more in the playoffs?
You don't want to talk regular season because LeBron wasn't the league MVP. LeBron wasn't the scoring champ. LeBron wasn't the steals champ.
You're switching into the playoffs.
He wasn't. Because when I go to the playoffs, Jordan does drop 9 points in points per game. When I go to the playoffs, he does drop in field goal percentage. When I go to the playoffs, he drops in all other categories.
He drops in 9 points per game, brother. You're lying, bro.
He goes from 36 to 27.
That's one series, not the entire playoffs. What are you talking about, brother?
Okay, then it's 17 points if we go by one series. He goes from 35 to 27.
No, brother. You're saying he dropped from the regular season to the only series you've been talking about from the jump, which is 8 points per game. That's what it is. If you're now talking about the playoffs in totality, he did not drop as much as LeBron due to the fact that the first round he elevated. What are you talking about, bro?
I'm not talking about regular season averages. That's you.
Talking about then, brother.
I'm talking about Jordan averages. You see, I keep saying, what am I talking about? I'm talking about 1988 series versus Detroit and comparing that to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I'm comparing Jordan's series to the playoffs. He keeps avoiding that. He keeps making it seem like I'm mentioning all this other stuff. He avoids what I keep telling him. I'm comparing Michael Jordan's 1988 series to his playoff numbers. Mm-hmm. And when you go by that, it's
88
a 9-point
was bad.
difference.
Yeah, 88 was bad. Yeah.
No, and he thinks I'm going by Jordan's totality of what he did in the playoffs compared to the regular. He keeps trying to add the regular seasons. Lamar, how many times I tell you I never equate the regular season or correlate the regular season with the postseason ever. I don't do that.
I don't do it either. I agree. I don't. I think
It's
too
not
much of a different game. Yeah.
Yep. And mind you, these are the same people that.
Changes.
You remember on your live, they didn't want you to use regular season. You remember that? They wanted to keep it straight to the playoffs about Scottie Pippen. They didn't want to bring up what Scottie Pippen did in the regular season. They didn't want to mention anything about the regular season. Here it is. I'm trying to keep it to the straight playoffs. And here it is. He's trying to confuse it with the regular season.
Now, I got a quick question for y'all guys, because I like how you brought up the fact you don't like the playoff translation thing. Like, let's say LeBron, I'm just going to use him because he's the hot topic right now. Let's say LeBron averages 30 in the regular season and then goes in to the playoffs and averages like 28. Are we really going to sit there and be like, oh my God, he dropped, he averaged to, of course, everything slows down in the playoffs. I don't know. I just want to hear you guys just take on
it's silly. It's silly. We don't believe in playoff translation.
We don't have to, because like what you said, it's just always been universal knowledge that once the playoffs start, it's a much more difficult game. Teams are now game planning, scouting for you. The pace is going to be slower. There's going to be fewer possessions. It's not going to be as reckless like the regular season. So for you to get to your original numbers, it's going to be difficult in some series. Now, there might be some first-round series. If you're talking about a 1 seed versus an 8, well, okay, yeah, you might blitz them. You might get to your numbers or exceed them. But when it gets harder and you're going that 1 seed versus a 4 seed or 1 seed versus a 2 seed, right? When these teams are able to lock in and the pace slows down and there are fewer possessions, I expect that everybody's numbers are going to go down. Do I say that you now are not translating? No, that's just the nature of the beast of the playoffs, right? And that's just how basketball is. I don't get why we should use. I think playoff translation is one of the biggest. It's just one of these new age ways for people to come up with a way to diminish a player that they don't like. Because as Johnny just said, Jordan, like in reality, like if we remove all of the Mark and the Glock and the people from this conversation, in reality, me and Johnny aren't dumb enough to come up here and say, Jordan was just extra trash in 88. He was just a sorry bum because he was but if we take their logic of dropping in this playoff transit, if we use their logic, well, Jordan did drop by your logic. And you cannot now get away from that logic. If you're going to use that same logic with LeBron, now use that same logic with Jordan. And once we start using that same logic with Jordan, they start to scramble and see how dumb it is. So now they have to, right now, Johnny's making them go into red alert mode. What excuse do we have to come up with now to explain Jordan dropping, and how do we try to make his dropping sound better than LeBron's dropping, as opposed to just throwing out this whole concept because it's just trash. Yeah, the whole concept is just trash.
Y'all remember what Kobe said about James Harden come playoff time? How his style of play in the regular season wasn't going to work because teams are going to be focused on him more in the playoffs. Same thing. It's a different game.
It's just we gotta view this as you're playing a team. Let's just say it goes all the way. You're playing the same team 7 times, bro. You would be not human to be able to continuously have a team not be able to change their game plan up or find out some sort of avenue to where they could slow you down in some capacity. You know what I'm saying?
Look, we got OG Foxy in the chat. OG Foxy in the chat put dropping 30 to 33.4 and laughing face. That's exactly what you need to go to those other Jordan channels and say, because they're the ones that use this playoff translation argument. We don't use it. We're talking about it because this is the stupid logic that they use. But you're never going to hear me say Jordan was, or LeBron was, or this player was a playoff dropper. By the nature of the playoffs, most players are going to go down. If teams are doing what they're supposed to do in the playoffs, it's going to be hard for you to replicate what you did in the regular season exactly in the playoffs. The game is harder. The pace is slower, right? Teams can scout you out a little bit better. It's not the same game. So if you're going to laugh about that, don't tell us about it. It's not our logic. And that's what they trick y'all into believing. They will trick y'all into believing that this is A. Johnny's logic, as if he believes in this playoff translation dropping shit. He just has to address it because it's their stupid logic, and he's giving an example with their own favorite player of how dumb it is. And when they have to address how dumb it is with Michael Jordan, they have to now dance around it because they can't explain it because it's stupid. Why don't y'all take these laughing smiley faces over to them because this is their logic, and we have to expose how dumb it is. Right?
Well, they're gonna expose. That's what they said. They're gonna expose because my take with this was always the same thing. If you don't think Jordan didn't choke, then LeBron didn't choke. If you think LeBron choked, then Jordan choked. It's your choice. Because here in Go Jay Keenan, we don't believe in choking. We always tell y'all teams win, teams lose. Y'all don't like to hear that. LeBron's one of the greatest playoff performers of all time. He has some of the greatest playoff performances of all time, if not the greatest playoff performances of all time. At the end of the day, LeBron James is also a playoff translator. He translates. He scores more in the playoffs, gets more rebounds. He averages a double-double in the finals.
All the Jordan fans in the chat, tell us his greatest game.
Now, we already found that out. We're going to keep it moving. Let's keep moving. Because I want to get to Lamont's one, too. So let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I would like to hear the rest of it.
Yeah, please, man. Shout out to y'all who's showing up, man. If y'all want to chime in, just chime in. Let us know. We'll pause it to hear what y'all got to say. We don't care what side it is. We just want to hear your argument if you have one. But go ahead, Lamont. Let's keep playing this of them cutting me off and not letting me speak.
All right.
36 points per game in the playoffs and going down to 27 points per game.
So
you don't want to address that.
One series in the playoffs to the next.
Okay, 45 points per game to 27, sir.
No, brother, what is the conversation? At first, it was what he did in the regular season to this one specific series. Now you're
I said it's not about that. Stop bringing up that regular season.
Brother, yes, it has been, though, brother.
It's been playoffs, Mark. It's been playoffs.
So then why did you bring up his regular season, Johnny?
Because I told you. Listen, pay attention. Pay attention to what I just told you. Michael Jordan was the league MVP. I brought up the regular season for those numbers alone. I told you he averaged less than 25 points per game. He was averaging over 35 points per game in the playoffs. He was averaging over 40 versus every other team. These are the numbers that I brought up for the playoffs. I keep bringing up playoff numbers.
He played two series in the playoffs.
We played one. Somebody has to always interrupt. That's what let me just get my take. He averaged 30s. I don't do that when LeBron James for the playoffs. He averaged 25 for the playoffs.
I don't think you want to go through LeBron James playoffs because he averaged way more throughout his whole playoffs.
What you don't want to do is find out why no other player in NBA history was the league MVP and all of that and lost to a team.
Wait, Ajani, you can't have it both ways. You're bringing up the
regular
season.
Your way is not the way.
You're bringing up the regular season accolades. Hold on, Ajani, you're bringing up the regular season accolades and then saying because he was all of that.
Let me ask this.
Here comes Glock. Here comes Glock. Here comes
Glock. You're doing.
Here comes Glock. Because I bring up the Wizard of Oz. Here comes the Wizard of Oz.
I'm a little confused. What do we keep saying somebody averaged 36 points in the playoffs before the Pistons? What series are you? What are you talking
about? Bro, this is where they play dumb.
Right? When did I ever say this? When did I ever say that?
Yeah, he's blatantly lying. Yeah, that was a blatant lie. You never said that, bro. I was just, nah.
After reiterating it multiple times to Mark, that we're talking about the Jordan series average to his playoff average. I keep telling them that. They keep asking, what are you talking about? Again, they never want to address 1988. They're cowards.
Hey, OG Foxy. We've watched a ton of Detroit Pistons, Jordan's Bulls games in the 80s. We saw a lot of stuff in that game. The one thing we never saw was the Pistons beating Jordan up. Again, we watched the Pistons hard foul Dave Corzine. We watched them hard foul a whole bunch of other players. There are very few instances where they beat up Michael Jordan. Jordan, at that time, if you watch the film, he was just a crybaby. He just was crying.
They ain't getting no flagrant fouls and no ejections from hard fouls.
Just go watch. We watch the games live. Shit.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. In that Jordan Rules series, a lot of those he followed through and fell himself. Like they didn't knock him to the ground.
The problem is the Jordan
rules. They didn't do none of that. They just pushed him left.
The Jordan rules was just standard defensive principles, right? If you look at what it was, the Pistons coaches gave it to us. It's public. The Jordan rules was not foul Jordan. There's no good defense that's predicated on sending you to the free throw line 50 times. That's not good defense. Good defense is actually getting legitimate stops and stifling your offense. Do you think they beat Michael Jordan by just fouling him? Do you really think you beat Michael Jordan by sending him to the free throw line 20 times? No. That's dumb.
Exactly.
So again, what they do is they have to diminish the greatness of other teams like the Pistons, just like they diminish the greatness of Scottie Pippen. They have to diminish a whole bunch of things to explain Michael Jordan. They will never just tell you, damn, Detroit was just a hell of a team, and they came up with a strategy that Michael Jordan couldn't overcome. They won't ever give Detroit their flowers, because that's really all they had to do in this conversation with Johnny. If they just stop and just say, you know what, Detroit just was a hell of a defensive team. They put on a hell of a performance. It was one of the best of all time. And you know what? They got Jordan that year, but it happens to the best of them. You say that. What more can really Johnny say? You just had a
the reason they can't say that, Lamar, they can't say that because when I say that about Dallas, they have to accept it as well. They don't.
They have to accept it with Dallas. They can't. That's why.
Or on top of that, since even if I don't use that, I can tell them, okay, that's fine. Since you want to bring up 1988, that was one time. That was good. You're right. Every guy gets beat one time. It happens. What happened 89 and 90? Remember, it's 3 times. They were supposed to explain 3 straight years in a row versus the same strategy. It wasn't really the 88 season was only brought up because they wanted to bring up 2011 in response to the 3 years. Because the question was, again, show me the player that lost 3 straight years in a row versus the same team in the same strategy. That's in the GOAT conversation. Yep. You can't find it. So they didn't like that. So this is where now Glock comes in. And he tries to. This is where he really cooks himself. Because remember, Lamar, he's about to use these metrics that he loves to bring up. That's about to cook him on this whole conversation.
Y'all about to look, y'all. This disclaimer. Disclaimer, y'all. Y'all about to hear a whole bunch of nonsensical analytics and metrics. One, that they don't even know what they mean or how they're supposed to be used. And they're going to just take a whole bunch of random numbers, throw them out there because it's really the only thing that they can find, because they desperately need random numbers that they don't understand to explain their case, because for whatever reason, their brain cells are not functioning. They just can't talk basketball without these odd advanced analytics stats that they don't even understand. Like that's why I've done a lot of TikToks about these silly analytics. They don't belong in the hands of casuals, y'all. Let me play this.
Not before that was his playoff average.
Are you talking about up until that point, like previously?
Up until that point, he was averaging 45 points per game in the playoffs, so shooting 55%.
Well, are you talking about 36?
That's even worse for y'all. That's even worse.
But I'm asking you, were you bringing up him averaging 36 points in the playoffs, are you talking about the previous playoffs up until that point?
That's his 1988 playoff average, sir. That's what I'm bringing up. Like y'all do LeBron, his 2011 playoff average.
Okay, so you're talking about just the average of what he did that entire playoffs in totality.
And I brought up the actually 3 playoffs in totality. That's what I did. I brought 88, 89, and 90.
So are we comparing his playoffs in totality to that specific series?
Yeah, I don't conflate playoff and regular season stats.
Okay, but wouldn't that be the same thing for LeBron in that run too?
No, if you go to LeBron's playoff numbers, he does drop in certain categories, but not as much as Jordan. But he definitely shoots better in that playoff series than he shot in any other playoff series. He played 4 playoff series, and his best playoff series was against the Mavs shooting wise.
So wouldn't that be like okay. So what you're saying is Michael Jordan for the 88 season in the playoffs averaged 36 points. So I'm comparing his second round performance to that 36 points.
Or the 45. I'm giving you grace by doing it for his playoff performances.
But wouldn't that be skewed?
Right. You could say it's skewed, but the original argument was him losing to a team with no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on the roster. That's the choke job.
Yeah, but still,
underperforming.
But hold on. But LeBron James lost to a team, and once again, there must be a standard that we say that the other team had better players and they were a better team by every metric. LeBron James lost to a team that his team was better than by every metric, and he had 2 top 5 players on his team include himself and a top 12 to 15 player on his.
Hey, Johnny, can I please say something to the people?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You can stop whenever you want, but you should let them talk, though. You say I let them talk, right?
People, y'all. Disclaimer. Look, y'all. If you're a basketball fan and you want to talk basketball, please do not go into a basketball conversation and try to tell somebody that because another team averages more points, rebounds, assists, and steals as a team than another team, that's what makes them better, y'all. This is not how basketball is taught. This is not what makes another team better. This is just not like, bro. This is not. Right.
And can I say something about the Chris
hold on.
Bosh,
No, hold on. We don't want to. We're not gonna get into all that.
We gotta stick to what we hear. We gotta stick to what we hear.
I'm just saying, people, y'all look.
The best player on the court.
What I'm saying
so was Jordan. Jordan was the best player on the court in 1988.
Yes, Jordan was the best player in the world by far. I mean,
by far, exactly.
According to fans, both sides on best. Hold on one second, SG. I'm just saying something.
So
all
did
I'm
Jordan.
saying is, like y'all, look. There's so many ways you can try to assess what team is better. Do not run to team totals and say this team averaged more points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, and that is the dumbest way to assess it. That is not a metric that judges what team is better, right? That's just not, right? So please, y'all, I want y'all to listen to this. This is where I say it's hard for me to believe that people like this ever have picked up a basketball in their lives, right? There's no way you've been associated with any real teams, anything to do with anything organized basketball, because to say this just shows that you're just trying to win a conversation with random numbers that you don't know how to use, as opposed to really talking real basketball. This is not what makes a team better. This is not why the Dallas Mavericks swept Kobe Bryant and the defending championship Lakers, right? They didn't sweep them because they averaged more points, rebounds, and assists and steals as a totals as a team in the regular season. That's not why they were better. They were just a better overall team. And they had a coaching staff that came in with a better game plan. Point blank simple.
But Lamont, again, if they like to use these metrics, like I said, it bites them in the ass, because his argument was that the Bulls were not better than the Pistons. Well, guess what? By those same metrics he was using for the Mavs and the Heat, the Bulls were. Because the Bulls
you have that on the graph? Do you have it on the graph?
I don't have that. They can go look it up. In 1988, the Bulls led in assists more than the Detroit Pistons. They led in blocks, steals, less turnovers. They led in defensive points per game versus the Detroit Pistons, and they were tied in field goal percentage, and they were one less rebound per game than the Detroit Pistons.
So by his led in all those categories over the Pistons.
Over the Pistons, besides rebounding, and the only one the Pistons led them in was offensive points per game, and offensive rating and defensive rating, and rebounds per game by one point. I mean by one rebound. But all the other metrics go to the Bulls. So at the end of the day, the Bulls were better than the Detroit Pistons. And Michael Jordan, again, was the MVP of the league, the defensive player of the league, the All-NBA and All-Defensive First Team player, All-Star starter, All-Star MVP, Slam Dunk champion. The man was even the steals champ, and he was also the scoring champ. And again, the team that he lost to, that he underperformed versus, had no All-NBA player or All-Defensive player on their roster. Big time choke job, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we don't want to address 1988.
And then also for people like SG that come in here, when we address this, you got to understand that this is from the perspective of we are looking these. We're taking these takes and we're addressing them through the lens of their criteria. So when we have to address it through their criteria, don't act as if this is our talking points. We just have to address it through the lens of their criteria to show them how dumb it is. So when you argue with us, you're not really arguing with us. You're essentially arguing with yourself. Them. You're arguing with yourself. You're arguing with them.
You're arguing against yourself. Yeah. You're arguing with yourself.
Because we don't use this.
And they no excuses. They no excuses.
You're making excuses for LeBron.
Ain't nobody making excuses for LeBron. You make excuses for Jordan. That's why you talk about LeBron. Mentioning LeBron is your excuse for Jordan.
Okay. So it's G, really quick.
Your excuse for Jordan is LeBron.
It's G. Who's your favorite player? Who's the greatest player, or who's your favorite player of all time? Just give me your player.
I got the greatest. MJ.
Just one player. Okay, MJ. Right? Okay, MJ's your favorite player. He's the greatest. Right.
My favorite.
Okay, no. Hold on. No. Stop right there. Okay, so MJ is your guy. Okay. Well, why did MJ lose in '95?
What year was that?
To the Orlando Magic. The choke job. The choke job year.
You should have just let.
Hold on one second.
Hold on. That was the first time he came back, right?
No. I don't want excuses. I want excuses. I want accountability.
No, bro.
Please hold on one second.
I don't want excuses.
No excuses. Take accountability. No. It's
That's not an excuse. He didn't perform.
He don't even know the year, gang.
He didn't perform. That was his first game back.
No, he was no. He was averaging. He was a team's leading scorer. He was putting up damn near 30 a game. Don't say he wasn't performing.
He played 17 games that year, bro.
Please hold on. The need to read. Please hold on. It's G. He was putting up hella fight numbers. He was still playing like Michael Jordan. He was still putting up damn near 30 a game. Explain to me why he choked in the clutch when it mattered most. Multiple turnovers, multiple missed shots, multiple choking even at the free throw line when he missed 2 clutch free throws. Are you going to take accountability, or are you going to use the excuse that he just came back?
I'm not giving you an excuse. I'm giving you what it was.
I can't hear him. Something's wrong with his mic.
No, he said he's not giving you an excuse.
I see your sound waves, but I don't hear you.
That's not an excuse. Like, is that what you're saying? Like, that's not an excuse.
You have an excuse.
Lost. Okay,
obviously,
so what?
Excuse.
So
you have excuses.
After coming back.
Only a year.
Oh, only a year playing one different sport?
No, playing minor league baseball.
He never
made the question is, why did he lose? That's the question. Why did he lose? Answer the question.
All excuses. He just got excuses.
He actually came back and practiced like 3 months before the playoffs even started. He didn't even play no game, so I don't want to hear that he rusty when you came back and practiced for 3 months before the playoff kicked off. And then you swept the Hornets the season.
I don't know. I thought, King Money Fly, I thought when you take time off, it benefits you. Isn't that why they don't like load management? Because supposedly load management benefits.
Yeah.
But Jordan was load management. You can't make excuses for Jordan while he was load management.
But go, James. Do y'all hold on real quick. Do y'all see how stupid these dudes talking points is?
Yes,
if this was an actual, if this was an actual basketball conversation, only thing Jordan's had. Damn, let me talk. I don't cut none of y'all niggas off. Yo, only thing Jordan fans have to say was, yo, we ran into a Shaq coming to his own. That motherfucker had Penny. He beasted. It is what it is. Shaq was Shaq. And it would be in the convo. We got to go and have these dumbass fucking...
They can't do that, though.
Man, come on.
They can't do that. Because to do that is,
Shaq.
again...
He got beasted by Shaq and Penny in the convo.
They can't do that because then they have to accept like what we say about the Mavericks. The Mavericks had a good team, that they were better. They can't accept that.
Hold on. LeBron's not better than Dirk?
Oh my God. And George's not better than Shaq? And George's not better than Shaq? Yes.
Jordan is better than Shaq, is G.
Jordan better than
Jordan's
Penny?
better than Shaq.
Can somebody vet him and ask him Jordan questions?
He still hasn't answered why they lost.
Yeah, like, can somebody vet him?
He did. He gave you excuses. They're all excuses.
He only comes here and talks
about
LeBron.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't want to harp. Hold on, y'all. Let's not harp on that too long because it was just an example. It wasn't even a real question. It's just an example to show that it just takes us down the road of a dumb conversation. It's dumb logic to even talk like that because the one thing that we all can agree to hold on, EG. This is not our logic. I want you to go to their panel and tell them it's dumb. See, the thing is G, you'll come over here. Hold on, y'all. You'll come over here to FYF and you'll tell us that frame of logic is dumb. But when they are literally using that logic in real time and it's really how they talk basketball, y'all will never go over there and tell them it's dumb. We're just talking about how they talk about the game. We don't talk like this. We're just taking their logic and the way they talk the game. Because remember, their logic is if you choke and you're the best player on the court and you have really good numbers, no matter what your teammates are, none of this stuff. If you lose, if you choke, if you miss clutch free throws, then you're a dropper and all this silly stuff. So again, if we apply that same logic to 95, and you just said no excuses, no excuses for LeBron, so that means Jordan gets no excuses in 95. Can you hold Jordan's feet to the fire in 95? Did he just choke, and was he an absolute bum, and should we rank him lower because of 95?
This is tricky because I don't think he was a bum.
Hey, yo, this is crazy, yo.
Well, that's not the question. Oh my God.
It's tricky.
They can never answer the question.
He can't answer why they lost.
But I can agree that he failed. Yes, I can agree.
Bro, you are hella dumb.
In 1988, he choked. Lamar,
he's asking you why, brother.
Let's continue and show them. Let's continue and show them why Jordan
He's dumb as hell. Let's just let this short bus rider.
No, and this G, I didn't expect. Like, here's the beauty of that question is, it's a very, like you said, it's a very odd question. Because in real basketball talk, that question is really not a logical question. It's a very dumb question. And so I want you to pretend, I want you to pretend I'm Vision or Mez, and I'm asking you this dumb question about Jordan. It's a dumb question, so I want you to flip the script. and I'm Vision and I'm Mez, but I'm asking you the same question about LeBron James. It's still a dumb question. It's dumb logic, no matter what players you put in. That's what we're trying to say. It's dumb logic. This is why you're stumbling with the question, because it's very dumb. So no matter what players you put in, LeBron, Jordan, it's dumb. It's very dumb logic. All right, man, we're going to play this a little bit more.
Look at his profile pic. He look like a dumb-faced nigga.
No, come on, man. It's G School. It's G School, y'all. It's G School. It's G School. No, Juan Boy. No,
these niggas out of here.
No, Juan Boy. It's G School. No, it's G solid. I like this G, man. He's solid, man.
Let's go. I would have stuffed you in high school, in the locker in high school.
I can tell too, man.
No, it's G solid, y'all, man. Look, it's G solid. Look, I
nothing
gotta
solid about that nigga.
I gotta stand up for him, man. Niggas be coming up here to cook. Look, I respect anybody that pulls up to FYF, man, and they don't shy away. Even Big Assassin's trying to get in. I respect Big Assassin too. All right, hold on.
Now, please, no, Lamont. I got to work in the morning. That is one nigga I do not want to hear talk basketball. He's gonna say the same shit he said the last 16 lives.
Yeah. Oh my God. Here y'all go.
Please. I promise I'll be quiet. Just don't let Big Assassin up here. We're not gonna learn nothing from him either. He older than everybody in this chat, in this live. He's not gonna teach us shit.
He the oldest dude on this app.
The oldest dude on the app. He can't teach none of us shit.
Come on, y'all.
I'm tired of hearing from these old. If it ain't Chill Town, I don't want to hear nothing.
Let me. All right, so let's hear me cook Mez, as Mez proves why the Detroit Pistons were better than the Chicago Bulls in 1988. Go ahead, Lamar. Play it.
Team
Play it,
to include Chris Bosh.
That's not true.
His team, that is true, but his team,
that's not true. That Miami team, you
don't have to talk over me, bro. Hold on.
Let him go.
His team was better than the team that he faced. Jordan's was not.
Again, the Dallas Mavericks were a better team than the 1988 Pistons.
By what metric, brother?
No, he's saying to compared to the Pistons, and once again, the Heat are better than the Bulls.
I know that, Mark. Let me get to that, Mark. Let me get to that. So now we're talking about how the Heat are not better than the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks, from top to bottom, had a better roster, better team. Across the board, the fact that y'all just harping on the rankings. Again, I don't go by your personal rankings of players. None of that
what makes them better, though, brother?
What makes them better is that they had an all-NBA player and an all-defensive player on their roster. They had a six-man that could come off the bench and that could actually score for their team. Not only that they had one, they had two guys that can do that. They had other solid defenders on the perimeter, such as Shawn Marion and Jason Kidd, that helped them. They had a solid rebounder in Tyson Chandler and in Dirk Nowitzki. So they had a better team from top to bottom, which is 1 through 8, than the Miami Heat. When the Miami Heat are running when the Miami Heat starting five has a Mike Bibby and a Joel Anthony in it, it is not a better team. Then when you get to the Heat's bench, it gets worse.
Then he had 2 All-NBA players and 2 All-NBA defensive players. Okay, so brother, then what are you saying?
Yes, but what I'm saying is
pause it right there.
That's what he's saying.
So I mentioned the All-NBA and the All-Defensive player that the Mavs had, but I also mentioned 6 players included in that. I mentioned, okay, Dirk's an All-NBA player, Tyson Chandler's an All-Defensive player, right? But I also mentioned how they had 2 guys that can come off the bench, and J.J. Barrera and Jason Terry that can score. I also mentioned how Jason Kidd and Shawn Marion were very good defenders, and how Dirk Nowitzki and Tyson Chandler were good rebounders, right? Not to mention Tyson Chandler could at least finish at the rim. He's an elite finisher at the rim in the NBA, especially at that time. So I named 6 players. They hearkened on the same 2 or 3 players, which is usually LeBron, Wade, and Bosh.
That is not a lie. In that series, didn't Deshaun
Why you keep spamming that shit?
Lead the finals in 3-point percentage, bro? Like a bench, like a dude on a bench shot the 3 the best.
They can't tell us why Mike Bibby was unable to stay in front of J.J. Barrera.
No, they can't tell. They did not have a deep enough roster. That's the whole point.
Yeah, they was trapped. The best player coming off the bench was
like how MG was training his squad.
If Joel
in the train, this is first year with the squad.
No, that's why we said that's LeBron. That's not a standard. The way MJ and Kobe said.
Why y'all just came?
There's no standard. What do you mean? What standard did Jordan have in 1988? So exactly. So why did Jordan get cooked? Why did Jordan get cooked by Joe Dumars in 1988 and Vinnie Johnson in 1988?
I want to hear this.
Why y'all just can't apply your same logic and say Jordan choked? Use your same logic.
can say Jordan choked.
Okay, no, let him answer this. Let him answer this. Answer this. Why did Jordan let Vinnie Johnson go off on him in 1988 and lose?
That shit for no fucking reason.
Why did you let Vinnie? Why did you let Vinnie Johnson go ham on you and you lose the series? SG, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Be scared. So that's what I was trying. So you hear me explain why the Dallas Mavericks team was good. Watch what he tries to use again because they can't talk hoops. They got it. He says, I got to use some kind of metrics as if we never just talk about who's on the roster. Whoever, like he said, whoever says this player is better because they have more assists per game, because they have more rebounds per game, because they have more steals per game, they have more blocks per game, they have less turnovers per game. Whoever does that, that's the only time you need that is when you're getting cooked by James Kingdom on your own live, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. We have Big Assassin. Big Assassin in the chat says, the star power alone should have been enough for the Mavs. But again, Big Assassin, that same logic would have then apply to the defending champion Lakers. That would literally mean their star power alone with Kobe Bryant, Paul Gasol, and their stars should have been enough, right? And again, hold on 1 second, please. And their expectations were far higher because they were the defending champs. And they did have a complete bench. And they did have the best coach in the NBA. And at that time, they did have arguably one of the best players in the league in Kobe Bryant, right? And they were proven. So at the end of the day, that same logic would need to apply to all teams, right? The one thing the Dallas Maverick team showed is that the completeness of their team was going to dominate your star power if you did not have a complete team. To beat that Dallas Mavericks team, you would have needed a complete team, not just a few stars at the top. Beating the Lakers should have shown you guys that. Sweeping Kobe and holding Kobe to 17 points in games 3 and 4 should have shown you this team is different. They didn't just do it to LeBron. They did it to Kobe, another guy that y'all put up next to Jordan. If they were good enough to do it to prime Kobe, who at that time some of you guys would say is the best player in the NBA, why are you so surprised that they did it to LeBron James, who you guys say is trash, who you guys say is a choker, who you guys say he can't play in the clutch? Kobe could do all of those things and only drop 17 games in back-to-back games. Why would y'all then expect LeBron to do it if y'all say Bron isn't all of this? So that's the problem with the logic. You got to hold that same logic with all the teams, and you can't because you can't explain how J.J. Barea and Jason Terry, the same two players that y'all throw at LeBron, dominated the Lakers and Kobe Bryant even more. Better numbers, right? Jason Terry's numbers look like Kobe should have looked. But y'all won't talk about that. But we don't run around saying, like, it's a dumb talking point to run around saying, Kobe choked, man. No, Dallas Mavericks was just good. They was just nice. They was just like that day.
They only lost like 5 times that whole season.
No,
like 5
it's
or
not
6
even
times.
But at the end of the day, if you just give Dallas State credit as opposed to being so thirsty to say that a player choked, then that's better basketball talk. Because if you say LeBron choked, then you would really have to say Kobe choked. And I never hear those conversations. Never hear those.
I most definitely think Dallas was a good team.
Mr. Gonzalez, if I'm lying, then you go tell all ball talks and all those fake ass Michael Jordan fans to actually post the live so people can see it. So we don't have to have me over here exposing all them zesty Jeffries that y'all love to praise every day. Go ahead, biggest ass.
No, I most definitely think Dallas is a great team and a worthy champion. You know what I'm saying? Made a great run, good team. You know what I'm saying? But I still stand by and think that Miami should have beat that team. Like, I mean, I'm not putting it solely on LeBron as a team. You win as a team, you lose as a team. But unfortunately, he did shoot the ball good, but he wasn't aggressive enough. You know what I'm saying? Like we needed him to be in order to win that series. And I think that kind of hurt them. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't putting it on LeBron, but that's a series I feel like the Miami Heat should have won, man. I'm sorry.
And Big Assassin, how much of that do you credit to
I accept your apology.
How much of that do you credit to coaching strategy? So, for example, when we see a guy in LeBron James, and we have a long resume of what we know he can do. We know how aggressive he can be. But then all of a sudden in this series, D Wade is the focal point of their offense. D Wade is the one taking a lot of the shots. Bron is now playing the role of facilitator to others. All of a sudden, out of the blue, how much of that do we credit to maybe Eric Spoelstra coming with a flawed game plan, right? That just did not work, or do we say that The coaching had nothing to do with it. Spoelstra had the perfect game plan. Wade and Bosh just played perfectly. It was just Bron. Like, there's a lot of other factors that go into why, and this is why the next year in 2012, D Wade even said we had to switch roles. Bron needed to be the focal point. He needed to be the engine to the offense. He needed to be the guy doing the boatload of the scoring. And so that next year, they swapped roles. D Wade even talked about that. How much did that you put on Eric Spoelstra just coming with a bad game plan?
Yeah, you can say that when you look back at it. You can say that, but at the same time, man, when you out there on that court, man, you gotta be aggressive, bro. I just can't sit up there and just put it solely on the coach, bro. When you the best player in the league, bro, you are the best player in the league. I can't keep giving you excuses every time a nigga don't do something, bro. You out there on the court, you gotta do this shit, bro. You are that nigga, bro. I need you to do this shit.
But see, the game
that
of basketball
applies to 88. That applies to 88 too.
Yeah, and the game of basketball isn't just about I want to be aggressive because the game is getting harder. The game is also strategic. You got to think it through. So, for example, in 2004, you know what Kobe was thinking? I want to be aggressive. I want to be the man. I want to be aggressive.
And scored 11.
So we've seen that same mentality, that same approach backfire and completely burn really good teams because in 04, Kobe had the better team. Kobe had more star power, right? Kobe was the favorite. And Kobe and Shaq were the favorites. But because Kobe went into that series, I want to be the man. I want to be aggressive. He literally shot them out of the series and they lost to an inferior team. So, again, even that strategy that you said, we've literally seen it cost teams.
Yeah, but and we also literally seen when you not aggressive, that cost the team as well.
So all I'm saying is how much of that when we see players get aggressive all of a sudden, or when we see players not get aggressive, how much of that do you credit to coaching influencing what they're actually doing? Maybe this was the game plan. Maybe this was the strategy. Gilbert Arenas did a really good live stream the other day cooking awful coaching because he said, you guys look at the game as if these players have a ton of options to just go willy-nilly and do whatever they want on the basketball court. There's a game plan. They scout. They spend hours upon hours coming up with a strategy to win this series. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, you don't just go AWOL from the game plan because I want to be aggressive. I want to do this on my own. This is how you get traded. This is how you get blacklisted from the NBA. This is how you get looked at as a bad seed, a bad teammate. When you start going AWOL on your team like that. Why do y'all want LeBron James to do that? Why do you want him to pull a 2004 like Kobe? Why do y'all want him to do that?
Why wouldn't I want him to do it? He's the best player on the court.
Because he lost. Because Kobe lost doing it.
Spoelstra had a strategy like Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson, his problem in 04 was he lost control of the team. Kobe went rogue. We put that on Phil Jackson. In 2011, Eric Spoelstra came with a flawed strategy. He could not come up with a strategy to compete against the Miami Heat zone. He couldn't find ways to get LeBron James the ball in easier spots to score, right? How much of that do we put on coaching? Coaching plays a huge role in this. This is why we blame coaches sometimes.
Right. Coaching matters. But again, got to be more aggressive, bro. I played ball, my nigga, and I'm pretty sure you did, bro. Yeah, the coach had a plan, and we had a game plan. But throughout that game, sometimes I had to do what the fuck I needed to do.
You cannot
know
do
what
that.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, biggest asset.
So wait. So why didn't Jordan do that in 1988?
Now let's speak on 1988.
Ball, man.
No, I want to hear this, y'all. I want to hear this.
Yeah,
we're
biggest
gonna
ass.
accept LeBron's non-aggression, but we're gonna address Jordan's non-aggression as well. Why did Jordan wasn't aggressive, and why was he out here choking versus a team with no all NBA player, all defensive player on their roster?
And I think I just put that down in the chat. Go James. Game 5. I don't know if that was 88 or 89 when he only took 8 shots. That was unacceptable, my nigga. That's unacceptable.
But that was the second year. That was the second year. That's what makes it even worse. That makes it double unacceptable because he did it on the second time when he played them because he lost to them the year prior to that, and he really played bad in that series too as well. But I'm talking about 88 because 88 is worse. Because 88 he's the league MVP. In 88, he's out here averaging over damn near 40 points per game in the playoffs. That's what he's averaging in the playoffs. That's what Jordan is doing against Boston, against good playoff teams like Cleveland. He's out here putting up 40 plus in the playoff series. Why did he come up
Right.
against the Detroit Pistons? And like you said, he wasn't aggressive. We can show you the film. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't taking the game over. He took less shots. He was literally scared to shoot the ball. They were punking him. He was taking ill-advised shots. He played bad versus them. But they don't want to address that. That's what we keep telling them. All players have had bad series, but they think Jordan never had one. And
No,
1988 is the worst.
Just the
of
thing.
all.
Jordan had bad series. Jordan had some bad moments, and he had some bad games. All that shit. The thing is, everybody done had it ain't a player alive that ain't had a bad game, bad series, nothing. The point we be making is the nigga that we going for ain't had as many and ain't had the worst lows like LeBron has, bro. We just saying and George highs is better than this nigga highs, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true though.
Yeah, I was about to say that's definitely
Hold
not
on,
true.
hold on. How much? Hold on, but biggest assassin. How much higher can it get having a 3-1 series comeback against one of the greatest teams in NBA history?
Just about to say that.
How much higher can you get than that?
His highs are not better.
Well, I mean, I can get a little bit higher with a 3-peat and then come with another one. That's a little higher.
No.
Boston won
That's
8
a little
in
higher.
a row.
Hold on.
That's a little higher.
Hold on. 3-1 comeback. 3-1 comeback against arguably
That's
the
great.
greatest team in NBA history.
That's great.
No, and again, I know it's all subjective, and you are right. The 3-peat is, I'm not gonna fight you on that, but to say that it ain't as high, I'm not gonna argue with somebody that says the 3-1 comeback might be one of the greatest things they've ever seen in the NBA playoffs, in the NBA finals.
Right.
That's
right,
bro. We've seen teams go 3-peat. We ain't seen no teams come back from a 3-1 deficit in the NBA finals.
We've seen teams win 8 in a row.
We just seen
No,
three-peat.
you ain't seen none of that.
Regardless, it happened.
It happened. No, hold on. But big assassin. Hold on.
Yeah,
what
go
other
ahead.
team? What other team in NBA history came back from 3-1 deficit against
Not in the finals. Not in the finals.
As I was saying, have we seen
Not
it
in the
before?
finals.
No, but why they don't want
not
to
in
talk
the
about the
finals.
real 3-peat? The real 3-peat is him losing 3 times in a row versus the same team versus the same strategy. That's what started it all right there. That's what started it all right there. So the highest of LeBron is higher than Jordan, and obviously there is nothing lower than 3 straight losses versus the same team in a row.
Well, I mean, what kind of measurement do that hold? Like, I mean,
that
like,
holds
really.
big time measurement. So that means you were incapable of showing up when the time mattered the most for a team that just pushed you left. That was their strategy, push you left.
So you mean to tell me it ain't got nothing to do with the first year Scottie Pippen and Horace
Here we
Grant
go
being
with the
rookies?
excuses.
I mean,
I got this. Let him answer. Y'all gotta stop it. Y'all gotta stop, man. Let the man talk, please.
Go ahead.
No, you said what you gotta say. You said Scottie Pippen and who else?
Like it don't have nothing to do with like the first year when they met the Pistons in the second round. You know what I'm saying? This ain't even a, you know what I'm saying? This is Scottie Pippen. He got his first start game 5 of the first round. This is his very first start. And I know you know this. You know what I'm saying? And so this team is young. They're not even fucking ready yet. You know what I'm saying? And this includes Michael Jordan. This team is young, not even fucking ready yet. The next year, this is Scottie Pippen, them first year starting, bro. You know what I'm saying? First year starting. They ain't even, Scottie Pippen ain't even what we know him to be yet. You know what I'm saying?
But all about, see, I mean, not all about, Big Six Assassin. Can I say the same thing about the Heat? Right? Check this out. The Heat, this is the first time the Heat came together. First time together.
2011.
Rookie coach, new roster. Everybody don't know. Everybody don't understand their roles yet. There's a lot of. This is a young team. This is an inexperienced team. No bench, no depth. Just
you know the
difference. What's the difference?
You know the difference. These players right now. You got Wade that's already won a championship. He's already a Finals MVP, and he's already a superstar in the league. You got and
man,
LeBron,
one player don't win no game.
Hold on, let him go, man. Let him go. Y'all got to stop cutting people off in the middle of their takes, man.
My bad.
Go ahead, Big Assassin, man. Damn.
I'm saying the difference in the team is like this is a team that's growing together opposed to a team like they got to grow together, but these are already established players in the NBA. They got 7-8 years in the NBA. You see what I'm saying? And they're star players. This is the difference.
The difference is in the experience of Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, because Chalmers ain't got no experience.
No, I ain't speaking on Chalmers. I'm speaking on
but that's what I'm saying.
the drive, the force of the team. The driving force of the team.
Nobody on the Heat was experienced in making to the finals or winning in the playoffs besides Dwayne Wade. And
but the thing is, you got well-established players in Wade, Bosh, and LeBron himself. With Jordan, he's the only established player. He's waiting on these guys to get on that level so they can start winning.
No, he's not waiting. No, that's not waiting because no, it's not fair because if Jordan does what Jordan do, they win. And we don't say that they're not ready.
Okay.
They don't win because of Jordan. They're not winning. You're trying to blame them for not winning. They lost because of
I'm not
Jordan.
blaming them. I'm blaming
they
all
lost
of them.
because of Jordan because the team that they're losing to is not like the team the Heat lost to. At least the Heat lost to a real team that had more experience than them, that had more better players. Not only they had more experience, they had the better players. So Michael Jordan just lost to a team that had more experience, not a team that had any better players. The Detroit Pistons did not have better players than the Bulls.
So you mean to tell me Adrian Dantley, Isaiah Thomas at the time, Joe Dumars,
niggas always in the streets, man.
You think they ain't better than Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant at that time? You think not?
No, because you're avoiding Charles Oakley, who was a double machine, one of the better rebounds and defenders in the league.
He was.
You're avoiding the fact that they had Michael Jordan. They did have Sam Vincent, who had championship experience, who won a championship with the Boston Celtics just 2 years prior. You're missing the fact that Corzine was also a veteran on the team that played very well and solid as an interior. Again, the Bulls had the #1 defense in basketball in 1988, and it wasn't because of Michael Jordan. It's because of the team structure. They had a good bench with Scottie Pippen and with Horace Grant and John Paxson coming off the bench. Not to mention they also had what's it called? Who am I missing? Brad
Sellers.
Exactly. So the Chicago Bulls had a team. You're talking about Joe Dumars was in his 3rd year. He really wasn't nobody at that time. Still Dennis Rodman's 2nd year. No,
still a great defender.
He's not. He has to guard Mike. Mike's the league MVP. That's what I'm trying to explain.
No, I'm saying these are great defenders that you're talking about though. At that time,
but the Bulls had the better defense. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So the Bulls had the better team. The Bulls, to a certain degree, you could say the Bulls were better as a team. They just went out as experience. Because they didn't even have a 20-point per game scorer. Again, they didn't. They had.
Yes, they did. Adrian Dantley averaged 20 points per game, and Isaiah averaged 19 points a game.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. And the Jordan's next best scorer averaged 13, while Jordan was taking 25 shots per game. The Chicago Bulls had enough to win that series. He had 4 other guys that averaged double figures in the playoffs for him. That playoffs, Jordan choked versus Detroit. They lost because Jordan couldn't be Jordan. That's why they lost. Jordan couldn't be the man that he needed to be for them to win. That's why they lost.
He most definitely couldn't, but neither could his team either.
They did. They stepped up. His team stepped up.
They didn't.
They played solid defense.
Where was Scottie Pippen in that series?
Scottie Pippen is not the team, sir. The team stepped up.
No. He's part of the team.
Sam Vincent stepped up. Horace Grant stepped up. Why are you not talking about those two guys? Those two guys stepped up. They averaged double figures. Oakley was there. Scottie Pippen averaged 9.5 points per game. How much points you want him to average?
Exactly.
Taking over 20 shots per game.
Listen.
And he can't get the offense going.
Hold on. Jordan was taking 20 shots a game in 91, and Scottie Pippen was able to average 20 fucking points. So what's the problem then?
And that's why Jordan choked that series too as well.
No, I'm saying what's the problem then in 90? No, he didn't because we won in 91.
No, in 91, that's what I'm saying. The difference between 91 and any other time y'all played the Pistons was Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen balled out.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So my point is you can't blame it on the shots because Jordan been taking them shots before they won and after they won. Scottie Pippen just had to get better, brother.
No, again, they had to give the offense to Scottie Pippen to get the Bulls to play better. That's why.
I think, hold on, Big Assassin.
They did give the offense to Scottie Pippen. He became the playmaker of the team, the all facilitator. Come on, man. You can't accept facts, brother.
I ain't gonna argue with you, man. I don't feel like arguing tonight.
I think Pippen was always like when I go back and watch those games, and when I was watching games from 1988, the one thing that stood out to me when I watched games from 1988, I'm watching Pippen come in, and I'm like, Scottie Pippen is still Scottie Pippen. But for whatever reason in 1988, they just wasn't playing him that much. But every time Scottie Pippen got in the game, that motherfucker looked like Scottie Pippen. So some of this with Scottie Pippen is, that's why I look the Big Assassin to coaching, because I'm saying to myself, every time I see Scottie Pippen step onto the court in 1988, he is balling. He's defending at an extremely high level, but he's not starting. He's not getting the
There's
turn
something you
minutes.
don't know though.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just going off what I saw and what I watched. So this is why I say sometimes when I look, like when you guys are quick to say Scottie Pippen wasn't Scottie Pippen, I'm saying pump the brakes. When I saw Scottie Pippen play in 1988, he looked like Scottie Pippen. It just looked like there was a coaching staff there that just wasn't putting him on the court, letting him be Scottie
No, I
Pippen.
just want to give you some education though, dog, before you go any further. Actually, Doug Collins had him starting in his rookie season. He hurt his thumb or his index finger. That's how he fell back out of the starting lineup. So I just want to tell you, bro, because I watched this shit
I'm
in
saying he
real
wasn't.
time.
All I'm saying is me and you both know for the significant portion of the 87-88 season, he was not starting.
No, what I'm saying is they inserted him. Listen to me, bro, just to understand.
You're going.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
The point is this right here. I'm saying right here, because the games that I'm referring to were late in the season. Like, I'm saying this. When I watched Scottie Pippen in 87-88 play, for whatever reason you say he was on the bench, I don't care. I just know that whenever I saw Scottie Pippen play, he looked like Scottie Pippen. He did not look like some young pup that didn't belong, that couldn't get the job done, that was nervous, that was scared. He was still an elite defender, and he could still score. He was limited by opportunity. He was not limited because he wasn't ready. So when y'all make this connotation that Pippen wasn't being Pippen, I'm saying that Pippen couldn't be Pippen because he wasn't being given the opportunity to be Pippen. And when he finally was given the opportunity to be Scottie Pippen, this is why he immediately turned the corner and looked elite. It was always in him. It was not like something that just blossomed over the summer because he worked out a little bit extra. It was always in him.
Okay.
I don't know where y'all get
You
this
say
from.
So.
Same thing Greg Hodges said.
His first year as a full-time starter, he was an all-star. That's how. That was only 2 years
No,
after his
that's a lie. That's a lie.
1990, he was an all-star. Yes, he was, sir.
And why was he an all-star?
Because he had his full first starting season. He started his first season.
because Larry Bird got hurt and he was a reserve.
Oh my God, bro.
Larry Bird got hurt and he was the reserve. Because as you can see, the next year, what happened? He didn't make the All-Star, and we won a championship.
And
Did he make
everybody
All-Star
says
in
that
91?
one of the biggest gaps in NBA history. Everybody talks about that as being one of the biggest All-Star misses.
Come on, it don't matter. The next year he made the All-Defensive team and didn't miss the All-Defensive team for the rest of the decade.
He most definitely didn't do that. But we
so that means he stepped into it. So his third year he became an All-Star. His fourth year he became an All-Defensive stud and never stopped. So what do you mean it didn't take him? He literally he was on the Olympic team in his fifth NBA season after his fifth NBA season, and he was top 50 after like 8 years.
Pippen
Come
hit
on,
the
bro.
ground
Come on,
running,
man.
I mean, when you playing alongside the greatest player that ever lived, I mean,
give Michael Jordan credit. Give Michael Jordan credit.
Hold on. Why wouldn't you, my nigga?
Hey, hold on, but big assassin. Go ahead. If Jordan's influence just made everybody so much better, a guy,
not everybody, just him.
A guy who I thought had a ton of promise in Orlando Woolridge, how come it didn't make him better?
Because Orlando Wood was on crack. That's why.
Okay, how come it didn't?
Next question.
No. Orlando Woolridge on crack or not? Most of the '80s, most of y'all favorite players was on crack. So again, that can't be no excuse.
But we just talking about Orlando Woolridge.
Hold on. No, we're not talking about because there's more players I can even name, right?
Go ahead.
Because we already have testimony from what George Gervin said of his experience playing with Jordan. We already saw players like Quentin Daly. The thing is, there were a lot of really good players, and Jordan even said in his own book talking about Quentin Daly and Orlando Woolridge. Jordan said himself, these players stole my thunder because they did the exact same thing I like to do, which was score. He said they stole my thunder. And when you hear Michael Jordan say that out of his own mouth, that tells you maybe he just struggles playing. Maybe he then you got to read. Jordan said it in his own book. I know. I'll pull it up for you. But when he says that, and I like that admission from Jordan, that tells you that the Bulls front office did a good job of saying we can't pair Jordan with these types of players. We need to find the Horace Grants and the Scottie Pippen types of players if we want to maximize Jordan. So was it Jordan making them better, or was it the Bulls just putting players around Jordan that just fit better?
It was both.
I don't think so. I played with a lot of good players. And at the end of the day, their aura doesn't all of a sudden add skills to my bag, right? It's just me. My shot goes in based on the work I put in the gym, right? My defense gets better based on my conditioning and what I put in over the summer. My ability to do what I do on the basketball court has nothing to do with the star player, right? If I don't condition, if I don't work hard, if I don't film study myself, I'm going to be trash in the game. So don't take away from Scottie Pippen's greatness by saying, oh, Jordan made him better. No, Pippen got in the lab and Pippen got better.
Who did he get in the lab with?
You don't get in the lab with nobody. When Joe, these summers be lonely, bro. Bro,
Okay,
these summers be summer.
Now,
These summers,
you know who he got in the lab with.
He got in the
Bro.
lab
Stop
with his
lying to these
coach.
people
With
up
his
here.
coaches, like,
No, the fuck he
damn,
didn't.
bro.
No, the fuck he didn't.
Yo, how does
Scottie
that Michael
Pippen
Jordan
said it.
cream?
Yo, Big Sassy, where you getting all this
bro.
information from?
Bro, Scottie Pippen said it out of his own mouth, man.
So why you not posting it for us to see? Because we don't believe you.
Okay. I just posted for you.
No, this is the point. Again, it doesn't make no sense.
I just posted for you.
Hold on, wait. Big Sassy.
Exactly.
He didn't do that with Brad Sellers. He didn't do that with Stacey King. He didn't do that with a bunch of players that the Bulls brought in. He didn't even want to do that with Tony Kukoc. He didn't want to. He didn't want Scottie. First of all, he didn't want Scottie Pippen. He didn't want them to bring. He was not cool. He did not want Scottie Pippen. No. Michael Jordan was asking him. Michael Jordan tried to get Scottie Pippen traded in '89. So he said Scottie Pippen was never going to be good enough to help them get past Detroit. That's Michael Jordan's words.
This one.
I got
this one.
I got the words. I got the words. So again, these things are the truth about it. So again, it's okay to say that Michael Jordan had great teammates without him being included in it. That's the problem we have right here. That's what I'm saying.
He did have good
because
teammates,
even with all that being said, Michael Jordan still had enough in 1988 to get past a team that had no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on their roster.
Most definitely did.
They surely did.
Most definitely did.
He choked. That's why, because he couldn't put up the points that he normally. He couldn't play. He couldn't beat Mike. He couldn't beat Mike.
Choked.
Okay, so that's it.
I can accept that. We can move on. He choked. Okay. I'm cool with it.
Wait, hold on, because yesterday I was told that no one ever says that Jordan choked in '88, and it's not a common take. And I'm hearing it right now. That was a choke job.
I don't even care what people say about '88. Honestly, I don't care.
Of course,
I ain't even finna try to argue that shit.
Yeah, of course you don't. Yeah, of course.
I'm not finna. You feel how you feel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way you feel.
I'm just saying.
That's exactly how we feel about 2011. You feel how you feel.
Yeah, you feel how you feel.
Yeah. That's what. No, at the end of the day, then when we keep telling y'all is that none of that matters. That's why at the end of the day, when we get to this point, that's what y'all start saying. It don't matter because it don't matter. Jordan's 1988 season don't matter the same way the 2011 finals don't matter. But all they want to bring up is LeBron's worst versus Jordan's greatness. When we want to talk about LeBron's greatness, y'all only want to talk about LeBron's worst. That they are obsessed with supposedly having the worst in basketball history. Like I said, if we want to do that, there is nothing worse than 1988. Nothing. That is the worst in NBA history for any superstar to go up against a team with no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on their roster, while being the league ultimate and choking versus them, all because they pushed you left. That's it, and kept you to shoot perimeter shots. That's all they did.
Go James.
Special.
Go James. What did the 1988 Pistons do after they beat Jordan?
Went to the finals.
They went to the finals.
Lost in 7.
What they do in the finals? Like what happened?
They lost in the finals.
Lost in 7.
What happened the next year?
They beat Jordan again. Jordan choked against them again. Jordan choked against them again 3 years in a row.
What did the Mavericks do in 2012?
What you mean? What the Mavericks do in 2012?
Yeah, like the year after they won the finals, like what they did.
Oh my God, it's so irrelevant information.
I told you this.
They didn't win the championship.
Why let this nigga up?
No, let him up. Y'all gotta let me get some of this food, bro. It's 2026. I need to eat some of these.
Nah, nigga. You talk about eating food, nigga. Dream is grilled cheese, nigga.
Nah, I need this grilled cheese, bro. Because these niggas ain't got nothing else to do.
No tomato soup.
He's picking up the Dallas Mavericks. Did anybody in the Dallas Mavericks lose to a team 3 straight years in a row with the same strategy?
No.
That's y'all keep avoiding this. Y'all keep avoiding the fact Jordan lost 3 straight years in a row versus the same team and the same strategy.
Jordan choked the Pistons. He lost that shit. It was the
Dream. Hold on.
Ever.
Dream, please, Dream. Just like we told Big Assassin, just so we can move along in this conversation. This narrative of choking solely comes from the logic of those other channels we're just taking the same way they apply the logic of 2011 and say LeBron choked is the same logic that says Jordan choked in 88. This is not our logic. If you want to argue this, if you want to combat this, go take it over there to those idiots that run with this logic. We're just explaining to you how the logic is flawed. Me and Johnny both do not believe in this narrative of choking the way you guys defined it. It's not our logic. Don't argue with us about it. Take this same logic that they use and you go argue with them. I want to see you debate and argue them and tell them how stupid that this logic is, because we are in agreement with you, Dream. We don't believe that this logic of choking in this particular matter means anything. It's irrelevant. It does nothing to your legacy. All players lose. All players fall short. Even Michael Jordan did. It's irrelevant. Don't come up on these panels arguing with us when we're just using it as an example to show you how dumb it is. Again, I want to see you go toe-to-toe with them on this logic. Don't come over here and argue their logic with us. Go toe-to-toe to them with this stupidity. It seems like y'all get mighty scared and y'all cake up big time when y'all step onto those platforms. And just like I told King Rowe, y'all turn into chameleons and start blending in, agreeing with the same stupid logic and the same stupid takes just to go be kiki and ha-ha and buddy-buddy with them. Go take them toe-to-toe because they truly believe this stupidity. We've already told you this is not our logic. Now we can move on.
Can we talk about, like, a lot of people talk about choke jobs? Why don't people talk about how Steph Curry choked the 3-1 lead in the finals? Ain't that one of the biggest choke jobs?
We don't call it choking. We call it
LeBron. But I'm just saying,
call it LeBron James being great. You know what happened in that year? LeBron James was being great. Curry, if y'all want to, you saying that Curry choked is basically you saying Curry should have beat LeBron. No, LeBron in a 7-game series, that motherfucker with their backs against the wall, them motherfuckers showed up and showed out and they won. Give them credit. Everything is not a choke. Y'all really think Steph Curry was just out there missing shots just to be missing shots? That motherfucker, no. The motherfucking goddamn, the Cavs was hooping. That's all it is. Good players don't just all of a sudden, damn, I'm missing shots today, man. I don't feel well. My stomach hurt. No, them motherfuckers was playing defense. Them motherfuckers was playing team basketball. They wasn't freezing up in the clutch. The moment wasn't getting too big for them, right? And that's what happened. Give them credit. Everything ain't always a choke. Because y'all can't talk basketball, y'all resort to just saying a player that you don't like choke. Give the Mavericks credit for beating Kobe. Give the Mavericks credit for beating Bron and them. Everything ain't a choke. Maybe the other team can just be better. That's what a 7-game series exposes. This is not the NCAA tournament where you can literally choke away one game to a 16 seed, right? You got a 7-game series that's always going to expose the better team. I don't know why y'all pretend that like y'all don't understand this, man. Talk real basketball, man. And I want to see some of y'all, if y'all don't like this narrative of choking the way it's being applied to Jordan, I want to see y'all go toe-to-toe with the clowns that push this logic against LeBron. Because it's their logic. It's not ours.
When you combat them, they kick you off the path.
No. But that's why I say, Dream, I want to see you go toe-to-toe with the clowns that truly believe this.
But y'all be I hate those Jordan. I hate the Jordan pages. Those. I hate those guys.
I don't care that you hate them. Me and Johnny. We don't hate them. Well, I don't got hate for nobody. I'm not going to waste time and energy hating. I'm saying it's just TikTok. It's not going to hurt nothing. Go over there and go toe-to-toe with them. Go battle them. A big assassin, no, it ain't going to hurt nobody. They might mute you. They might laugh at you. Go toe-to-toe with them.
I don't know about that, Lamar. I hurt feelings every day, Lamar. That's my job is to hurt feelings. I hurt feelings. You'll be all right, though. It ain't like you ain't going to be able to wake up next week and go to work. You'll be fine. You just gonna have your feelings hurt. You just gonna be up at night contemplating shit.
They be thinking that this is our logic, man.
Not that you big assassin. You sleep good at night because you a real Bulls fan. You a Jordan fan. You good. We talking about them fake Jordan fans that you be around.
Yeah, I know. We gave you your flowers, big assassin.
I'm talking about I might be the most hated though.
Nah, hell no.
I mean, nah.
Hey, Johnny, you most hated.
Let me in here.
Listen. Look, matter of fact, the big assassin, we know you be doing your own thing because they don't have permission to come over here. You come over here, you already know. You ain't asking nobody no permission to be on nobody live. They got to get permission to come over here. So we already know you about your life and you got a good life and you doing your thing. Remember, you had satellite in the 80s, brother. We know you living good, brother.
Man, stop your shit, bro. Stop your shit, bro. Stop your shit.
Hey, let's keep playing Glock trying to tell us why.
Hold on. Wait, can I say something? I found a commercial here, y'all. I can't even believe I found this, y'all. I found a commercial from 1992, right? Because Scottie Pippen wanted to celebrate his childhood homie who spends hours over the summer, and he didn't ask for no money, according to what Scottie Pippen said. Spends hours over the summer grinding, working out with him, helping him lift weights, helping him get stronger. Scottie Pippen credits his greatness to his homie. His name is Ronnie Martin. And he talked about and showed his appreciation for this guy in a Team USA commercial in 1992, and credits this guy to him getting better, man. I'm gonna download the commercial. It's a 30-second commercial where this is who Scottie Pippen credits his development to, a guy by the name of Ronnie Martin. He worked out with him in Central Arkansas. It says he was a former teammate with him there, and he stuck with Pippen all throughout the NBA. That's who helped Pippen get better. So we gonna make sure we give the right person's credit. It wasn't motherfucking Michael Jordan. It was Scottie, according to this commercial, y'all. And I'm gonna play the commercial. Scottie Pippen says his development was due to his childhood homie, a dude by the name of Ronnie Martin that he was teammates with at Central Arkansas. That's who helped him develop his game and get better in the NBA. And he didn't ask for a dime from Scottie Pippen, putting in sometimes 8 hours a day, working out with him over the summers, y'all. This is Scottie Pippen's own world, and he credited this man in the 1998 USA Dream Team commercial. And it's right here. He even put him in the commercial. It's crazy. I'll play it for y'all later on, y'all. Hey, Johnny, did you want me to keep playing this, Johnny?
No, I want you to go to yours, man, because yours was better. Because remember, I told you everything that y'all heard, everything that they were saying. We heard enough from them to understand their logic. Now let's go to you and watch how they start disrespecting Scottie Pippen. I remember Big Assassin gave Scottie Pippen his praise. He said Scottie Pippen had developed it to his own. Watch how they start talking about prime Scottie Pippen, y'all. Prime Scottie Pippen too. We ain't talking about 88 Scottie Pippen like Big Assassin explained. 88 baby pup Scottie, right? We're not talking about that Scottie. We're talking about 1994 prime Scottie. They were out here just disrespectful.
Lamont, I just posted that.
Oh, you was on there. Yeah, matter of fact, Big Assassin, you was on there, Big Assassin.
I was on there.
Let's see this. Yeah, Big Assassin. There we go. Big Assassin was comfortable. He was on home turf. Hey, let's go.
Lamont, I posted more footage of this debate. I posted the end of it like an hour ago.
Okay, yeah.
Only like 90 seconds, but it was when you checked out. It was pretty funny still.
Yeah, they was tired of me by the end, man. I had to get up out of there, man. They was tired of me. All right, hold on. Let me hit play now.
Nobody growing up talking about some, man, I'm finna be the best defender in the fucking world. No, you want to score the ball first. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't a good offensive player, you ain't a great fucking player. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. You can be, I don't give a fuck how good you is on defense.
What high school did you go to where you had to score?
If you ain't got the ability to put the fucking ball in the fucking basket, you're useless. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the problem
couldn't score a lick, and he.
Can we pause that? Can we pause that? Can we talk about that right there, please?
I would love to
pause that shit.
Like, what the fuck was that, bro?
Pause. Rewind that shit. Listen to what this nigga just said again, y'all.
You said you played, nigga. What the fuck was that?
I'm gonna tell you what the fuck that was. If you're a great defensive player, you just a good player. But if you're a two-way player, you're a great motherfucking player.
That's not what you said.
You're a great fucking player.
We heard what you said.
If you ain't got the
you said if you can't put the ball in the basket, you are useless.
If you ain't got the ability to put the ball in the basket, you useless, my nigga.
That's not what you said, Big Assassin. You said a two-way player.
But Big Assassin, but that's the point. When you get to this level, there's only so much of a ball to put the ball in the hoop. So again, a lot of these guys know how to put the ball in the hoop, but they have to play a role because there's more than basketball than just putting the ball in the hoop. That's the point.
Yeah. Everybody got a role, though. No, what I was talking about in that particular instance is, I think we was talking about Dennis Rodman. You know what I'm saying? He's a great defender, and he's a great rebounder. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so y'all not talking about Pippen in that point. You're talking about Rodman. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Because a player like Rodman is somebody, like you said, that really. I don't think Rodman can average 20 points per game in the NBA. Like,
Johnny.
Because that's to me, that's somebody who could put a bucket, right? Assassin, if you can score 20 points, you could put up a bucket, right? But if you only could put up, if you Kwame Brown, you only could put up 5-6 points. That's it. It's just like
Just like Stackhouse told him, bro, if you was averaging 5 points last year, you ain't averaging 20 this year. You ain't
Right,
getting the ball.
exactly.
You
we were talking
rebound or
about
something.
Barkley and Pippen. We were talking about Barkley and Pippen.
Well, I don't know who
Two-way
else.
playing.
I don't know if you was there, JS, but I
I don't
know
know why this nigga, he doesn't
I know
remember
Big
shit he
Ball.
says. He said
Whose
this shit
live
a
is
few
that? Is
days
that
ago,
Vision's
bro.
live? Is that Vision's live? Lamont stepped away. I don't know whose live that was, but
Yeah, that's Vision's live. I don't know how he
that was
doesn't
Vision's
remember.
live. Okay.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, but even in the 80s and the 90s, if you averaging 20 points a game next to the leading scorer, you're a
I heard
bucket.
what he said. We was talking about Scottie
Hey,
Pippen.
go James.
You were talking about Scotty. Hold on now. He
Yeah.
said he was talking about
Why is
Scotty
he
again.
fucking
And this is the problem, Big Assassin. See, if this was available to see the whole thing, there would be no question about what we were hearing.
And look, and hey Johnny,
See?
if I let it play a few more seconds, if I let it play a few more seconds, this is how you know we were talking about Pippen, because I even used Rodman as an example, because I said, then how was Rodman able to stay on the court in the NBA and be looked at as damn near a borderline superstar with just defense and rebounding? Because he did it at such an insane level, right? And I also even mentioned, I said, look at guys. I said the 90s is filled with a ton of guys like the Charles Oakleys that was primarily defenders first, but probably you could easily argue they was maybe subpar offensively, right? It's filled with the Anthony Masons, filled with guys that led with defense, because the 90s is the defensive era, right? Low scoring, low pace, slow possessions, guys you got grinded out, slow possessions, a ton of trips to the free throw line, almost 30 a game at time, right? It was mostly about just slow pace, grinded out defensive games. So you needed those types of players. But and I said, not only was Scottie Pippen one of those types of defenders, right? He could also give you over 20 points per game. And especially if we're talking about 93, 94, because that's the year for somehow we got stuck on. Not only was Pippen giving you a far above average scoring, he also was giving you elite defense and elite playmaking, right? His impact to the Bulls might have been one of the most significant impacts across the league for any player on any team, primarily because they just lost Michael Jordan. You lose Jordan and all the production that comes with Jordan. Pippen has to raise his game in literally every facet, scoring, rebound, every facet of the game. You have to raise it, because somehow we have to figure out, how do we fill this humongous void of what Jordan gave us with literally very marginal pieces that were added to the team. That's why I say what Scottie Pippen did that year was supremely impressive. He elevated every level of his game. And that was the biggest doubt on Scottie Pippen. A lot of people thought he was just a role player, like number 2 defensive guy. 93, 94 literally proved to the world. And that's why I had that graphic on the screen, because this is what the NBA players were even saying in the moment. Let me put this graphic back up to show y'all. And I want to show Big Assassin this as well. Because if I just tell y'all going to say it's cap. Let me add this image real quick, because I want to tell you what Isaiah Thomas and what the NBA players were saying when Scottie Pippen in the moment was doing this. Put this graphic on the screen real quick, just so y'all can see. And so when we talk about what they were saying in the moment, Isaiah Thomas, what did he say in the moment about? He said Scottie Pippen for the last 4 to 5 seasons has been the second best player in the league outside of Michael Jordan. Why would Isaiah Thomas make a statement like that, right? You don't have to agree with it, but you have to ask yourself, why would another NBA player say this, right? You could say Isaiah Thomas is biased. Let's go to Charles Barkley, because remember, y'all said Charles Barkley was definitively better, but Charles Barkley said he's the best non-center basketball player in the world outside of Hakeem Olajuwon. Why would a guy in Charles Barkley, who y'all said is definitively better than Scottie Pippen, why would he fix his mouth to say in 93, 94, he's the best non-center? Charles Barkley was not a center. That includes himself. Charles Barkley was a power forward, small forward. He said he's the best player in the world outside of Hakeem. Why would Barkley say that? Right? It says right here by Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman said when Michael Jordan left in 93, 94, 95, Scottie was the best player in the world. I want to ask yourself, why would Dennis Rodman say in 93, 94, 95, Pippen was the best player in the world? I want y'all to ask yourself, why would an NBA player say this? All right, and even if you go to a less credible source, Stephen A. Smith, again, this is less credible, but think about it. He says at the time when Jordan retired, Pippen was a top 2 player in the league. It was a debate between him and Olajuwon. You guys said no one said these things. You guys said no one had these sentiments. But yet we have somebody like Stephen A. Smith, who is a Jordan lover, right? He has no reason to uplift Scottie Pippen to this level. He says that when Jordan retired, it was the argument between Pippen and Akeem. I want to know, again, my eye test, what I saw in Pippen game, it tells me all of those things. I didn't need to go look up what Isaiah Thomas, Barkley, Dennis Rodman, or Stephen A. Smith said. But when I did go look it up, why are all these players having the same sentiments that I did, but you guys are telling me that I'm crazy if I think Pippen was ever better than Barkley when Charles Barkley even admitted that Scottie Pippen was better than him?
Yo, this got the comment. Yo, you got people upset with this one, host. Oh my God.
Talk to me, Big Assassin. Y'all said is Charles Barkley crazy for saying that Pippen is better than himself? Because you said you got to be a damn fool to say that. Is Charles Barkley, the man who you said is definitively better than Scottie Pippen, is he in his own brain? Is he crazy for saying Pippen was better than himself?
Yeah, he fucking crazy. You asked the question, my nigga. Now, first of all, FYL, bro, I want to get this straight. When you played that recording, I was talking about Dennis Rodman. I ain't gonna let you lie on
That's
that, my
not
nigga.
possible,
I ain't gonna let
nigga.
you
That
lie
wasn't
on
the topic.
Now, number
I
two,
was
nigga,
there.
ain't nobody talking to you, bro.
You was
Me
lying
and
like
my
a
man,
motherfucker.
me and my
What you
man up
mean
there having
nobody
a
was
nice
talking to you?
conversation. You the only
We're on a
one. You the only
motherfucking
one,
panel. Man up
bro.
and have
You
this
the only
conversation.
one
Come
in
on.
here.
Let him
You
go.
the only
Hey,
one in here with attitude,
You
my
up
nigga. We
here,
can't
bro.
even have a decent
Last
conversation
time
without
you
your
was here, you said
motherfucking
shut the
ass, bro.
fuck up. You said all that crazy shit. Don't even
Today
pretend.
is today.
Do not
Yesterday is
pretend that
yesterday,
your
my
salty
nigga.
old ass
Not y'all fucking
Jay,
Yes,
y'all, we can't
man.
crash out. We can't crash
Man,
out.
Ochi.
Hold
don't
on.
try
No,
to.
hold on. No. What I'm saying, Big Assassin,
Record
is
it. It's recorded.
remember what I said, Big Assassin, was I'm not gonna argue with you if you don't agree with me. But I said if you tell me what I'm saying is just far-fetched and just ridiculous, because even there was another guy by the name of Anthony on the panel, he was even saying, yeah, nobody was saying none of this. Nobody was. But now all of a sudden, I said if you Google Pippen in 93, 94, I said you're gonna see a plethora, a wave of articles and people calling Pippen a top 2 player in the league next to Hakeem. I said that was not that was a very common sentiment from that individual year, right? And so when I said Pippen was a top 3 player in the league and everybody's going haywire, look at Isaiah Thomas said it, Barkley said it, and Dennis Rodman said it.
And I'm telling you what I'm saying, Charles. And I'm telling you what I'm saying. Hakeem, Shaquille O'Neal, and motherfucking David Robinson definitively better than that nigga than 93. Now, I don't give a fuck what you got to say after
Let me
that.
can I ask you one question? Now, Barkley,
Go ahead.
Barkley, who had to deal with Pippen and had to deal with Shaq on the basketball court, why do you feel like he disagreed with you?
I just named 3 people. I just named 3 people
Answer
that's
his
better than
Nah,
that
but
question.
nigga.
in the statement, Charles
I
Barkley
just
says
named.
non-center. He says non-center, and
I
the
just,
guys he
but
just
I'm,
named that
but
are
I,
better than
but you,
Scottie Pippen
yeah.
are centers.
He said non-centers, but I'm talking about top 3 in the NBA. That's including the centers.
No.
That's
Hold
everybody.
on.
And he's
No,
not top 3.
no. When Charles Barkley when I referenced Charles Barkley's comment, the beauty of his comment was Charles Barkley was literally saying Pippen is better than me because Charles
Right,
Barkley
because I'm
wasn't
a
a center.
forward.
And
Right.
I like
And the
Charles
thing,
Barkley's sentiment is because Big Assassin said you have to be an absolute delusional to believe that Pippen's better than Barkley when Barkley
and I
himself
still feel
said,
that way.
but Barkley himself said that Pippen's better than me.
And I've also heard Barkley say he was the second best player besides Michael Jordan in the league. So, you
Barkley
know what
said
I'm
that in
saying?
93 for sure. He said that in 92,
Right.
93
So,
for
you know
sure.
what I'm saying? So I ain't really stressing it. I'm just talking about what I seen and the production out
Oh
these
my
niggas.
goodness.
He ain't better than
Okay.
he ain't better than Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
He ain't better than David Robinson or
Okay.
Hakeem to be
Let, let,
top
let,
3 in the
let, let me
NBA.
ask you a question. When Isaiah Thomas said at this top sentence, he says not just one season, because I was only talking about 93,
Mhm.
94. Isaiah Thomas said for
Right.
5 seasons. He said for the last 4 to 5 seasons, Scottie Pippen has been the second best player in the league outside of Michael Jordan, in my opinion. Let me ask yourself, even taking the production into consideration, Why do you think Isaiah Thomas would say that? What do you think Scottie Pippen is doing on
I
a
have
basketball
no,
court?
I have no
It's
idea
called
why that
the
nigga say some
eye
monkey ass
test.
shit
It's
like
them
that.
seeing it in real life.
I don't know why that nigga said that monkey ass shit. Cause he in the 4-5 years,
He's just
that nigga ain't
denying
never
shit,
been
bro.
better than
We're giving him the
Hakeem in no
facts.
year.
He's still in
He ain't
denial.
never
Can we
been.
just move on? He won't
Never been
accept
better than
facts.
Hakeem in no year. I
So
don't
hold on,
need
but hold
Isaiah
on,
Thomas to
hold
say
on.
shit.
But Big Assassin, if we can't trust actual bona fide NBA players, who can we trust? Like when Six Pick comes up here and he played against Jordan in the 90s, you know, we step back, we listen, because this man, I mean, I gotta respect the opinion of anybody that was actually on the same basketball court with Michael Jordan. Like when he told us if were able to play zone, the 90s would have looked different. We would have stopped Jordan. But he said we couldn't play zone. I have to take that and like, damn. Like, but he also says Jordan is the greatest thing he's ever seen in real life. So he gives him his ultimate flowers. At the end of the day, when NBA players talk, you don't have to believe it and you don't have to take it as the word like the gospel. But I'm saying it does hold a lot of weight when especially multiple players are saying it. This isn't just one. This is multiple players are saying the same thing.
3-4 players ain't moving me. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want me to get
It
you
ain't
more?
moving me, my
Do you want me to
nigga.
get you? Do you want me to get you more?
I mean, you can
No, but
get
hold
as
on, wait,
many as you want
but
to.
Lamar, but this is the funny thing though, right? The thing that Blind Vision's gonna say about Scottie Pippen applies to Hakeem Olajuwon. Remember, he was talking about how Scottie didn't get out of the first round.
I told him
right?
that.
And Hakeem Olajuwon lost multiple times in the first round and choked plenty of times, especially in the first round.
No, hold on.
In the playoff, in the 90s too, not just the 80s. I'm talking about in the 90s.
No. And Go James Kingdom, I told him that. Go James Kingdom, I told him that, right? And he said, well, but he then added a new caveat. He said, but he wasn't a dropper when they lost. And I said, oh, that's a great one. I said, so that's what, remember I was telling you, Go James Kingdom, that's why I used another example. I said, well, in 2011, Kobe was arguably looked at as the best player in the league. But in the playoffs, not only did they lose, just like Pippen lost, Kobe dropped. I said, does that mean Kobe was no longer a top 3 player in the league because he lost in the playoffs and he dropped? And nobody could agree to it because we know how asinine that logic is. It's dumb logic. It's the logic that you created on the fly just to try to vilify Scottie Pippen in the moment. You didn't realize how illogical it was once you start to apply it across the board to other players. That's why I even asked him about Karl Malone and John Stockton. I said, Karl Malone is a hellified player, top 5 of the 90s. Are you supposed to tell me that Karl Malone is not a top 5 player of the 90s because 1, he was a dropper in the playoffs. We all know this. 2, they motherfuckers lost a ton and got upset a ton in the playoffs.
Yep.
Nobody's going to say that. So again, it does not hold weight because it doesn't apply to Karl Malone. It does not hold weight when you apply it contextually to Kobe. It does not hold weight when you apply it to Hakeem Olajuwon. This motherfucker lost in the playoffs a shit ton. But nobody's gonna say these things when you move it outside of Scottie Pippen. This is how we know
you know the difference though.
You made it up on the fly to try to vilify Pippen, to try to diminish a great season. And when we start to apply it across the board, you look dumb.
You know the difference. You talking about a great season to players that's been great every season.
Oh my God!
Man, ain't no difference, man.
He said the last 4 to 5 seasons.
Oh my God! Oh
no. So Isaiah Thomas said 4 to 5 seasons.
Yeah, Isaiah Thomas said, but I'm talking about what the world said. These were top. Karl Malone and all these people were top 5 players definitively. Not what one person said, what the world said, what the consensus said.
But
not what one nigga in the NBA.
And 94 was the consensus.
That's what I'm saying. 94, Karl Malone. A lot of those guys can't say they were better than Scottie Pippen in 94. That's what I'm saying.
Really? Really, bro?
Yeah, it was a consensus, bro. Go and check it.
No, I'm just saying, bro. We're talking about, we're looking at what Scottie Pippen accomplished by 94. Because again, championships. He's a part of 3 championship teams. That's what y'all fail to realize. Like nobody was doing that to Scottie at that time. He is a champion. He's looked at as a champion. So that's what I'm saying. So in the midst of talking about how nobody was saying he's not. Nobody's gonna say Scottie Pippen wasn't better than Karl Malone because Karl Malone was the first option and Scottie was the second option. He's just better than Karl Malone. He's doing a lot more than Karl Malone. Karl Malone is still a good scorer and a rebounder, but what else? Right? You got Karl Malone, Hakeem Olajuwon. These dudes ain't winning. They're not. They're losing in the first round.
Their first option is losing.
I want y'all to
not
notice
first
too
option.
But nobody's talking like that back then.
He's a second option playing with the greatest player. He's a second option playing with the greatest player.
30 years ago, nobody was talking like that.
In
That's
the
the point.
91 run, Pippen outscored every team's first option in the 91 run.
That's a lie.
No, check it. Check it.
That's a lie.
Check it.
Watching the game.
Because they played.
He definitely
Hold,
averaged more than anybody on the Lakers.
Time out. So he averaged more than Charles Barkley in round one.
Everybody that they played
I'm
in 91.
asking you one.
He said everybody that they
question,
played. He said everybody that they played.
They played Charles
They didn't play
Barkley in round fucking
They
one.
did not play Barkley.
They did not play. How did the Bulls play Barkley?
The 76ers, nigga.
Okay, what did Barkley average?
They played the 76ers.
The fuck is you talking about?
You're right. I know, but I'm thinking of the wrong year.
He outscored Magic. He outscored Magic in the finals. That was really it.
Hold on. Who got background noise? Hold on.
Who cares? It's 9 o'clock. Kids should be in the bed.
Come on, man. I'm
Ain't no
gonna
school
teach
tomorrow
this
some
nigga.
places, brother.
I ain't gonna let this nigga come up here and lie on your fucking pound on my nigga. I'm gonna teach this motherfucking young ass
But
nigga.
Scottie Pippen between 90, 91, 92, and 93 had already established himself as one of the best players in the league.
No doubt.
Once he did what he did in 94, no one was saying, "Oh, you still not Karl Malone. You still because you played along." Nobody knocked him for playing alongside Michael Jordan. They started recognizing how good he was. By that time, Scottie Pippen, I don't say he was a top 3 player in the league, but he was definitely in the midst of considered one of the best players in the league. There was an argument for Scottie Pippen. That's the point. So Scottie Pippen was definitely top 5. And another thing too, if we're going off of I guess Big Assassin's thing with Dwayne Wade won in 06. Dwayne Wade was losing in the first round, 09, 010, didn't make the playoffs in 08. How is Dwayne Wade the top 3 going into 2011? Especially if it's going into 2011 because he wasn't doing it. That's what you don't stay at top 3 the whole time.
Go James. I'm not one of them I'm not one of them casuals that equate you winning with you being a great player, bro.
The Vision's a casual, right? That was Vision's argument. The Vision. So you're not like Vision.
Vision's a casual.
You're not like Vision, right? Big Assassin, you're not like Vision, right?
FYL. If you notice when people make crazy takes, I don't even back that shit up.
No, but we need to get this stamp sealed and delivered. You are definitely separating yourself from this crazy Vision take, correct?
No, I don't know. Most definitely. I don't equate that because guess what? LeBron James was a great player before he started winning and after he started winning. Michael Jordan was a great player before he started winning and after he started winning. I don't fuck all that dumb shit, bro.
And you know what? Another the big assassin. Jordan is a great player, whether Scottie Pippen was the top 3 player or not. That's the whole point. None of that knocks Jordan. That's another thing too. We don't knock Pippen for playing with Jordan. We can't knock Jordan for playing with Pippen. But they want to knock LeBron for playing with people, and they want to make it seem like it's harder for Jordan because he wasn't playing with top tier players. When like all that is not basketball talk, bro. You and I know that. Like you said, Jordan is Jordan, no matter if he wins or if he has Scottie Pippen or not, because of what Jordan did, bro. That's why I keep telling everybody it's all about what you actually produced and did on the basketball court. All that other stuff is just zesty Jeffrey logic. Because Jordan has enough in his career for us to talk about how great he is. We don't have to go through all these extra storylines and all this personal stuff and how Jordan made somebody feel. Bro, at the end of the day, Jordan's great for being Jordan. But they gotta knock Scottie Pippen. And that's what they say. They hate LeBron fans and they hate Scottie. Or they hate LeBron and Scottie. That's what Lamar was saying. They hate LeBron and Scottie for the same reason.
But you do have to agree that people try to, you know what I'm saying, paint that narrative that, oh, Jordan ain't shit without Scottie. You do have to agree with that, bro.
No, because that's the argument that we have to have, because the argument is Jordan did it by himself. LeBron couldn't do it like that. And that's a lie when we all know Jordan had a lot of help. Jordan had a lot of help. He had a good-ass team. The Bulls were one of the best teams ever.
I'm going to keep it always solid. During that time, man, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, just like he said, that was the best duo we had done ever fucking seen, especially when it comes to the fucking perimeter. Like, Scottie wasn't no fucking hoe. I ain't saying that. You know what I'm saying? Scottie was a dog out there in that bitch, and we needed that motherfucker to win. That's why we didn't win till he got good. You see what I'm saying? So I never diminish. I'm a Bulls fan, bro. I love all my motherfucking teammates. We won together, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not one of those niggas that say Jordan did it by himself. He was just the driving force and the best player in the NBA. Simple as that. It take good teams to win, my nigga. It take good teams to win.
And we know that. So let's play the more casual grades. Let's show how those casuals respond
to Lamar, not you, biggest ass. We know the Lamar's about to go in, and Vision has to step up. And Vision, like I said, Vision again, they're so narrow minded. They're like the horses with the blinders on them, bro.
Hold on, let me take this down. All right, here we go.
Charles Oakley, look at all the great defenders of the 90s that were defenders first, right? These guys were not supreme scorers. Most of the 90s, you saw a whole bunch of great defenders that were.
But you also wouldn't consider them the greatest players of all time. Like,
that was no, but
you wouldn't even consider them the greatest players of all time.
They got to interrupt you. Pippen's one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Yeah, and that's it.
And that means something. To be the greatest on one side of the floor, do you know as a basketball player, you spend more time on defense than you do offense. Right? It's hard to play elite defense for a full game. We see guys taking breaks all the time, putting their hands on it, and he's giving up on plays. Pippen didn't do that. It's hard to be consistent.
How did that still change?
Did he guard Patrick Ewing?
Top 3 player in the NBA.
No, he didn't guard. He guarded 1 through 4, but he did it at an elite level.
Okay, so
did he want Scottie Pippen to guard Patrick Ewing?
Is there anybody worthy enough to guard?
That's what I'm saying.
Did he really want Scottie to guard Scottie?
If we say a guy's a great defender, bro, we say a guy's a great defender, that motherfucker got to, for him to qualify for them, that motherfucker got to guard 1 through 5. That motherfucker has to hold every player, every superstar player at every position less than 10 points.
He got to be LeBron.
It's crazy, man. Hold on, let me keep playing it. Man.
On the Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round that he guarded.
I don't remember who they even matched up with in that.
Okay, so basically he had a cakewalk in the first round. The moment he played a decent team, he lost.
Bro, I don't care about the playoffs because Pippen that year is judged what he did in the regular season.
And that's what you guys failed at. How can you be top 3? So he's the only player, and this is my problem. And I'm not
had expectations.
And this is my problem. This is my problem. This is exactly. You just said my whole entire problem. This is the problem right here. You giving this man all this credit for what he did in the regular season.
That's 82
Everybody
games.
else in the world get judged for what you do in the regular season and the playoffs, but Scottie Pippen for some reason.
So Vision, would I be right? Vision, would I be right to say I don't give a damn about Jordan's 10 scoring titles because they were in the regular season?
What the hell are you talking about? He produced in the playoffs as well. Jordan won those 10 scoring titles in the regular season. No, hold on, bro. I can understand if Jordan won all those 10 scoring titles in the regular season and dropped every fucking playoffs. He didn't do that.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's just a disingenuous point on the basis. We're talking about a full year. We're talking about a 93, 94 year, not just the regular season.
You cannot disregard what a player does.
You can't disregard what happened that full year and say this guy is a top 3 player. No, that's not how that works.
With no
I ain't gonna lie. I just want to know where you got James Harden.
Brother, also talking about you're talking about there's no replacement for Michael Jordan. You're right. They didn't have another 30-point player. Everybody production went up real quick.
Is James Harden your top 10 FYO?
This would be equivalent to SGA going out and y'all expecting J-Dub to lead him to a title.
No, I wouldn't.
Nobody expect him to win. No, nobody said that. But you got him over Patrick Ewing, but he got outplayed by Patrick Ewing.
No, they got outplayed by the Knicks.
And Patrick Ewing spearheaded that, and Patrick Ewing played better than Pippen.
The Knicks versus the Bulls.
And Pippen got outplayed by Patrick Ewing.
And I said the Knicks were a horrendous matchup without Michael Jordan on the court.
And he still got outplayed by Patrick Ewing at the end of the day, bro.
And if you want to think the game of basketball is one-on-one, Pippen versus Ewing, you have that.
Nobody said that, bro. Patrick Ewing had more impact to his team. Patrick Ewing had more impact.
The Knicks, as I said before, were a better team. They were
because Patrick Ewing was able to elevate his team and win over Pippen's team.
If you want to give him all that extra gloss,
that's what he did. That's what he did.
Go ahead.
So I just want to know where you got James Harden at, though.
Hey, you know what?
Where did Pippen play bad? Where did he underperform versus the Knicks?
No, so Pippen versus the Knicks. Like, remember, for them, it's about the numbers and the percentages dropping, right? Me and you don't go by that because we understand the playoffs a different game and we go off matchups. But again, to them, you are piss poor if what you did in the regular season does not match verbatim or exceed in the playoffs. If you don't meet that standard and your team loses, you are what they call a dropper. Again, I don't think it makes much sense, right? I went into this conversation saying that Knicks versus Bull was about matchups. You're dealing with two teams that are very familiar with one another. They've had multiple playoff battles, and the ultimate separator between the two teams was Michael Jordan. That X factor is now gone. Pippen is now there by himself with no viable replacement for Jordan. I don't expect him to go beat this Knicks team that the Bulls struggle with, even with Michael Jordan. I don't expect Pippen to do it by himself without Jordan and all of his production. That's why I said in the playoffs versus the Knicks, there is no extreme expectation because they're not a complete team right now. They're missing a star player with no replacement. And this is when they started telling me that Luke Longley and Tony Kukoc was the viable replacement. And I said, man, you guys got to be absolute
Man, Lamont, to be honest, I ain't trying to hear all of that. I just want to know where you got James Harden ranked.
Oh, hold on.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I don't know.
What?
That was the most random.
Because what they were saying is
Vision. Why do them niggas bring up James Harden?
What they're saying is because this is what they were saying. They were saying that Scottie never led a team past the second round by himself, like a Harden. He's not good enough. But Jordan never led his team to the second round without Scottie.
As the man.
I think he tried to bring it up because of the whole
competition do got to play a part.
Regular season thing.
Now hold on, Lamont. This is where they said he underperformed. He went from averaging 22 points per game to 21.7. He went from averaging 8.7 rebounds. He went from averaging 8.7 rebounds to 7.7 rebounds. He went from averaging 5.6 assists to 4.7 assists. He went from 2.9 steals to 2 point steals in general. So and then he went from 49% shooting to 40% shooting. So I guess all across the board in a 7-game series, that means he underperformed.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That's nasty. And like I said, all that is called what they consider playoff translation. That is not Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen's regular season average has nothing to do with the Knicks. Like it to hold him to what he did versus the regular season teams and what he's doing in the playoffs is so silly. Now, if you want to say he played good versus the Cleveland Cavaliers in '94, which he did play well against them. He averaged versus them. He averaged, let me see here. He averaged 25 points per game, almost 10 rebounds. He averaged less assists, so he actually averaged more assists versus the Knicks. His steals were up, his blocks were up, his field goal percentage was at 49%. His three-pointers was horrible, worse than the series before. So you can say that, but again, that's just like Jordan. Jordan played phenomenal versus Cleveland in the first round, and then versus the Detroit in the second round, he played worse.
Wait, didn't in '93 Michael Jordan struggle with this same Knicks team?
Yes, he did.
Pippen?
I was just about to say
Scottie
that shit.
Pippen
Out of that
saved the
6-game
day,
series,
right?
he had one game where he shot over 50%.
Right.
He played like shit in that series.
And Scottie Pippen, I think, came back with that 28-point crazy game, saved the day. They was down
29 and 12.
Yeah, like.
And then
Jordan shot 3 for 18.
And if you really want to go there, he brought up what Patrick Ewing did. Patrick Ewing only averaged 22 points per game, which 23 points per game. I'm quite sure that's less than his average for that.
Come on, man! Like
he averaged 12. He averaged 12 rebounds and 2 blocks and three assists and 1 steal per game. Again, I'm kind of rounding up just for the sake of that. Patrick Ewing averaged that season more points. He went up in rebounds. He went up in assists. He went down in steals and he went down in blocks in that series. His field goal percentage went up though. He shot 53% to 49% in the regular season.
Hey, Lamont, I did watch the video earlier. Somebody posted it on YouTube, and let me just say this: if they thought that Patrick Ewing dominated the series, why did it took a Hugh Hollins call in Game 5 to change the outcome of the series?
Right.
People they didn't even mention that at all. They didn't mention the fact that the Bulls could have went up 3-2 in the series if Hugh Hollins didn't make that call on Scottie Pippen on the Hubert Davis shot. Y'all remember that?
It was the right call.
No, it wasn't. It was one of the worst calls in NBA history. It was
okay,
bullshit.
what was the call? What was the call then?
Bro, the shot was already in the air. There was incidental contact. There was not even a call. Don't even try to fuck
If you hit a nigga while they shooting, it's a foul.
I don't want to hear it.
If
It was
you
the
hit a
worst
nigga
call
while
in
they
NBA
shooting, it's a
history,
foul,
bro.
nigga. No, the fuck it wasn't. You just
No,
mad.
it wasn't. It was not
You just
even a
mad,
foul,
nigga.
bro.
Shit.
It was
a foul.
It was
nigga.
way after the play, bro.
No,
and Hugh
fuck it
Hollins,
wasn't.
dumbass
No,
Hugh Hollins,
fuck it
called that
wasn't.
Wait,
shitty
aren't
ass
you
No,
a
foul.
fuck it
Bulls
It would have
wasn't.
went
fan?
up
Wouldn't you want
3-2,
them to
and the
win?
Bulls
Why
would
are
have
you
beaten the Knicks
gloating
I'm
on
a
the
again.
loss
Bulls
because
fan.
of that?
I'm a Bulls fan, but
I'm
I
a
ain't no
Bulls fan
stupid
too.
nigga. And I know
No,
what
no,
the
I'm
told
fuck
talking
you,
about
Hugh
Big
happened.
Hollins
Assassin.
fucked it
Wouldn't you
up.
I
want
know
them
what the
not to
fuck
call that
happened.
so your team could
I
win?
know what the fuck happened. If I'm a Bulls fan or not, I know what the fuck
Man, this
happened.
is Big Assassin. Only way to hold on to
The
Jordan
fuck, bro?
not being there, bro.
The shit was a fucking foul. I
If
can't be mad at
No,
that
it
Jordan was
shit.
in
wasn't,
that
bro. It was
same
not a foul. It was
Yes,
not.
situation
it
and they
was.
called that on Jordan,
Man,
you would have said the
quit
opposite.
being a liar, bro.
You don't know what the fuck I would have said,
You
bro. You
would have
just sit up
said,
Yeah,
there.
hey,
but
Michael
it don't.
Jordan ain't bad him.
But none of that
Michael
don't
Jordan ain't bad
matter.
him.
None of that. Again, none of that don't matter because at the end of the day, man, Scottie Pippen still had a great a season.
Facts.
He didn't
Yeah, he
get
did.
past the Knicks. That's fine. That doesn't mean Scottie Pippen wasn't one of the best players in the NBA at that time.
Thank you.
Like players lose in the second round and still be one of the best players. Didn't Joker lose in the second round?
Yep.
Ain't nobody ain't studying that
Sure
shit,
did.
man. That shit been over with, man. The team wasn't good enough to fucking win. They lost. That shit over with, my nigga.
Yeah, but that's the point. But they have to knock Scottie for that. So let's keep going because again, Vision's gonna keep showing us why he don't know how to talk basketball. And he's a casual.
All right.
Yeah, play it.
That's the truth.
Since
play
he,
it, Lamont.
since you
He's
like
in
the
my
regular
top
season,
50. He's in my top 50.
I thought he'll be higher, bro. I'm just saying.
I mean, again, I haven't done a ranking to start ranking and remembering where I would rank somebody like James Harden. I typically only go down to top 10 like most normal people. I don't pretend that I have 90 players ranked.
Okay. Yeah, but you don't have no facts though, bro. You just got opinions on why you think
But
Pippen's top
most of
3.
what we feel about the game of basketball is opinionated.
Yeah, that's fine, but at least you have some kind of factual way you can look at it.
Looking at the game of basketball in numbers.
And watching the film. So then the opinion
This
on
is
all
why
of
you
us on
have-
this
this
panel
is
would
why-
probably
this
say
is
that
why
Pippen's
you
not
can
even a
have
top
10
6
different
player that
scouts,
year, dog.
and
What are
10
we
different
talking
scouts
about?
will tell you there's 10 different best players in college basketball because they all see the game different. So again, we're not.
That's
I'm not
correct.
saying you're wrong for viewing it through the lens of numbers. That's just your way you see the game. I don't look at it surely through numbers and analytics.
And the way we saw the game, we saw Patrick Ewing outplay Pippen, correct?
And I saw the Knicks outplay the Bulls.
Okay, that's fine. So did
It's a
Patrick
team
Ewing was
game.
able to elevate his team better than Pippen could, correct?
I mean, if you want to call it elevating the team to put extra glaze on Ewing, have at it.
Okay, no problem.
That's just you. That's just you.
So now we're putting extra glaze on it because he did his job.
Yeah, you guys are being hella disingenuous.
Jay,
Hey, at the end
the
of
only
the day,
nigga that's
there's
been
no case.
disingenuous right now has been FYF talking
I
about
bet-
he doesn't
I bet-
judge him based
I
off of
bet-
the
I
regular
bet I'm
season only, dog. Let's just stop, bro.
I
Hey,
bet
by the way, brother, Scottie
uh,
Pippen in 93, 94 was not a top 3 player. Hey, Let's just stop. and can I ask him something real quick? So FYF, do you feel that Pippen dropped from the regular season to the playoffs that year? Yes or
I
no?
don't remember Pippen's numbers in the playoffs.
Would you like me to tell you? How can you not remember Pippen's numbers, but you're saying Yeah, he's a that's top 3 funny. player Yeah, in that's the a good NBA that question. year?
I don't remember Pippen's numbers that year because as everybody, the one thing I do know is that wasn't one of his greatest playoffs. And when we're talking about great players, I typically like to when I'm talking about great players, it's the great things that stick to my memory, not the low.
So his production didn't match what he did in the
know what,
regular season.
Lamont?
Not making him a top 3 player.
Why are they talking like they're making good points? Like, why are they talking like they make great points?
Exactly.
They're not making any. They're not making
bro.
any. They are literally using a talking point from Low and Mars, bro. Low and Mars started this playoff translation nonsense, bro. This idea that your regular season numbers have to be compared to your playoff numbers is I've never heard that until I came on TikTok, bro. I've never heard that a day in my life, bro. Scottie Pippen averaged 22 points per game in the regular season, 22 points per game in the playoffs, bro. Like, what is he talking about? He played 12 games in the playoffs, bro. 12 games in the playoffs cannot be compared to 82 games in a regular season.
And
like,
I
just
want to
can't make that
piggyback off
comparison.
that, Go James. I would be disingenuous if I look at a guy for a whole season and see he averaged 40 for the whole season and expect him to continue to average that same 40 for this extended, like his numbers are just not going to go down playing the same team over and over over again.
You can't pretend that the NBA playoffs and the NBA regular season are the same game.
Exactly.
When every single
That's what I'm
player says that
saying, and
every
that's
year,
what
oh,
I'm
it's 2
comparing
different
it.
games. It's 2 different games, like 2 different seasons.
But
Yeah, 'cause they
Dream,
ended
that's
the
what
day
I was
because
saying,
yeah,
Dream,
go ahead.
earlier. I was saying this is why I was like, I have to separate it. Like I'm just like Jordan fans are not wrong for giving Jordan credit for his 10 scoring titles in the regular season. you credit the regular season. It's always mattered, just like it matters with Jordan and LeBron and all other great players. It matters with Pippen in this particular year. What his 93-94 regular season was great. It placed him in an echelon of players that had people like Isaiah Thomas, as I showed on the screen earlier, Charles Barkley, and even Dennis Rodman saying that he was a top 2 player in the league. Like, that's how well he was in the regular season that year. Now, if you want to be petty and nitpick the playoffs and say, impact this, like, for example, think about this, y'all. Anybody that says Patrick Ewing was this great raiser for his teammates, when I sat in a barbershop and was talking to Anthony Mason about Patrick Ewing, these motherfuckers were saying this was the worst teammate in basketball history. This motherfucker did not
You're not
pass.
the only one.
This motherfucker did not go with the game plan. This motherfucker would shoot them out of games. So, I was in a barbershop hearing Anthony Mason say this. You will hear Charles Oakley say this. You will hear John Stark say this. Again, all of the Knicks players, like, so even when you hear Knicks players, like, they're just crediting Ewing with shit just for the sake of this conversation to sound right. And it's not backed up by any Knick player. Ewing was not a raiser. Ewing was all about his numbers, getting to his points, getting to his shots, and would literally shoot his team out the game. And even if it meant shooting over 4 people. That's not a raiser. That's not who that Pippen was not like that. Pippen didn't even have the leeway to play like that in 93-94. Pippen had to come out and be great every single game. And if his shot wasn't falling, that motherfucker better have 15 rebounds or 10 assists. He better be doing something because they did not have any wiggle room for Pippen to have a bad game across the board in all facets of the game. He couldn't come out and have a weak defensive night, right? He had to either be great scoring or great facilitating the rebound. He had to be great at something every single night or the Bulls was losing. But nobody wants to give him
to talk about that, Scottie Pippen is still the only player in NBA history to lead his team in points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals for an entire season.
But they
said that 94 season.
Hold on,
they want him to replicate that.
No, I want to pull that up
too.
Hold on, I want to pull that up because
wait, in '94 didn't he lead
hold
the
on one
league in
second. Hold on one
defensive
second.
win
Hold on one
last
second.
year?
Please hold on one second. Hold on. I want to pull that up because when I said that, and I could be mistaken, Vision pulled it up and Vision said that Horace Grant led the team in rebounds and blocks. That's what he said. So I want to pull it up and double check.
No, if I'm correct, I was just looking at it right now. That is one of the things about Scottie Pippen. Let's go ahead and look at that. Let's go ahead and let me go double check that.
Hey, go James. Jordan did that in rookie season.
No, he didn't lead in all categories.
He led in points, assists, blocks, and steals.
Yeah, but not everything. Scottie led in every category, supposedly. So let me go double
I
check.
don't know.
No. I'm looking at it.
I don't know if
Horace Grant had 1.2 blocks per game, and Pippen had 0.8.
Okay.
And then for rebounds, Horace Grant had hold on. Horace Grant averaged 11 rebounds a game, while Pippen averaged 8.7. So he was right. That's why I said I thought that.
Are they not talking about totals?
Yeah, but even so,
yeah, I was about to say check totals because
Check
what if
totals.
Grant didn't play as many games?
Yeah, you are. No, you're right. If you go to totals, it is totals. My bad.
Yeah, totals.
Hold on. So if I go to totals, let me see.
For the regular season? Nah, because he's still gonna have less rebounds.
No,
He
because
still has less rebounds. He still has less rebounds.
Does he?
Yeah.
Pippen played 72 games. Horace Grant played 70. So yeah, it'll probably be pretty much the same. Even
it still play the same. Yeah, it's still the same. I could have sworn that was the thing about the difference.
That's what I said too.
It was 94-95 when he led in everything before Jordan came back. It was 94-95, fellas. Check 94 and 95.
That's where that sentiment came from. For some reason,
Yeah, that was the year that he.
And I think we attached that to 93-94 because that's the year that Pippen was
right.
Okay,
top three in
you're
MVP.
Right. In 95, Pippen led in rebounds. In 95, he was 0.2 less than Jordan, but Jordan only played 17 games.
Right.
He led them in steals, and he also led them in blocks. So yeah, that would So it was 95, not 90. Okay.
Hey, Juan boy, you just learned something from an old nigga.
man, shit.
And in 85,
don't get Juan Boy started, bro. He might.
I'm
blow
chilling. I'm
gasket,
on mute.
man.
I want what's the name to come up here.
No, man, you be
in 85, Jordan led in every category but blocks.
Yeah. I thought he did. I thought he led the blocks. My bad.
Yeah, that was the only one. They had a dude. He played 63 games. He came off the bench, but he was averaging 2 blocks per game coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Jawan
Pippen only asked Jordan to come back because Horace Grant left.
And then, but Charles Jones was on the team, but he didn't play. But Jordan was right behind him. Jordan had 0.8, so Jordan was second on the team, and he was number one in everything else. Rebounds, he was number one at 6.5. He was number one in assists with 5.9. He was definitely number one in steals at 2.4.
This is the thing. How is he out rebounding? How is he out rebounding Orlando Warriors, bro?
Rovers was on that crack. That's why he was on that pipe.
No. And Big Assassin. You know another thing, like, and this is why with rebounding, I always have to look. I look at it a little bit differently now because now that I'm coaching, a player's ability to rebound is also scheme, right? So, like if your scheme on your team is don't chase off after offensive boards. Always just get back. We're going to prioritize our half-court defense. Like sometimes playing that style is going to naturally reduce and impact your ability to collect more rebounds. So some coaches will send 2-3 to the ball on the offensive glass and you can collect extra rebounds. Or even your style of play. If your style of play leans towards you running certain sets where you're bringing your big out the paint to screen the guard and the guard's taking jumpers and like that's gonna hamper the big's ability to get certain rebounds depending on the style of play. So that's why I say with rebounding, I also have to look at it with a side eye. So when I see 7-footers or when I see players, it's hard for me to tarnish them for rebounds. And then also you have to look at the fact that players like Russell Westbrook was chasing rebounds to a detriment. Sometimes if you're chasing rebounds and you're going for rebounds, you're going to compromise and sacrifice the integrity of your defense because if you don't get that rebound, then other team's off to the races now. There's nobody to protect us in the backcourt. So it's hard. It's like I have to – some of this stuff I don't look at the same anymore because it's all scheme, and coaches play a large role in this.
I do agree with that because when I played high school ball, it was some teams he would ask us to crash the boards, and when you playing a team that can get out and run, you ask to get your ass back. You know what I'm saying? So I most definitely understand what you're saying when it comes to that.
And that's why I say sometimes with certain categories, I try to give grace. Even with Pippen's efficiency, I give grace. Phil Jackson said we needed him to take bad shots, and that's why I say sometimes some of this stuff I think we be overkilling on these players. We don't understand that these coaches be asking these players to do stuff sometimes that either takes away from their stats or also could inflate your stats depending on what they ask you to do. Hold on, but I keep playing this shot.
Hey, I got a question though. Is Vision a fan of Patrick Ewing?
No. He's a fan of trying to be right, even though he's wrong.
We don't. No. Amari, here's the thing. We don't know any of Vision's takes because, from my experience with them, they only want to question your take as opposed to give their own. Or it's like I don't like people that are scared to put their actual takes, their subjective takes, to the fire for us to judge. Like Goat James Kingdom will say controversial takes about Anthony Davis's defense. That's him looking at the game, putting a controversial take out there for everybody to scrutinize. I don't like people who will literally scrutinize everyone else's subjective takes, but then you have no subjective takes of your own for us to scrutinize, but you will literally hide behind a whole bunch of numbers and that we can't argue. The numbers just start to paint the outline of the picture. Your eye test gives it the color and we all will paint the picture with different colors. It's going to look a little different. Like that's our subjectiveness. And with basketball, you can't just hide behind numbers all the time. You're going to have to at least step up to the plate and give some real basketball talk instead of just hiding behind numbers. And that's why I think when they use that playoff translation that Goat James Kingdom was talking about, that's just you hiding behind numbers, being scared to address the game, the matchup, right? What's really going on, my opinions on X, Y, and Z, and you scared to maybe like we just did with Big Assassin, scared to be wrong, right? Scared to have to concede some points, right? You might have to reanalyze how you see the game. I've said this a whole bunch of times. There's been a lot of times where you have to reanalyze some stuff.
You know what
just
I do.
Go ahead, Mahari. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, just like the times when I tried to tell you about Ben Simmons, and you were the one person that stood in the pocket of Ben Simmons the whole time, when I clearly told you what Ben Simmons was the whole time. Don't think I remember that.
No. You know, hold on, Mahari. I'm gonna be like Vision. The stats supported me.
I don't care about the stats, though, bro.
Ben Simmons.
Listen, hold on, you guys. Here's the thing, though. I've known
Not too much on Ben Simmons, man. Philly, we back. Philly back.
Now, listen, hold on. I'm just telling y'all about Lamont, though, bro. Because me and Lamont had legendary debates about Ben Simmons. He tried to support it by the stats, and I try to tell him, hey, bro, the guy is not aggressive on the offensive end.
No, I supported it by the potential.
Even though. By the potential, there you go. But after what happened after what happened when we saw it against Atlanta and when we saw all the time in the playoffs, was I right?
Now here's my thing.
Me,
I'm gonna tell you where I went wrong with.
You know, I was right.
This is where I went wrong with Ben Simmons. Coming out of LSU with his style of play, right? You know, remember, think about it. I've already said, you know, I love defenders, the great defensive players. I always want to see them thrive and succeed.
Yes, you do.
And so with Ben Simmons, bro, I so desperately just wanted to see him just blossom and be great. I mean, as a basketball player, think about this. We sit on video games. When you create a player, that motherfucker typically starts to measure out to be goddamn Ben Simmons. He's a creative player.
Absolutely.
And so when you look at this, it's just like, I really hope you don't waste this shit. You are literally a one-of-a-kind human being, and you have an opportunity with just by sheer God-given gifts to be great.
Mm-hmm.
Man, go be great, man. And this motherfucker literally threw away his whole goddamn career, man, over women. I talked to his brother. His brother coaches at Colorado Christian. This motherfucker just threw his career in the garbage can. I mean, it's just like, God damn, man, it didn't work, man.
Yeah,
you know what,
told
Mahar, you was right. You know, I give you that. You was right. And you know, I wanted him to be great. That motherfucker let me down. Man.
I know you did. He had the stuff though. He deadass had the stuff. He proved it though. Like he deadass moved up the ranks. He's one of the top two-way guards in the NBA before that shit happened. All defense.
Right.
One of the best playmakers. 6'10". Guard 1 through 5.
Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second, Dream.
Dream, he's a creative player, Dream. They ain't a real person. He's a creative player.
Hold on.
He wasted that shit.
Think about it, Dream.
Motherfucker couldn't create a jump shot.
Hold on a second. Hold on, you guys. Hold on a second, though, guys. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me say this Let me say this though, because Lamont is right. Look, what Ben Simmons had, he had the intangibles. He had the skill set. The thing that he didn't have was the mentality to be great.
No. You know what? No, it's what Johnny always says. Johnny was right all along. Ben Simmons proves it. He's been telling us all that intangible shit is fake. I believed in those bullshit intangibles, and those motherfucking intangibles let me down. The only thing you can believe in is people that could just show and prove. Either you got it or you don't.
That's why.
And at the end of the
LeBron
day,
seen Ben Simmons said, "Fuck them intangibles."
Right. And now you look at his career. You look at this career now he's trying to find another job in the NBA. Good luck with that.
Damn them intangibles.
He's professional bass fishing now or something like that, man.
The worst part about it is if he had the intangibles and no skill, it don't matter. That's the whole point. Because he can have all the intangibles without the skills, it don't matter.
I think the defensive skills were there and the playmaking skills were there. Like the defensive skills were there and the playmaking skills were there. I think part of it was the setup of our team, or the 76ers team. It's like I'd always felt like, if Ben Simmons can't become a perimeter player, Joel Embiid being an inside player, Jimmy Butler being a driver, it might be hard for him to, And then he's a head case. I didn't know he was a head case. Like that's a whole different element to.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I'm not gonna lie. Here's the thing, though, Dream.
LSU knew he was a head case even back then when he was in college, because he basically never put his best effort out there on the court.
Yeah, Dream. I put his scouting report on my YouTube page. I found his scouting report coming out of college. Them motherfuckers said this motherfucker. They said this motherfucker was lazy, didn't work, didn't want to listen. We don't know if this motherfucker gonna work.
He was a prima donna.
He had to hear shit.
They killed him.
He was the man at Mount Verb.
Yeah, he was the man in Mount
He was the
Vernon.
man.
He was the best player in his class from like end of his sophomore year, junior year, senior year, and in LSU. So I feel like he just didn't work
I'm not
hard.
gonna lie, college,
He didn't work hard.
Yo, he set himself apart in college. Like in college, he was good, bro. Like,
nah, remember in college though. Hold on, no, remember at LSU, that white dude was
talking all this nonsense.
No, the white dude on LSU was. Hold on, we gotta get back on topic though. But nah, Ben Simmons definitely.
Finish it up.
Yeah,
Ben
real
Simmons
quick.
definitely.
Now,
but hold on, I want to finish this video. At least play a little bit.
yeah.
More.
I wanted to ask you a question.
I might not get through the whole thing, but I want to play a little bit more.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question about Pippen. Do you think more players play like Pippen today than they play like Jordan?
Yes, you have to, because like in today's game, in today's game more than ever, versatility, you have to have it. You can't just come in as a one-trick pony. And the one-trick ponies are the ones that are finding themselves out the league. Like, for example, if you're coming into the league and you're just a back-to-the-basic big man, these guys are finding themselves out the league, right?
Yeah, Joe, what's his name? Jaleel Okafor?
Jaleel Okafor.
Yo, another sad story, man.
No, it's not a sad story. It's not a sad story because he was great in the wrong era. I mean, if Okafor,
if he played now, he would be great.
No, if Okafor came in the 90s, he would have shit on the 90s. He would have been great. But in this era, where he's just wrong era. That's all. What's up?
Can I ask you a question? Is a rookie? Is a rookie that's coming in averaging 28.6 rebound, shooting guard averaging 28.6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block. Is that a one-trick pony, or is that a damn good player?
It depends on how he's getting his points. So today, you're coming in, because if we're talking about a rookie coming in, everybody's coming in from somewhere with great numbers at some point in time. So now we have to look at, okay, how are you getting your buckets? So if you're getting for example, I got a 7-footer. And I have a 7-footer coming in, but this dude is operating on all 3 levels, face up, triple threat, and he can score on all 3 levels. And he's getting 28 versus I have another big man 7-footer, but he's just an inside force post player in college. Well, the versatility is going to be more valuable in today's game. So
I'm saying in reference to Michael Jordan, because it sounds like to me you just call him a one-trick pony. You know what I'm saying? And Jordan was more than a scorer.
No.
When he said that about Jordan, he didn't say that about Jordan.
I didn't say nothing about Jordan.
No, when he asked him,
about Jaleel.
Do you see players today emulating Scottie Pippen or Jordan? And you was like, no, I see more people doing the Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, but Jordan wasn't a one-trick pony though.
That wasn't for you.
Okay, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. That's all I was asking.
No. I'm saying Scottie Pippen, the way Scottie Pippen plays the game. Again, you got the Thompson brothers. It's kind of similar MO. You got Cade Cunningham, kind of that same MO. Think of the guys.
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, these guys right here, they are finding they are learning how to operate. Even Aaron Gordon, who's kind of expanded his game, he's becoming more of that Scottie Pippen style, not just defending, but being able to shoot the 3 all over the court, operating on all 3 levels. Like that versatility now is king. All right, as opposed to guys like it's harder for catch and shoot guys. If you're just solely catch and shoot, you would thrive in the 90s. It's harder for you just to be catch and shoot in today's game and get a lot of time on the court. So
you're a tool guy now. If that's what you.
Yeah, like the shooter of Detroit, the white dude who came from Miami, Duncan Robinson.
Sniper. Yeah,
but even Tim Hardaway Jr. Catching
he doesn't really fit with Detroit either.
But they needed a replacement for Malik Beasley. They needed a replacement for Malik Beasley. So again, we're starting to see a changing of the guard because players that used to be extremely valuable, like LeBron James in the early 2000s, 2010s, that motherfucker would love to have a Duncan Robinson. But again, the game is starting to change now, and that style, that in and of itself just isn't as valuable, right? You need the more utility guys. They can do a lot of things.
Yeah, it is like the era of the wing. I think the wing is really important, especially when teams try to play fast and you need rebounders that aren't bigs or guards. Wings can rebound, play defense. Scottie Pippen kind of is like what you're looking for today.
It's more the era of the athlete.
Piggyback off that though, because
it's the era of the athlete.
Well, yeah, the athlete, but the best athletes to me, I could be wrong about it, are the wings, the 3-and-D wings that could defend more positions, put the ball on the ground. They are the best athletes on the court.
And if you haven't noticed, I kind of feel like the NBA is reverting back to the old days. And if you look at all the teams. All of the best teams now have a dominant rim protecting center. Like during the Curry era, or you want to say this hyper 3-ball era, you didn't really need that dominant of a center. Now the NBA is transitioning where you need Chet, Isaiah Hartenstein.
Oh yeah.
Victor
Personnel's changed.
Well, I think I think
Duren.
most teams are focused on getting point of attack defenders. Like if you can't stop the ball at the point of attack, you are cooked.
But I'm saying, look at all the great teams in the NBA. They all have elite rim protectors.
No, hold on. No, the best defensive teams in today's game.
We're the Lakers one. We need one.
The best defensive teams in today's game got great point of attack. Look at OKC, bro. Their point of attack defense with Dort and Caruso and all them guys, and Case and Wallace, them motherfuckers stop the goddamn ball before you even get close to the paint.
Right, but what is considered? But you got these guys like Wembanyama, who is deterring guys from easy looks.
Yeah, but you can't take
protecting a rim.
But
you know what I'm saying?
that's the problem was Wembanyama is again, you're taking another fake player. He's a creative player. He's a cheat code. Like you can't give me the cheat code.
Jalen Duren is doing it too.
No, Jalen Duren's great, but also. But if you look at their point of attack with Kay Cunningham, Thompson, and all the other guys, they got great point of attack defense. Like Rudy Gobert proved. Rudy Gobert single-handedly proved if you don't have great point of attack defense, your rim protector can get embarrassed a lot. Like when he was with Utah, you had motherfuckers saying Rudy Gobert was a bad defender, and it was all because Mike Conley, Jordan Clarkson, and all these scrubs getting blown by. Rudy Gobert, this motherfucker got to contest so many shots at the rim. He getting dunked
he out there with
on.
Joe Ingles.
He's scrambling.
Ain't played no defense.
And casual fans were like, Rudy Gobert trash, man. He getting dunked on. I said, man, goddamn, give him a little grace. These motherfuckers getting cooked on the perimeter.
Yeah, if I'm out there with Joe Ingles, I'm going to
be
get dunked
loving
on
to hate
too.
on Rudy Gobert, Lamont. They be hating on Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert do nothing but protect the rim and
Yeah,
be elite.
I hate the Rudy Gobert story, honestly. I don't understand it.
Rudy Gobert is one of the greatest defenders.
How you hate Rudy Gobert and y'all niggas like Mutombo?
Right. No, I hate the slander on Rudy Gobert because it doesn't sound like it makes basketball sense. They'll say that he's bad because they saw Doncic cross him up and hit a step back. Like, that's Luka Doncic.
Yeah, that's Luka.
Yes,
he's anchored the best defenses. Like the last how many? Right, the Utah
almost
Jazz
10 years.
Was like one of the best defenses because of him. Like
single-handedly.
this dude is nice.
And that's why I say the way we talk basketball now is we so thirsty to just shit on them that we just not giving nobody their flowers. That's why I say I love 90s basketball media is because when Mutombo was great, bro, it didn't matter what the team's record was. They gave him his flowers, right? Alonzo Mourning struggling with the Hornets, they gave him his flowers, right? And Rudy Gobert done got how many 4 defensive player of the years? And we got people
like
still
4?
saying he trash. And it's just like, damn, how do you do this? Jordan got one, and that one carried his whole defensive legacy. Bro, he got 4 DPOYs, man, and people saying
we see Rudy out here every year.
Remember, they only respect your defense if you have offense. That's why for Jordan. Remember, you said that, but for Jordan, when we asked him to show us how elite Jordan defense is, they go show you Jordan scoring. That's what they go do. They go show you Jordan scoring.
Yeah, like Tony Allen was a great defender.
He was
really
defending the ball from his defender, so he had to score.
Yeah, and Lamar, let's finish up what you were playing. So
what y'all doing right now? Let's keep this shit running, man.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, bro. This
so
is
are you saying
session.
if your production declines from the regular season to the playoffs, it means that your regular season doesn't mean anything?
Well, no, absolutely not. But that means that your regular season isn't validated by what you do in the playoffs, right?
No,
that means that the top 3 player that you supposedly were isn't validated based off of what happened in the playoffs and your playoff performance.
Y'all were only bringing up the playoffs.
Is more important, correct?
The only low moment in 93-94 that you can come up with for Pippen.
So are the playoffs? Is the playoffs more important?
That's the main reason. That's the most important reason, though.
It's not the most important because the Bulls had no expectation to win a title in 93-94.
Nigga, you expect to play like a top 3 player, like you want him to do, right?
No, I said the Bulls had no expectation.
Yeah, but he didn't play like a top 3 player in the playoffs, though.
The same way you guys didn't expect Jordan to win without Pippen.
But he did not play like a top 3 player.
I already told you he did not play well in the playoffs.
So can I read you these numbers that he dropped real quick, since you don't know?
I know he dropped.
So if he doesn't do it, if he just does it in the regular season, but then doesn't do it in the playoffs, how can you call him a top 3 player
I
within
said
that year?
In the playoffs. So first of all, when they went up against the Knicks at that time, The Knicks were looked at as one of the best defenses in that particular season. It was just a horrible matchup for the Wolves.
Oh,
the Knicks
so
had
tough.
their number, and without Jordan on the floor, Jordan was the equalizer to what the Knicks did great, especially on the interior. They did not have that anymore. The matchup.
So why didn't the top three player Pippen elevate them?
So that became that. Hold on, to beat the Knicks, you would have to have a good team. Not just a single.
Lamar, did he say why did he elevate them? Because they think Jordan elevates people. They think Jordan elevates players. They really think other players elevate other players, bro. Unless you're a playmaker, you don't elevate no players, bro. Unless you're making passes and getting players in the right position to score, you are not elevating nobody. Unless you're a rim protector. Yeah, and unless you're a rim protector, you ain't helping nobody on defense. Hands down. That's just how it works, ladies and gentlemen. So this fabrication that Jordan all of a sudden is making players better is nonsense, bro. It's nonsense. Like it's clear nonsense.
It's making them. It's more along the lines of accountability, and having greater expectations from them. That's all that is.
No, that's the mystique.
No, hold on, no, Gene. Basketball's like this. This is remember, what's his name for the Phoenix Suns? Dylan Brooks. He said it best. Right? After the game, they were talking to him. They said, what was going through your mind when Dylan Brooks went out the game? What's the first thing he said? Shit, when he went out the game, I said to myself, I can take more goddamn shots. At the end of the day, when a great player leaves, it's not about these guys get better because their opportunity to do more just increases. Like Alex Caruso. His opportunity to do more with OKC, his role increased with OKC, so he's doing more versus what he did with the Lakers. These guys get better when they finally get an opportunity to shine and show what they can do. That's when their production goes up, right?
It can't be the fact that if we're in practice and you see your best player going hard, it makes you go hard.
No,
it makes you put in more.
No, because you don't get to the NBA. You don't get to the NBA. You don't get to the NBA not playing hard. These guys, Pippen came from NAIA college to the NBA. That motherfucker was playing hard. I promise you.
Thank
so
you.
No, hold on, G. Hold on. No, he didn't say it. No, he didn't.
No, Lamar, that's a lie. First of all, that's a lie, Gene, because let me tell you something. Nobody worked harder and did anything harder than Kobe Bryant, and that didn't help nobody get better, work harder in practice. LeBron shows up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for a game. No other player does it because LeBron's doing that, bro. Other players don't make players show up for practice. When Carmelo Anthony saw all those players going to practice with Kobe Bryant in 2008, what did he say? I ain't doing that. I ain't waking up at 4 in the morning to go practice. So it has nothing to do with your best player. Now all of a sudden, all players are just going to fall in line and do all that nonsense. That's bull crap, straight up and down. Scotty himself said,
"You sitting here trying to tell me that Scottie Pippen didn't benefit playing with MJ?"
Hold on.
That's two different things.
Of course, you're going to benefit playing with a great player like Jordan. Nobody's not saying that. Nobody said that.
Another one.
No, hold on. No one said that. No one said no. He got better because Scottie Pippen was already a good player.
Go to bullshit.
What do you mean? Why can so why did Jordan do that with Brad Sellers?
Pippen was coming off the bench, right?
Why didn't Jordan do that with Brad Sellers?
That person chose not to do that.
That's our point. Scotty was his own man and did his own thing.
No. What I'm saying is, if me and you playing against each other every day in practice,
I wish I was mine, bro.
We playing.
They're not playing against each other every day in practice, sir. Jordan and Chicago Bulls have a practice regimen. It's not to watch Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen play against each other. That's not how it works. They're on the same team. They're on the same team on the practice team. They're on the same team in the practice squad.
They played them against each other. That's what they guarded.
Man, Craig Hodges already said that.
You can go on the internet and see that.
Hey, Gene, who told you this?
So we can we say Scottie Pippen made Jordan a better defender because Jordan was never a great defender until Scottie got there?
Jordan wasn't a great defender.
Until Scottie got there.
Jordan won Defensive Player of the Year in '88.
When Scottie was there at practice with him.
Okay, look. I know all of y'all don't like Jordan. It's obvious, right?
No, sir. Sir, do you admit that Michael Jordan didn't win Defensive Player of the Year until he was playing Scottie Pippen in practice?
All I'm saying is this, man. In order for us to have a true dialogue,
we don't care about what you said. Just answer the question.
Let him go, guys. Let him go. I want to hear this. I want to hear. Let him go. Let him go, Robert. Go ahead, G. Go ahead, G.
It's just so disrespectful, man.
Go ahead, G. Go, G. Come on, one way.
Come up here looking like Tag.
Disagree, but in order to have a dialogue, one person talk, the other person respond.
You gotta tell him. You ain't saying nothing, man. I ain't trying to hear.
Go ahead, Gene. Tell us your lies about Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Go ahead, please.
What lies?
It's a lie. Michael Jordan did not make Scottie Pippen. That's a lie.
I'm not saying he made them. I'm saying they made each other better. That's all I'm saying. Number one. Number two. And when you said Jordan was a great defender in 1988 when he won Defensive Player of the Year, he should have won in 87. His numbers was better than Cooper. They gave it to Cooper. You go back and look that up.
Stats now. Y'all talking about stats?
Every category.
Talking about stats? They don't give players awards for stats.
On-ball defense, perimeter play. He was just a better defender.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Even Michael Jordan admitted. Even Michael Jordan admitted he wasn't as good as an on-ball defender, bro. Bro, because you're lying. Jordan himself admitted he wasn't as good as an on-ball defender or ball denier as Michael Cooper. And he tried to use his stats to say that he should have got the Defensive Player of the Year award. He tried to use stats, things that you guys said we shouldn't be using. Stats.
If we go off stats, Hakeem Olajuwon should have won that defensive
Exactly. Hakeem should have clearly won that shit, bro. Clear.
Hold on, no, because if we go off stats, did Steph Curry have a case to be DPOY when he led the league in steals?
Ooh.
Did AI and Magic Johnson?
Not answer the question, G. Answer the question.
Jordan won 3 steals titles 3 times too. He didn't get it. What's your point?
No. You just said the stats.
The point is he didn't make an all-defensive team. Lamont. The point is that Lamont. The point is Lamont.
Okay, if that's the case, Chris Paul should have won 6 times because he led the league 6 times in steal. I'm not talking about that.
Again, Michael Jordan did not make an all-defensive team in 1987. So not only did the media not vote him as a good defensive player, the coaches said he wasn't a good defensive player. He only became a good defensive player when he started playing Scottie Pippen in practice. Why are you fighting that so much?
Not fighting anything, man. I said
that's the truth. If you believe other players make other players better,
oh my God, we can't.
If you believe other players make other players better, why can't it be vice versa? Why can't other people make Jordan better? Why can't it be vice versa?
You're right, dog. Loud don't mean you're right.
It's not about being loud, sir. It's about being right.
It's not. You don't have to do it. In order to have a dialogue, respectfully, man. Every time I try to talk, you just overtalk me.
He said.
Okay, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. I mean, I apologize. No, go ahead. He right. Go ahead. You probably go ahead. You right. Go ahead. Because we don't like it when they do it to us.
I'm one of the main people say Jordan don't win without Pip. They needed each other. It was a team collective. Jordan ain't scoring 80-some points by himself.
To get back on topic. Hold on. To get back on topic, because I think you completely missed the topic of the show. Because this is not necessarily about that. The topic is 93-94 Scottie Pippen. Right? There were no one knew what Pippen could truly be without Jordan. Then all of a sudden, Michael Jordan surprises the basketball world. He's gone in a blink of an eye. And now Pippen overnight has to evolve, and he has to figure out how to be the man without no readiness, without no replacement for Jordan other than Pete Myers. And in 93-94, is it controversial? We're just talking about 93-94. Would you say it's controversial that Scottie Pippen elevated his play to the tune of being a top 3 player in the league in that specific season and surprised the basketball world with how good he could be as a number 1 option?
In my personal opinion, yes, I think he did everything. I think he was a great player. And I think Scottie Pippen I think Scottie Pippen got his teammates involved more. And I think even if I'm stand to be corrected, I think he won an All-Star MVP. And he really was getting some shine. He was getting some shine that year. Mm-hmm. And you look at his stats as far as what he was doing. He was leading stats in almost every category for the team.
And my thing is, and this goes back to what we were kind of originally talking about, is that only happened for Scottie Pippen because with Jordan gone, the opportunity for him to do more increased. And like to me, I'm real big about roles in basketball. And even Sharon Wright, who came up here, who played in the NBA. He said there's a lot of guys that could go score 20 in the league. But if that's not your role, you have to diminish your game. You just have to do less. You have to play into a role for the sake of the team. And
absolutely,
Pippen,
I agree. I totally agree with that.
I feel like Pippen just gets punished because he went and played a role. Yes, it won him a lot of championships, but it just won him no favor with fans, because with a lot of fans, like the Vision guy, if it doesn't show in the production or the points, you don't know how to correlate it. You only know how to, and I just think that's a disingenuous take. It takes away from what Scottie Pippen did. You're trying to measure his defense in numbers, right? And I just think he gets he doesn't get a fair shake from most Jordan fans. And I'm surprised that I'm running into so many 90s fans that are trying to convince me that Scottie Pippen wasn't a top 10 player of the 90s.
I'm a Jordan fan, and I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't no chip, no Pip, no chip. They go both ways. Pippen couldn't win without Jordan. Jordan couldn't win without Pip. I think to me, I think when you commit, I think back in the 90s, you had more specialists. Now you have more people that's more versatile, that can do more things. But I think, like you mentioned, a guy that came on there initially that was a former NBA player, I think he was absolutely right. A lot of people made the sacrifices. We just need you to do this, even though you can do that. And we need specialists in order. We need you to rebound. We need you to do this. And they played into whatever the team collectively in order for them to succeed. So I totally agree with what you're saying. Totally agree.
And like I say, and that's the unfortunate reality that Scottie Pippen has to go through. And you know what? That was the reality that Kobe Bryant feared, which is why he went rogue on the Lakers. Because the reality, as being a number 2 option, he started to see that if I stay as a number 2 option, what I'm starting to notice is that ain't no fan in the world gonna give me my just due. They're gonna be, because I'm diminishing, because I'm falling in line to win championships to the tune of a 3-peat. These motherfucking fans aren't happy with a 3-peat. They gonna diminish me for just falling in line with Phil Jackson and the coaches to go win championships. These fans ain't happy with This is why Johnny always says, y'all don't really care about championships. Because Pippen got 6 of them. He's 6-0. Yeah, y'all shitting on him for the stats. But then when a player gets the stats but's not 6-0, you shit on him for not being 6-0 with the stats. I don't get the logic, man. This is the most insane logic I've ever seen. It drove Kobe insane to the tune of pushing Shaq out of town, right? Just to prove that the full Kobe and Shaq could have literally been the greatest duo in NBA history that we've ever seen. If Kobe would have stayed locked in, them motherfuckers could have won 5-6 straight. Not just.
Well, you got to realize too, in Kobe's situation, a lot of that's immaturity, right? I mean,
no, it is. Immaturity is falling in. Immaturity is tricked by the media.
But I mean, a lot of that has to be. A lot of that's immature, in my opinion. A lot of that, some of that's. I mean, you got to realize he 21, 22 years old, had a world at his hand, all the media, whatever. Your ego's gonna get inflated, right? And then if you look at Kobe later years. And look at the one back when he was young, he's a totally different person because he started to understand what it was about. But at that time, I think he was so passionate trying to be like Jordan or far along those lines to where he wanted the glory. I think a lot of that played into that. And you have 2 alpha males trying to coexist. That's another thing, even to Pippen's favor. If Jordan has to be the guy, then I need to play this role. His willingness to do that says a lot about his character as well. But I think in Kobe's situation, it wasn't. It was he wanted his glory now.
I'm saying, think about this. You got a 3-peat, and how much more glory can you get? You own the best team in the league. You got the best coach in the league. You and Shaq are, at the time, can be considered 2 top 5 players in the league. You everything. You can't get no more glorious. And so that takes me to what people are planting these seeds of doubt in his head where he thinks I'm still not great enough. That's why Gilbert Arenas came up here and exposed to the world. It was Michael Jordan and in Michael Jordan's camp that started planting seeds in the media to say, oh, y'all doing too many comparisons of this little motherfucker to me. Make sure y'all understand that he can't be me if he a number 2 option. So now the seeds of doubt are starting to get planted from Jordan camp. And Jordan camp is giving this to the media.
As far as that, I don't know about all that, but I think if you look at the situation too, as far as Finals MVPs, right? So I mean that plays another part. I mean he was going to constantly get Finals MVPs because by the time they got to the East, there wasn't no real big man back then that could do anything with Shaq. They battles were with San Antonio and the West. So Kobe actually played he did a lot of heavy lifting against the San Antonio series, and he played an intricate part in that. He actually led them in scoring and all that. But once they got to New Jersey and Todd McCullough and all them, Shaq was going to just have his way, man. So if you getting finals MVP and all that, people are going to always say it's because of Shaq. I don't know whether or not it's Jordan. I don't know how much validity is in that. But I mean, people just in general, you're going to be like, well, Shaq is the man because he got the finals MVP all 3 years. So that's how it's going to be viewed. Even though I was at the game in 2000 when they played Indiana. I was there, and Shaq fouled out. Kobe won that game. It was just one game, but it was on the road, but it was important because Shaq fouled out. But it's still finals MVP still goes. It went to Shaq because he basically numbers was crazy.
That game, Shaq fouled out. Didn't he dominate that game?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that game went into overtime. Shaq was out.
So you talking about moments in the series as an overall, as opposed to the overall series?
No, but the difference is this. No, the difference is this.
I'm not in no way, shape, or form. I'm saying Shaq numbers don't deserve MVP. Not at all. 38-16. That ain't even. Come on, man. We know who to do this. All I'm saying is, in that particular time when Shaq fouled out, Kobe stepped up big for them to get that victory on the road, right? But then in year 2 and year 3, I think Kobe played a bigger role opposed to the year 1. And what he was saying earlier, how they could have won several more titles, I totally agree. But I think a lot of that had to do with immaturity and the fact that, when you that young and you want the attention, I think all that played a part in that.
No, but that's what Lamont is trying to say is that sentiment that Kobe was getting was coming from the media, and that was something that never existed prior to that Kobe situation due to Mike. So what he's saying is like, and it's true. Imagine if Scottie Pippen was being told his championships didn't count. Scottie probably would have left the Bulls too, like he did, like Kobe did. But he did it because at that time, no one was knocking Scottie Pippen for being a second. Nobody ever knocked a guy for being an option on a team. You were a part of winning a championship team. If you're making the All NBA team and the All Defensive team, ain't nobody looking at you and saying, "Oh, you only good because you're with Mike." No, it was Mike and Scottie. It was always Mike and Scottie.
Right.
So,
Agree.
So Scottie never had to deal with what Kobe had to deal with when it was Shaq and Kobe. People were trying to say, no, it's just Shaq. No one did that to Scottie. So that's what Lamont's trying to express is that this sidekick role or this second option role and diminishing somebody for not being the main man on the team didn't start until Kobe started getting the comparisons to Jordan.
Yes,
Jordan didn't like the idea of Kobe getting up because again, Kobe is a shooting guard winning a 3-peat championship, and he's
by
on the
year
verge,
4. He had 3 by
and they're
year
on the
6.
verge to win, and they're on the verge to win more while Michael Jordan's coming back into the league. Nah, we gotta quell this. I got 6 championships as the main guy. Scottie Pippen's was not. That's why Scottie's mad at Mike, because Mike is the one out here pushing this narrative about how he was just some solo entity that did everything to make the Bulls what they were, and that's.
Well, I don't know. And the first thing Mike said in his speech, man, the first thing when he walked up to the podium and everybody sat down, he said, in all those previews up there, you don't see Michael Jordan. You see every time you see a picture, you see Scottie Pippen. I thought he acknowledged him. I don't think he, in that sense, I think he acknowledged the fact that you can't win without Pippen. I don't think they can win without
Pippen. But he turned around and shit on him on the last dance.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That was before people started saying LeBron's the GOAT. That's the point. He was
he started shitting on his whole team after the last
He already
dance.
took care of Kobe. Kobe never got the 6 championships. He already knew that was what, 2009, 2008.
Yeah.
So he didn't know LeBron was on the way. When LeBron came, he had to create a whole new narrative, which was the last dance. And that's when Scottie drew the line. Like, yo, bro, now you really tripping, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, stop it. Like, it's too much.
That shit ain't all that. The media, decade through decade, all these great players coming along, they got to compare them to Jordan. So they always throw something in there. They move the goalpost, so you got to add this, that, and the third. Oh, he lost in the finals. Now he can't, like, all this shit to protect Jordan. All of this shit from Kobe to LeBron.
Well, think about it like this. If you go back beyond, like if we go into the 80s, right, when it was Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, when it was Bird and McHale, when it was Magic and Kareem, There was no trying to put one over the other. Yeah, some people would say, yeah, maybe Bird's better than McHale, or maybe Isaiah Thomas is better than Dumars. But there were never these sentiments that Joe Dumars was ever less than because he was playing behind, or McHale was less than because he was playing behind Bird. Like, there was never these sentiments. That only started at one point in time. And now that's carrying on even into today. And now that's impacting the Scottie Pippen conversation. Because as I was even talking to those guys yesterday, the one thing that they just kept saying was Pippen was never that man. He was never that dude. Oh, he was a number 2 option. So being a number 2 option literally erases all of your accolades, accomplishments, greatness, accolades, all because you just fell in line to play a role to help the team win championships. And that's where these conversations get diluted. And that's why I say it's just literally poison the well in all these conversations. Since it started with Kobe, it's poisoned them all. And just in that conversation yesterday, you just listen to how poisoned their minds are, because the way they diminish Scottie Pippen is sad. All because he played a role. That's it.
In reality, it's all because Jordan's career is not enough, Lamont. That's why, because Jordan's career is not enough. Because if Jordan was great enough, you wouldn't have to do none of this for Jordan. You wouldn't have to do none of it. That's really the truth.
You know how people talk about Grant Hill, how he was like the first point forward and this and that and blah blah blah. I feel like if Scottie Pippen had more years,
how was you a
that people
point
could have
forward
seen.
before Scottie Pippen though?
I'm about to say that. Like if Scottie Pippen had his own team, I think he would be respected more as like the godfather of that position, of that style.
But you know what, Dream? I know that's not true.
If Jesse Jeffries didn't exist, Scottie Pippen would be respected in basketball. Because in basketball, Scottie's respected, bro.
Because I think Pippen's like is top. I think very highly of Scottie Pippen.
But Dream, we know that's not true. We know that's not true because the only thing that happens when you get placed on your own team by yourself is you win less. Like, think about, do we ever bring up Dominique Wilkins in any of these conversations? Dominique Wilkins got placed on his team by himself. And you know what happened to his legacy? All we know him for is his dunking and dunk contest. Don't nobody talk about great Dominique Wilkins games, moments, none of that. Because you know what? He was on his own team, put up hella fire. I'm talking about this man was putting up ridiculous numbers by himself. But you know what? We don't give a damn. We don't give a damn. So even if Pippen was on his own team by himself, let's say they get sent to the Sacramento Kings and Mitch Richmond ain't there. He just would have been a really good player on the Kings that we forgot about while Jordan be winning championships or something else like that. That's all that would have happened. So again, everybody tries to claim, like even this thing with LeBron when they say, man, we wish LeBron would have stayed with the Cavs and just did it the hard way. Like with that Dr. J statement, if he was just won one championship with the Cavs, that's more, bro, we know you're lying because we have examples in NBA history where guys literally in NBA history get forgotten because they were placed in those situations. You don't care about great players that don't win. Damian Lillard's career, 10, 20 years after Damian Lillard is done, because of he didn't win championships, it will be forgotten, right? All these guys that didn't win, they're gonna start to wisp away after they retire because there's no legacy that's left behind. We don't care about the guys. So when I see guys go chase championships, I understand why. I understand the importance in having to go get them rings and not leaving your legacy in the hands of these sorry-ass GMs. That's an important thing. That's important.
I just don't think it's far-fetched to say that Scottie Pippen could have led a championship team that wasn't the Chicago Bulls. I think he's that good. I think that, like, no one else was really doing all of the things at the same time that Scottie Pippen was doing during the time he was playing basketball.
But think about it like this. If Pippen stays on the Supersonics with Gary Payton and Sean Kemp, and Olden Polynice stays with the Chicago Bulls, I feel very confident in saying that the goddamn Supersonics would have won a couple championships in the 90s. That's the difference between winning and losing. Like a one dumb GM making one dumb move, and you done fucked up the whole organization's trajectory. That's all it is.
Remember when you asked Mr. Winters that shit? He told you that, I don't know, probably.
bro, that would have been a team that nobody could have. How the hell are you gonna deal with Gary Payton and Scottie Pippen in the goddamn 90s?
That's
And this is what they do, Lamont. You see what HG is saying, right? Y'all don't realize how great Jordan's scoring was. But when I tell them Jordan was the reason why they lost in 1988 because of his scoring, now it becomes all these other aspects and all these other things. Again, bro, these dudes just can't help themselves, bro. Again, it's okay to be a Jordan fan and admit that you just have Jordan as GOAT because of that. But what is not okay is you acting like you a basketball savant because you have Jordan as the GOAT. That's the real problem. You can put on his sneakers and look fly, but you can't talk about him and think that you know how to talk basketball because you know Michael Jordan's the GOAT. That don't make no sense. Y'all are the worst, bro. Y'all need to talk better basketball, bro. The worst, bro. Tired of that shit, man.
But besides that year, Jordan took whatever it took to win NBA championships.
Not in '89, because again, I told you lost 3 straight years in a row.
You see, you're holding on to something that's just okay, a mistake. So what?
3 years is a mistake,
bro. Against the Pippins, against the Jordan, the Pippins
Not this nigga again.
You know that, right?
Yo, don't come up here talking about lying about that physicality.
Let him cook,
like
y'all.
that.
Let him cook.
We don't care. We don't care who he was playing with.
He's not cooking.
He's
and wings in the microwave, nigga.
Bro,
man, he making cereal, man.
LeBron, like you get me?
Let him talk. Let me ask a question. Lamont, no. Let's put him on the big screen.
To get stopped.
Please. Well, let me ask you a question. Is the Detroit Pistons, regardless of that situation, Detroit Pistons, they were like one call away from a 3-peat. Would you not say they wasn't a great team?
Yeah, and Jordan was 3 choke jobs away from winning the championship.
No, you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting.
So because he didn't lead the team to victory, that takes away you taking away from Detroit being a great team.
I don't never heard of a team with no All NBA player, no All Defensive player we considered a great team. They were not a great team. They just beat Michael
Dennis
Jordan.
Rodman won Defensive Player of the Year twice on that team. Yeah, but not when they won the titles.
Not in 1988.
Bro, it didn't care.
No, okay, what's the guy that's
you don't
the
gotta
host?
be an all-star to make a fucking foul.
I'm the host. Lamont just stepped, but I'm the host as well. Go James King. Hey John. Okay. Yeah, I'm co-hosting.
You speak to him.
You can speak to me about it because I
don't gotta be an
He
all-star
said
to make a
like
fucking foul.
we can have dialogue.
No, I can have a dialogue. I just want to know why Jordan choked in 1988.
I asked about the Pistons, and then you want to take it to that. I just asked.
There you go, Michigan 2011.
Okay, Gene, the 1988 Pistons had no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on the roster. They didn't have a Defensive Player of the Year. They didn't have none of that. They didn't have none of that. So they were not that great.
It's G. Be quiet, man. Let the man talk.
That's the point. Bron didn't choke in 2007. Not chill.
He talking about 2011 is
LeBron didn't choke in 2011 or in 2007. He didn't choke.
Yeah, when he always lose the All NBA player. So you
players.
saying Jordan choked 3 years and Bron didn't choke in 2011?
MJ didn't choke
again. Michael Jordan choked again.
MJ didn't choke.
MJ didn't choke, bro.
Again, wow. MJ was the league MVP.
He got fouled. He got bullied. That's what it was.
He got fouled. He got bullied. Okay,
MJ was the league MVP. He was
excuses.
Y'all gotta let me talk. I'm gonna kick all y'all off. If y'all ain't gonna let me get this take off. Again, Jordan was the league MVP. He was Defensive Player of the Year. He was All NBA First Team, All Defensive First Team. He was the All-Star starter, All-Star MVP. He was the Defensive Player of the Year. He was the steals champ, scoring champ. When was LeBron James ever that and lost to a team that had no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on their roster?
You're just giving me MJ's higher standard.
Huh?
That's exactly what I'm trying. That's what I'm holding Jordan to. That standard that he is.
But they lost because they had to foul him.
No, they didn't. That's not why they beat Jordan.
Hold on. So it's G. Are you saying that if we pull up a game from any of those playoff series right now, we're gonna see the Pistons fouling Jordan?
Yeah, I can show you Game 5 right now, Lamont. We got Game 5 right now in the Go James Kingdom members.
Shit!
Right now.
No, it's G. We watch film.
Shit. Oh shit! What Casanova say?
It's G. Do you want to watch the game?
Know I had the gun.
You want to watch the game?
Let's watch the game. I watch the game with you.
I
watch the game with you.
Yo, I see it now.
You can't turn down film.
And once we watch this clip, you show that Jordan wasn't fouled on all those plays.
Ain't no finessing over here, buddy.
Yeah, and then we could do that, right?
Yo, Lamar, I see it now though. How you was telling me about how that logic is not y'all that make that argument. Now, preen it. It's the other side that I get it. I see it now.
Why y'all scared to call them Zesty Jeffries? Y'all never get scared to say. Y'all never get scared to say bronzexuals. Y'all never get scared to call us fanboys, glazers. But y'all be scared to say Zesty Jeffries. That's who they are. They're Zesty Jeffries. We have. Told you we've identified them, marked them, and cataloged these bum ass dudes. They're Zesty Jeffries. HG is one.
You were about to say that the 2011 LeBron choked, right? You were about to say that.
He didn't.
How he didn't choke, man?
Because if you say that he choked, but Jordan didn't choke, I get though. Like I see it. I see it. Like, I don't.
Because LeBron James did not underperform. One, two.
He didn't underperform. So when in game 4, 44 minutes, and he scored 8 points, had JJ Barea in the post, wouldn't shoot over.
Man, we watched the game.
One game is not under. Y'all gotta stop answering for A. Johnny. I can speak for my fucking self.
Hey.
Fuck
over here, bronzexual over here.
Again, one game does not mean you choke. I didn't say Jordan choked because he played one game. I said Jordan choked the series.
Okay,
LeBron James did not lose the series in game 4.
That whole series, he only averaged 4 points the whole series. LeBron in 2011.
No, he didn't. That was. Do you understand that LeBron James?
Fourth quarter.
Okay, in the fourth quarter, LeBron James' job was not to close out the games. It was Dwayne Wade's job. That's why he did his job.
Wow.
Why are Jordan fans so obsessed? You know why Jordan fans are so obsessed with fourth quarter scoring? Because them motherfuckers played a lot of close games because that nigga was shooting them out of motherfucking
No, because they think that LeBron James is supposed to close out every series, but he joined the team to actually have that help because he was doing it for 7 years in Cleveland. So why would he argue that now? They were up 2-1 with LeBron James not doing nothing in the fourth quarter. So it wasn't because LeBron James fourth quarter.
Is that a legitimate point? That's a legitimate point. That's not hating. That's facts, though, right?
That's not a legitimate point, sir.
Okay. We can agree.
Gene. Here's the thing.
LeBron doesn't have to be a closer. Just because he wasn't a closer doesn't mean he choked. That's the point, dude. You don't have to say you disagree.
That's what we mean.
If you're wrong, you're wrong, sir. Run around being wrong and happy and wrong. It's not a better life.
And Gene, it's like this. Remember,
it's the basketball.
No, Gene. Remember we were talking about.
It's not that, sir. It's not that with you, sir, because you're not talking basketball, sir.
No, Gene. Remember we were talking about roles earlier, right? So take it back to like this: when Tim Duncan had Tony Parker. Tony Parker, even at times, Manu Ginobili would be the closer. It didn't mean Tim Duncan wasn't one of the best players in the world because he wasn't the closer, right? It just means the role that was assigned on that team, the guy that does the late game scoring would be Tony Parker or Manu Ginobili. It has nothing to do with Tim Duncan or diminishing Duncan. Nobody says Duncan can't be top 5 because he wasn't the closer. It's just all of a sudden with LeBron, these LeBron fans, they put every role, every scoring role on the team on LeBron and say, if you didn't do this role, you're not it. You're not that dude. You're scared of the moment. When we have multiple examples in NBA history where we have other players other than the best player on the team being the closer, and it's absolutely okay. Shaquille O'Neal was the best player in the world. Kobe was the closer. But yet we just talked about how everybody in the world said Shaquille O'Neal was the best player. Again, it's only a problem now when LeBron does it. Who cares if Brian got D-Wade to help him close games? That's always been consistent with NBA history. Best player don't always have to close. I don't know why it's such an issue now. It's not a consistent
especially
argument.
when LeBron James has the most fourth quarter points in NBA history, and it's not even close, my friend. And he's even super efficient at it.
Hold on, SG is saying it was LeBron James to do it. All right, if you say it was his job,
you don't know yet. That's what I'm saying. You don't know that. And when it was Jordan's job to do it in '88, guess what he did? He choked. That was the difference. When they gave Jordan that job, he choked. They didn't give LeBron that job, and y'all want to call it a choke.
So LeBron never choked, and Jordan did it 3 times, right? That's what you're saying?
Jordan choked 3 straight years in a row. Yes.
Okay, and then you saying LeBron never choked, right? Because
never choked. Never choked. LeBron's never choked.
Right.
But Gene Dale, you would also have to ask what you would also have to ask, say, Johnny, okay, if he's saying LeBron has never choked, that means he has a definition of choking that may be different from yours. It seems like Zesty Jeffries' definition of choking literally means this playoff dropping thing, this playoff translation thing. There's no other way for you guys to explain it. But the problem with y'all definition of choking is that it literally encompasses every player in basketball history that's touched the basketball. I don't care how great you are. I don't care who you are. From the Jordans, everybody's dropped. Everybody's not perfectly translated. Everybody's lost big games. Everybody's missed clutch free throws. Everybody's hit the side of the backboard. Y'all definition of choking is so wide ranging that it literally encompasses every player in NBA history. That's not a good definition.
Every player in history lost in the playoffs.
No,
absolutely.
So what I'm saying is choking
didn't play up the speed, or didn't play up the par.
So if every player in NBA history has done it, and it's not something that we can accurately track, like we don't know who's
except them. LeBron, according to my man in the group.
We don't know because we don't know. We don't. Okay, so let me ask you this.
Johnny the Exposer, sir. That's my name.
Let me ask you, Gene. If choking by your definition is a real thing, what player is the biggest choker in NBA history? Who has the most chokes in NBA history? If it's actually something that we talk about and measure, and who is the biggest choker in NBA history, and who's choked the most? Is it Bird? Is it Magic? Is it Karl Malone? Who is it?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. That's something I have to sit back and think.
And so that just alone tells me that it's not a real thing, because if it's not something that we track consistently across the board for all great players, if we don't have a way to measure it, if we don't really care about it outside of one player, it's just you coming up with one thing just to try to shit on one player.
Wait. You're making it sound like it's me, like me in the
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just talking about the topic in general.
Fans logic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just the logic in general falls flat, because like my definition of choking is even similar to Johnny's definition of choking. Like my definition of choking is, I said choking only happens in the NBA in moments. Brain farts, meltdowns, you doing something so far-fetched, like Magic Johnson, with the Tragic Johnson moment.
Yeah,
it was a moment. It's not indicative of who you are. It's not attached to your legacy. But you just have a brain fart. You just do something so like, damn, what the fuck? That's a joke.
Yeah.
But
I agree with that.
And secondly, we rarely see them. They do not, like, I can't point to every player in NBA history and say every player in NBA, like I can point to J.R. Smith. That shit don't happen all the time, right? I can point to Chris Webber with the timeout. That shit don't happen all the time. Like, these are moments in time that happen that we rarely see, but when they happen, they stand out like a sore thumb. That is I can apply that fairly to every player in NBA history, and not everybody qualifies for it because it's very rare moments. So again, depending on what your definition of choking is, if you accept this wide-ranging definition of choking that encompasses every player in NBA history that touched the basketball, have at it. But good luck trying to quantify that or apply it and with reason, because you can't. Then it's just too hard. Just too messy. Makes the conversations too messy, too nasty.
I can give you the worst choke job of all time.
Oh, shit.
That's the point. That's why they get mad at me, because I give them the measurement for the worst choke job of all time. It's 1988.
But how was that a choke job though? Like, what is your criteria? How does that pan out to him choking?
Okay, coach, here we go. Listen, like I said it countless times. Name me the player that was the league MVP, defensive player of the year, all NBA first team, all defensive first team, all-star starter, all-star MVP, scoring champ, steals champ, and lost to a team that had no all-NBA player or no all-defensive player on their roster, sir, while underperforming in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand how that is a choke job though.
I don't either, man.
Like my man said, like the
because
said,
the standards is held against him. He is held to the highest standard. We've never seen nobody do this before, and he's losing to a team that is not of any caliber to lose to.
Let me ask you this, because I'm not one of the like I can look at the balance between individual accolades and performances and also team performances, right? So when you reeled off all this individual stuff, but again, it's still a team. You know, it's still a team. And I believe that the Pistons were the defending champions at that time. I believe, for traditional stat-wise, that the Pistons were the better team that year.
False. The Pistons were not defending champions. That's number one, and they were not better statistically than the Bulls. The Bulls had the number one defense in basketball in 1988.
Who had a better seed and a better record?
The Bulls were the third seed.
So the Bulls were the third seed, which means they were the worst team. I understand what you say about the metrics.
No, seeds don't make you the worst team, sir. Seeds don't make you the worst team.
Okay, so who had home court advantage?
The Pistons, which is why why Jordan choked, because that's why. Because again, Jordan split the series 1-1 on the road, and he choked back-to-back games on his home floor while underperforming.
So the Bulls lost. What LeBron up 2-1 against Dallas? They was up 2-1 too, right? The same logic.
They were. They were.
Okay.
I got it real quick. So you are putting the blame on Jordan, which is cool because he's a star player, like you say. He gave me all those accolades, but the Bulls.
No, I'm not giving it because he's a star player, sir.
No, I mean, well, he put up he was the guy, like you said, for all intents and purposes, he was the guy. So the Pistons were the better team though because they had the better record, better seed. That's generally how I judge it. So if you want to say that Jordan's individual accolades and all that stuff should have allowed him to step up and upset the Pistons, then that would have been something different. But to say he choked because they lost to a worse team or a better team, I don't know how accurate that is.
Again, sir, they were not the better team because I'm not going off of team records. Team records don't make you the better team, especially when it's only a 3 or 4 game.
Okay, so difference. When y'all give all the credit to LeBron James for the 3-1 comeback, who did they come back 3-1 against?
A 73-win team.
Right. So again, I'm not saying you specifically, but the general understanding is that was the best team in NBA history based on the record.
That was the best.
Again, I'm not saying
that's the best record in NBA history. But again, they also had 3 All-NBA players. They also had the league MVP. So there's more to the caveat to that. Again, that's the point of saying that the Detroit Pistons had no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on their roster.
Do you understand, or would you agree that accolades and stuff like that are voted upon? This stuff is voted. This is who I'm saying is the All-NBA player. That doesn't necessarily have a lot to do with skill. Sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with who's the better player. Like when Steve Nash won those MVPs, he wasn't the better player over Kobe. Right or wrong?
He won the MVP, sir. You cannot call the MVP the non-better player. If you're the MVP of the league, you're the best player in the league.
No, you're not. So okay, so
are you saying, Coach, you don't acknowledge any accolades or achievements? Is that what you're saying?
Not every single one, because some of them don't make sense.
You can't pick and choose which ones you want. It's either they matter or they don't.
You can definitely. So in this situation,
no, you can't, sir. We don't do that here in Go James Kingdom. It's either you're going to accept them or you don't accept them. So we're not asking you for your biases. We want to know your knowledge. And
there's not bias at all. So
that is biases, sir. If you're choosing whose MVP matters or not, that's your biases. MVP matters. That's it. If it's either matters to you or it doesn't.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is, how did the Pistons become how did they achieve the best record, a better record than the Bulls? How did they achieve a better seed than the Bulls? By winning more games.
They won 4 more games than the Bulls won.
That's more games though, and they had a higher seed, so they're the better.
Fine. That doesn't make you a better team. Again, I don't think you're a better team because you win more games, sir.
But you're saying if you win MVP, you're a better player, right?
No. I'm holding you to the standard of what you are. I'm holding you to the standard of being the best player in the league. So when you get into a series, you shouldn't be stalled by a team with no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on their roster.
So the MVPs that LeBron won, he should have won then, right?
Yeah, but he didn't choke versus the teams when he was.
No. That's just yes or no, right?
No, again, he didn't choke versus the team.
So what you call it when you lost?
I didn't say Jordan lost is why he choked. I said Jordan choked because he underperformed.
Okay, so but he lost though. So whether he choked or whether he was coughing, he lost. Though,
Jordan lost in '87, and it wasn't. I didn't say he choked in '87. It's not about just losing, sir.
So when they was the number 1 seed when he was in the Cavs and they lost to Orlando Magic, was he should have won that game, or what happened there?
They should have. LeBron performed well. He didn't underperform like Jordan did in '88.
So when the Pistons had the Jordan rules, or are you not acknowledging that?
The Jordan rules was to push him left.
Well, the Jordan rules was to beat him up. It
wasn't
just
3 people can hit you. 3 people can hit him, but only one person gonna get the foul.
Not true.
That's a lie.
I mean, John Sally said that.
That's not what he said.
Okay. There's a book on it. Has anybody read
hold
that
on,
book?
Coach?
Yes, I have the book right here in front of me.
Do you want me to put the Jordan rules on the screen from the Detroit Pistons assistant coach? None of it is beat Jordan up. It's literally real defensive principles that you can give to any team and help them be a better defensive team. It's not fouling is not great defense. No great coach wants to send the other team to the free throw line. I don't want to see the other team's best player taking warm-up shots at the free throw line. I want to see that motherfucker missing shots, getting stops, giving up the ball. at the end of the day, the Pistons, as this game I'm about to show you, we're about to play a random Pistons game. And I want to be in this game as we watch, right? And this is a series where the Pistons were successful in beating Michael Jordan. I want to see if, when watching the Jordan rules in effect, are they beating him up?
One of the main components. Okay, I got you. But one of the main components of the Jordan rules was to keep him out of the air. You can look that up.
No, the main component to the Jordan rule was
I said
the very last component of the Jordan rule, because the defense was principled around keeping him out the paint. But they understood, because of Jordan's supreme athleticism, that once he was in the paint, it's typically a losing battle, right? So the only thing you can do from that point, as opposed to just giving up 2 free points, is to potentially foul him. But the problem is that defense was successful in keeping him out the paint. That it was predicated on forcing him to areas of the court where he was highly inefficient. Similar to what 2011, that scheme was designed around forcing LeBron James into weak spots on the floor. Again, when we watch the film, we're not going to see a Detroit Piston team that is just fouling, pushing, and bullying Jordan. They were actually pretty passive on Jordan. Joe Dumars stuck to him like glue and played lockdown defense at times. The film will show this. Nobody looks at Joe Dumars and said he was a hack, bully, pushing. He was just a great defender. Give him credit for playing great defense.
We're not taking credit from great. We're not giving him. We're talking about the other people once he get past him.
Okay, so when we watch the game,
if you guys ever played like,
no, hold on. Let me just put the game on the screen.
I was just gonna say, like, keeping players up. Pretty common coaching philosophy to keep other teams up.
All right, hold on. Let me add this to the screen, and I'm gonna go to a random portion in the game because I know we probably won't have time to watch the whole game. So, tell me where y'all want to see. Do we want to go to the fourth?
Lamont, if you want, I can show it to you from the GOAT James Keenum. We can show you every play from a game 5 in that.
Because
it's 4 minutes long. It's only 4 minutes long.
Well, we can show them that, but what I'd want to do is because if I don't show them the actual game footage, then what they'll say with the 4 minutes is that we're being selective. So at least we'll show them a little bit of the real game.
You got to do the whole series.
Oh, chill. Let them. Because I'm tired of y'all niggas being able to just cut in. Y'all saying a whole bunch of bullshit. I get to cut in there like, yo, chill, one boy, yo, chill, one boy. Y'all just keep saying bullshit. This going to be Coach first time watching this game.
Man, I watch every single game.
So how come you keep talking about this physicality?
Okay, can we watch some basketball? Can we watch some basketball?
You don't see this shit on the film.
So we're gonna go to the fourth quarter.
Weirdo ass niggas just be lying.
Okay, hold on. So coach, you're coach. Coach, all we're gonna do, coach,
sit there and watch.
Let's just watch some basketball, y'all.
We gotta resort the name calling, man.
Fuck y'all niggas, always lying and shit. Lying for no reason.
Chill, man.
Okay, can we?
Hold on. You so mad over LeBron James.
Coach, just disregard it.
Because y'all niggas can't talk basketball.
Okay, can we just disregard it,
about LeBron.
Okay, so coach, tell me what portion of the game you want me to click. The beginning, middle, end, does it matter?
I've watched these games, but it's been so long. But I'm listening. You clip up whatever you.
No, I'm saying I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not clipping up anything. I know that this game is 1 hour and 30 minutes long. I don't want to. We're not going to watch the whole game. So I'm saying, is there any particular portion of the game where you think the game got more physical? Was it more physical in the beginning, more physical in the end? Like, where can we find the physicality more than likely? If I go to somewhere in this game.
No, I don't have a specific point where I can say, hey, go here, go there. Just the overall.
So I'm going to just go right here. I see Dennis Rodman. Maybe he hacked somebody. All right, let's just go here. All right.
Don't forget Game 6 of this series, Friday night in Chicago.
Move it to the left a little bit.
No, that's the full thing.
To draw first blood. Vinnie Johnson. Isaiah. 10 on the shot clock as Edwards works over Corzine, but left it short. Dennis Rodman pulls an offensive rebound.
That's, I think, Rodman's first offensive rebound of the evening. He had 8 in Game 4 and made it such a big difference.
Vinny. He is capable of heating up just like Jordan shows signs of doing. Sam Vincent up the floor. Jordan took that 1 second off, and he's back to work. Vincent, good move with the left hand, laid it up and in, beat Isaiah.
Okay.
So help off the bench. First points of the night for Vincent, who's played very little. Isaiah rolls it low for Edwards, drew the foul, made the shot.
Look, MJ gambling and still ain't get the steal. You're trying to gamble for the steal and still ain't
Lamar,
get it.
this is not showing Jordan. We gotta show them Jordan.
No. All I'm saying is all I want to demonstrate right now is at least watching the game unedited, unclipped. What we can see is, okay, no matter who they're defending, we just saw one of the Bulls players go in for a layup, right? I think defensively, keeping the ball out of Jordan's hand is more important than anything, right? I'm about to play the clip you got because that's going to show mostly Jordan's moments. But playing the full game, especially for people, coaches and things like that, you can get an idea of what are they doing consistently on defense, right? What are they just being physical? Are they pushing them? Are they bullying them? Are they being sound? Are they finding ways to deny them the ball? Right? Are they making others beat them? What are they doing consistently? Right? So now we can get a feel.
Before you play your clip, just let me say this. I'm gonna
play the game some more. I'm gonna play the game.
No, I got you. I mean, I keep saying clip, but you got the game on. I'm just saying clip out my mouth. The game. Before you play the game, I'm not disputing the fact that they didn't have a great strategy. Right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that they had elements where they played more physical, like I said, trying to keep him out of the air. But again, I concede and say that was just great.
No, but Coach strategy. Flash. But you know what I've always said, Coach Flash? Tell me what great defense in NBA history wasn't considered a physical defense. The OKC Thunder last year was considered physical, right? People who played every defense in NBA history that's been considered great. The Pistons of the 2000s. Every great defense. You can't be a great defense without being considered physical.
So I'm not trying to say they shouldn't have been playing. Physical defense should always be played. So that's what the Pistons did. Great. My point was calling this a choke job doesn't make much sense. What I consider choking, right? And Goat James might disagree. When LeBron missed that three at the end of the Spurs game, and Ray Allen helped, great teammate, picked up the slack, hit the three. That, to me, that's he choked.
What, bro?
Hold on.
Nigga had
So coach, missing a jump shot makes you choker.
Is a choke?
What would you call it? Missing a shot, right?
Okay, so
he missed a shot.
Hold on. So by your definition of choking, give me a player in NBA history that hasn't choked.
Everybody, big moments like that, everybody drops the ball. So if you want to say one player choked, then this is a choke as well. So to your point, what you said was
no. But LeBron, Johnny's basically saying if you LeBron James haters have created a definition of choking to say that LeBron choked in 2011, well, by those same metrics, Jordan choked in 88. So he's taking their same standard of choking in 2011, applying that same standard to Jordan in 88, saying by your same standard, because what you're doing is you're trying to think too much like a normal basketball fan. You're trying to think intelligently about this. You're not. I want you to, Coach Flash, I want you to pretend that you are dumb. Shit. I want you to pretend that you are low budget, low level.
Shit.
You don't take care of your kids type of Jordan fan, right? Hold on 1 second, y'all. I want you to think like a Coach Flash. Coach Flash. No, Coach Flash. I want you to try to think as dumb as you can possibly think. I want you to try to take all intelligence out, and I want you to just think as dumb as you could possibly think, and be a LeBron James hater for about 30 seconds. And I want you to take their logic, right, of LeBron choking in 2011 and apply that same logic to Jordan in 88. Johnny's basically saying, how can you say this isn't a choke? If LeBron in 2011 is a choke, this also has to be a choke. He's just using their logic against him. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I want to think about that for a second, because when I see LeBron in that series, right, knowing what happened, knowing how that team got developed and all that, right, is other elements that we are saying cause that to be a choke job. For this one here, it's a little different. So if you want to call this a choke, cool. But this is just a matter of growing into becoming a champion. So cool. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, Jordan choked in this series. Cool. But this is the ascension of what Jordan became.
Hey, Coach.
The greatest player ever.
Coach,
shut up, man. Coach, let's say, hold on, Coach. Let's say, Coach. Let's say you let's say you have a
when that happened to LeBron,
Coach. I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say you coaching the team, right? You coaching the team, right? Okay.
This guy, hold on, Lamar. This guy's a coach.
No,
this
I don't
guy's
know.
a coach.
No, I don't know if he's a coach.
What parents will let this guy coach their kids?
Hold on one second.
Check this out, one boy. Check this out. Hey, check this out. Since you're shooting at me, I coach. I played D1. And I make $100,000 a year.
Don't let your child listen.
What do you do?
Man, so every other Jordan fan, man.
Why you want to shoot at me?
Yeah,
that's what it is. So why you want to shoot at me? I think you should set your broke ass back there.
Broke ass up, nigga. I just got my certification to sell alcohol,
nigga. Sit
nigga.
back and be quiet.
I just got my certification to serve alcohol, nigga.
Shut your stupid ass up. Sit down and be quiet.
You shut up and be quiet.
Now, Coach Flash.
You can't
Coach
call
Flash.
nobody
Coach Flash.
stupid.
Coach Flash. Hold on, y'all. Can we get back to basketball? Now, Coach Flash. Coach Flash. I salute all coaches. I coach myself, so I salute all coaches. All I'm saying is this: the fact that you're a coach is even better. All right. So we're gonna put it like this. Okay, you got okay. Hold on, Coach. You got you got two great players on the perimeter. You just brought them in. You just recruited them in. All right, but your rest of your coaching staff, they didn't do their job in the other positions. So, I mean, you got some JUCO transfers that really don't cut the mustard at all the other positions. Your center, He washed up. A couple other spots. Just everything else is just kind of subpar. But you got these two studs at the top of the roster, and you getting into a big game. You get into a big game or a big series, and your starting big man shooting 30% from the field, right? One of your starting point guards is, on his last limb. He barely can move, limping around. You one of your snipers that you thought you would have available. He out for the season. Right, you got a whole bunch of big men can somewhat rebound, but they can't score a layup to save their life, man. With a team like that, and as a coach, we understand that. I understand the importance of having a lot of talent at all positions. I mean, how far you think you can get with that? You might be able to finesse and pull some shit out your ass and ride in the coattails of your star players, but when you're going up against another elite team, that shit just stopped. Some of the bullshit you got away with before, it just don't fly no more.
Right. I got you.
That's what I'm saying about the Miami Heat. They finessed the shit out of that. They finessed the shit out of Eastern Conference. But when they ran up against a complete team, that shit just didn't look so complete no more.
No, I got you. And like the strategy aspect of it, the team building, they were top heavy. They didn't have no depth bench. I got you on that. The point that we be talking about when it comes to that choke job, if that's what you want to call it, was the forming of that team. You got LeBron in his prime right now. This is arguably the best player ever, right? We expecting him to do more than 17 points a game. We expecting him to do more than 8 points in a
But hold on, but would you expect?
I expect you to take it. I expect you to take pictures and not have your hand on your hip. Why you got your hand on your hip in your picture? Why you got your hand on your hip?
You want me to show you I'll send you a picture of me for your girl.
Why you got your hand on your hip? I don't want to see no picture.
Boy, man. Let's get back to all the way. Coach.
Back to basketball.
Coach. As the league MVP, as the scoring champ, as the all NBA player, all defensive player that you were, we actually expected you to do a little bit more than what you did against Detroit as well, sir. So yeah, you underperformed as well. So that's the point. So that's the point.
So I'll give you that. We could say both guys underperformed, right? This guy that we're looking at in this picture right here was on his way to the top, right? He was on his way. This was these learning pains that he had to go through with the Pistons and other teams. Mm-hmm. So this was before he became the champion and maintained that.
Who has to do that? So why is this a made up shit? Whoever had to go through growing pains to be a champion? Did that happen to Magic? Did that happen to Bird? Did that happen to Russell? Did that happen to Kareem?
It happened to any of the legends of the game that came before Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was choking, sir. Stop bringing up excuses for why Michael Jordan was choking.
I'm not saying it was necessary.
He didn't have to learn nothing but to pass the ball and stop jacking up a bunch of shots, sir. That's what he had to learn, sir. That's what he had to learn.
I'm not saying it was necessary. I'm saying that's what happened. So on his way to becoming great, right?
He was already great. He was the league MVP, sir. Stop lying about Michael Jordan, sir. He was the league MVP. How can he not be great? Well, how great can you be? 35 points per game. What are you talking about? He wasn't like this is not Michael Jordan that's just some random dude. He is the league MVP. He is the defensive player of the year. Why are you acting like Michael Jordan has not been there? He's at the mountaintop already.
I agree. But to me, championships are a part of greatness. So as he's becoming great, right? As he's becoming a champion, this is what he went through. So he had to go through this team. They knocked him over the head a couple times, but they eventually won. So this was one of the
couple times. 3 ain't a couple.
Hey, LeBron didn't have to go through that. LeBron didn't have to go through that. LeBron took 1 year and he started doing it. 1 year. That's it. It took him 1 year with the Heat. Next year, championship.
Man, with the Heat, yeah, it took. Wait, what? So you saying it didn't take him 9 years to win a championship, or however many years it was? And
not losing 3 straight years in a row. He didn't have to go through that. He didn't have to go through that. As the league MVP, he didn't choke his team losing. Jordan choked his team losing. If Jordan does what Jordan's supposed to do, his team wins. You keep avoiding that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Did LeBron win any MVPs before he won a championship?
Yes, he did. He won 2 of them.
Okay, so were those choke years when he didn't win the championship?
No, he didn't play against a team. He didn't choke versus a team with no All-NBA or no All-Defensive player on their roster. You keep avoiding Michael Jordan choking versus a team he should have never choked versus.
But what you keep doing is you kind of moving the goalposts, bro.
No, I'm not. You guys don't listen.
But your justification is he was league MVP and did all this stuff. So that automatically means he should have won the championship or beat this team at the very least.
He was not supposed to lose to a team with no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on the roster.
But what I'm saying is, like I said, you move these goalposts slightly.
No, it's not, sir.
You've been saying the same shit. How you move these goalposts?
Do you agree with me, yes or no? An All-NBA and no team that has no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on the roster is not a contending team. It's not a team you should be worrying about, and you definitely shouldn't be losing to them, especially when you're that good as Michael Jordan was in '88.
No, I don't agree with you on that. I don't.
So why do you do that for LeBron in 2011?
I'm saying that. Okay.
Oh, we got a hard foul, y'all. Hold on. We got a hard foul. Hold on. We got a hard foul.
Against Corzine, like we said, it's the only person they foul is Corzine, a big man. Not no frail Michael Jordan who's scared to go to the paint.
For the reasons I just said.
That was a good foul too.
When you join up with 2 other All-Stars, future Hall of Famers, in or around their prime, we expect you to do more than what you did. You know what I'm saying? Like Host said.
Who is we?
Like we acknowledge the
Why you say we like you're part of the Heat? You're not a part of the Heat. The Heat did not expect what you expected. So continue.
Man, when I say we, I'm talking about the people who are saying that was a choke job. So
okay, that's the problem.
We understand that at the top, the Heat team was top heavy. They didn't have a lot of depth, whatever the case was. But we expected LeBron to come out and put up what? 28, be his normal self. But he averaged 17. And I believe, I might be wrong, in that last game he only scored 8 points. Am I wrong about that, or did he score more?
False. He scored 25 the last game.
Whatever game that was, I don't know exactly.
We needed Jordan to be his normal self. And Jordan not being his normal self, his team lost because of it.
They lost. Okay, they lost.
And the difference is that LeBron lost to a team that at least had an All-NBA player and an All-Defensive player on their roster. Jordan didn't. Jordan lost to a team that didn't have that.
I don't understand. I mean, I guess I get your point. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not trying to argue it. I'm saying they lost. This was on their way to becoming a championship team, a three-peat. On the way to 6 championships, whatever. This was one of the series they lost. You're saying Jordan should have did more. Jordan might have should have did more. Cool, but I'm not saying I'm not considering this choking when you lose to a team with a better record than you. I get what you're saying about all NBA, all this, all that, but they were good enough to get the first seed or second seed, whatever they were in the playoffs. So you can't just dismiss that by saying, oh, they didn't have voted on players. They didn't have enough all this and all that. That don't make sense to me.
Because you don't believe in accolades.
I'm not saying I don't believe in accolades. I'm just saying sometimes the accolades are just.
What are you saying?
So do you agree that Detroit Pistons didn't have nobody worthy of making all NBA team or all defensive team? That's the facts. They didn't have nobody worthy of those teams.
Man, if I go and sit and watch every single game of the Pistons for that year, I'm quite sure I can say, okay, this dude probably deserved to be here, or this dude probably deserved to be there. That's just like saying that first year that the Bulls won the championship, Scottie Pippen was not an all-star.
Did that nigga just shoot an air ball?
That's a matter of what?
Scottie was all defensive team in 1991.
Right, but why wasn't he an all-star?
Because he didn't make the all-star team. He made the all defensive team, sir. He made an all defensive team, sir. He made
One more time.
He was second team all defense.
It doesn't matter. He was all defensive player, sir.
Over the rim. Nigga named Air Jordan. Nigga named Air Ballin'.
He had an all defensive Jordan in 1991. So that means he was one of the best defensive players in the leagues.
But that's what I'm saying. That's how frivolous this shit can get sometimes.
No, it's not, because I'm not using all-star. You brought up all-star. I brought up all NBA and all defensive players. Sir.
Right, but you bringing up like these are
all-stars frivolous
that people that the media vote on. Like who is to say Joe Dumars isn't this or isn't that? It's just
he wasn't that, sir. He wasn't that, sir. That's why
somebody didn't vote for him to be that. Is that taken away from? Is that taken away from what?
That does just take away from you if you're not. So you're saying it doesn't matter to be all NBA team. So you're saying the guy who won it, he didn't deserve it.
That's exactly what he's saying.
That's what you're saying. The guy who made it, you're saying he didn't deserve it. Man, he obviously did.
Look. So if the Pistons didn't have these talented players like you trying to say they didn't, how were they the second seed or the first seed in the East? How did they win? How did they accumulate enough wins to get to where they were? How did they get to this? This is the conference finals, right?
So it wasn't. What were the Bulls? So what were the Bulls? The team that what were the Bulls that won? What were the Bulls that won 50 games and had the best defense in basketball plus the league MVP? What is that considered? What would you consider a Bulls? What do you consider a team that won 50 games, third seed, has the best defense in basketball and the league MVP? What would you consider that
a good team? I consider that a good team.
Would you consider that team worse than a team that just won 4 more games than them and that's it, with nothing else?
Man, it comes down to accumulation of the rest of the players. Right, so you're telling me again, you're saying the Bulls had this guy, Jordan, all these accolades, all this stuff, MVP, whatever.
No, remind you, the team defense is number 1. That's the team aspect. The team defense is number 1. Pistons didn't have the number 1 offense, didn't have the number 1 defense. Didn't have the number 1 anything.
How did they win so many games then? No, I just need to know. So again, you're telling me that the same
reasons the Bulls won a lot of games. They're a good team.
Right. Why didn't they win more than the Bulls?
What do you mean? Why didn't they win more
why
than
didn't
the Bulls?
Why did they have a better record than the Bulls is what I'm saying.
Well, they won 4. They didn't win 4 more games because they were better than the Bulls. There's a lot of circumstances that can happen in the season. There's players that get hurt. There's road trips. There's all kind of stuff that can determine a record in the season.
Right.
Some teams play better versus other teams. There's a lot of reasons why a team could have more wins than you in the season, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily a better team than you.
Yep, I got that.
And also, they play in the same division. Did you go check their regular season record?
So
maybe them couple of games that the Bulls probably lost to Detroit was the separator.
Right. So the Pistons end up with a better record. Then they end up beating the Bulls in the playoffs. That tells me that the Pistons were the better team.
So you always go by the better record. That's automatic.
Not necessarily, but if
okay, so that means nothing, sir. I always go by the guy who's the league MVP. I always go by the team who don't have an all NBA player, all defensive. I always do that. I don't switch it up depending on my argument. My argument stays consistent. You're switching it up depending on how you feel.
You have to use context, man.
That is the context, sir. That is the context. A team that has no all NBA player, no all defensive player on their roster, to me, is not that good of a team, sir.
I think that for Coach, hey Johnny, the reason why I would say he's right in this sense is that we know in NBA basketball, right? You know, if we can look to the Bulls role players, and if we can look to Detroit's role players, and we can say, you know what, maybe it's kind of even there. Maybe Detroit has slightly better role players, but for the most part, they both had solid help around them. Then you start to go to the star power. In the NBA, the star power is king. If all things are equal, the star power should be the separator in most cases, right? And so in this sense, almost everything else is equal. The star power of Jordan should have been the separator, but in this series it wasn't. And you have to ask yourself why. Why wasn't Jordan's star power the separator? Is it because maybe he just had a letdown and just wasn't performing up to his maximum capabilities? Because it definitely wasn't just the Pistons' star power, right? They did not have any star power to to come close to what Jordan had that particular season. So star power is king if all else is equal. And
this is the star power of the 2011 Heat. They don't go by the roster. He doesn't say, well, let's look at the entire roster. It's LeBron James in his prime. That's what he said earlier. It's
remember
LeBron
what I
James,
said,
Dwayne Wade.
I said all else has to be equal. When you look to the bench, the rotational guys with the Heat, that was definitely not equal. That all heavily favored Dallas. The only thing the Miami Heat had was the star power. They just didn't have nothing else to go with it. And so for us to even get to your star power as the determining factor, we have to. All else has to be equal. Now, all that stuff matters, and I think, guys, what we've done is just like the Scottie Pippen conversation. We've diminished the value of role players and the rest of the team so much so that we think stars are just supposed to carry everything. Like they expect LeBron in 2011 to turn into Hakeem Olajuwon mixed with Shaquille O'Neal mixed with Chris Paul mixed with Kobe and just win that series by himself. And there's no onus on coaches to be better. There's no onus on D Wade to change up his game, Chris Bosh to change up, others to make more shots like Joel Anthony. It's just all on LeBron to just do everything better. It's the logic.
But that's the point, Lamar. That's the problem I have. That's why when we talk about this, they are so inconsistent because when it comes to the Bulls winning, it is always Jordan. It isn't the role players, the guys coming together and playing as a team. It's Jordan willing his team to win, Jordan giving his team ambition to win. It's Jordan. So that's why they lost in 1988. LeBron fans don't do that. LeBron fans don't sit around here. We do not sit here and say LeBron James win championships by himself. So we've never said that.
Brother, that entire narrative.
They punching on Jordan. They punching on that nigga.
Listen,
that's just year one.
We talk about this all the time. I see this so much. The entire narrative around that 3-1 comeback was LeBron's comeback.
It was led by LeBron. It was definitely led by LeBron, for sure.
Well, it could have been led by him, but that's cool. But if you understand, Kyrie averaged 27 points in that series. He had multiple 30-point games.
Who diminishes Kyrie Irving?
Who said he did it? Who said he did it?
Yeah.
Who diminishes Kyrie?
But coach, what about Kyrie's defense in that 3-1 series?
It's not about that. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
It doesn't matter.
LeBron James led the entire series in points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals. Bro, that's it. He was the best player on the floor. Did he win a championship because he had a good team? Yes, we told y'all. We know the Cavaliers were a good team. But were they better than the Warriors? No.
I'm not disputing that at all.
Not even just that. The whole point is that every team that wins a championship is great. Because I hate when y'all bring up this bullshit. Did he have help or not? All these guys have help when they
That's what we keep telling y'all. We keep told you that we don't never say LeBron James won a championship without no help. But I can tell you one thing.
Yes,
in 2016, LeBron didn't have an all-star teammate. He didn't have an all-NBA teammate. He didn't have an all-defensive teammate in 2016. That's the facts.
Did they win?
They're going to say, but he still had Kyrie.
No top 75 player, none of that shit.
Did they win?
Yep. They're going to say he still had Kyrie.
Of course they won.
But yeah, they had, okay. See, this is the thing I'm saying about these accolades that you're talking about. I'm not trying to diminish the accomplishment, but Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, they weren't anything that year, right? But we understand what their talent is.
Who said that?
So, no, I'm talking about as far as top 75.
You're talking about the accolades and stuff.
They don't have no accolades. They didn't get no accolades in 2016.
So that would be, so historically, if you look at them and say, okay, the Cavs and LeBron won that series without any players in top 75 or all NBAs or anything like that. Then I say, man, they got Kevin Love and Kyrie on that team. That kind of washes them, that kind of minimizes them.
But
that's why I don't necessarily
that was their second playoff appearance in their career.
Right.
They both got hurt in their first playoff run.
These are historically skilled players, though.
Skills is not
He's saying the accolades. Go James. He's saying the accolades.
If your skills don't attribute to you accomplishing anything, well, who cares about your skills?
Well, both of them niggas they were on losing teams before both of them.
Look, man, when Kevin Love went to the
I don't know if y'all know this, but Kevin Love and Kyrie appeared in 0 playoff games.
0.
Listen,
neither of them teams had a winning record.
The whole time before LeBron got.
What does that mean?
Losers.
But how does that take away from the fact that they're great talents, though?
That's what I'm saying. That's my
This
point.
shit
Because, like, for instance,
Nobody
great
cares.
talent
Listen,
does not translate
nobody
into
cares
winning.
about great talent. We care about production. What do you do?
Yeah, them niggas ain't winning. All that,
What they did, and it's not about winning. What they did on the basketball court was not good enough to be all NBA or all defensive. That's the facts. That's it.
According to who?
According to the NBA standards.
No, it's the NBA does, bro. The NBA
So according to other people's opinion?
No, sir. Those people are accredited by the NBA. The NBA doesn't just give anybody votes, sir.
Do you see who gets to vote on that stuff?
Yes,
Yeah,
people
and
watch the game more than any one of us do.
The media don't vote on that.
If you watch, look, okay, sport the host sounds very intelligent in basketball, got a nice setup and whatever. What says that he couldn't be a voter for some of this stuff? He knows basketball. He knows what he's looking at. This
Because
man
you have to be a beat writer. You have to be a beat writer.
right. So I got to be able to write an article. Anybody can
you
write
have
an
to
article.
cover an NBA team.
Any one of us could do that, bro. Any
That's
one of
false,
us
sir.
could go.
No, sir. Those people
like
are
Chris Haynes,
journalists,
wow.
sir.
You don't think
You're a journalist.
I don't
He's a
listen.
journalist, sir.
brother, you don't think with the proper tools.
No,
that you
what
can
we're
get out
no,
of
what
the
we're
NBA
saying,
game.
Coach Flash. Here's the thing with the voting. Like, if the voting was just 3 people, just like in boxing, where we have so many conflicted results because you don't like the best thing about the votes in the NBA is sometimes you might have some off-brand beat writer and you have some weirdo who gets votes in the NBA that shouldn't get votes. But when you have literally hundreds of writers, it's hard for all of them to come up with a wrong conclusion. Like, pretty much you're going to see some consistent names across all of these people. Some consistent names are going to start commonly showing up. Those are the people that make it. It's the people the names that keep showing up across the board and get voted on the most. So you're not going to have these random one-offs of a goddamn Stacey Augmon is first team All-NBA. No, you're not going to get these one-offs. Because you have a large pool of people. The more people you have participating in the vote, the more accurate it's going to potentially be, because it lowers the margin. But you know as well as I know. No, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's perfect. No, y'all always think everything is a conspiracy. It's not. Unfortunately, some of these beat writers know what they're doing. Some of them don't. But the ones that don't know what they're doing, their votes get diluted by the masses of the ones that typically get it right. There was none of the beat writers were saying Jordan wasn't first team All-NBA. None of the beat writers were not saying Keem Olajuwon don't deserve to be on an All-NBA team. They were all pretty much in unison on who the best players were. We agree because we watched, right? And again, for the most part, they pretty much get it right. Now, have they made some mistakes? Yes. When Marc Gasol won DPOY or some shit like that, and he was on the second, the mistakes happen. But for the most part, I believe that they typically get it right. I'm not going to argue with it too much. And I think if you argue with it, you want to argue about something. Like Kevin Love and Kyrie were not All NBA that year. They just weren't.
Now we're not gonna respect the All NBA and All Defensive team. That's not what I'm saying, though, bro.
When you look at Kyrie and when you look at Kevin Love and you look at them in their game by game, and you say, okay, this dude, he might not have made All NBA or All whatever, but this is one of the best players in the league, clearly.
I was gonna say that. You could say that about like Damian. You can say that about Damian Lillard. I feel like he got snubbed a lot of times because there were players better than him. But I don't think anybody looked at Damian Lillard and just said like Dame is just a regular player.
Yeah, Dame is like a 7-8 time All NBA player.
No, what I'm saying is he got snubbed from plenty of All-Star games, but we never looked at Dame and said.
We're not talking All-Stars, sir.
We're not talking about
We're talking about All NBA and All Defensive selections, which denotes you're one of the better players in the league or the better defenders in the league. That's what that award
Scotty
stands
Pippen.
for.
Okay, so
that's what that stands for.
So my point. So when he didn't make All NBA team that year. When they got to the playoffs, I don't know what he averaged that year. I think it might have been 25. I might be wrong, but I know he averaged 26 to 27 in those playoffs. He averaged 27 in those finals. So understanding that he is a highly skilled, one of the best players in the league, when it came time to play, he showed you that, okay, I am a All NBA caliber player. I might not have made the team.
But why are we spending so much time talking about Kyrie and nobody's diminished Kyrie?
No,
the point I was making was, you don't have to explain to us how great Kyrie was. I promise you, we all appreciate it. Johnny has never taken away from Kyrie, and he, if anything, he's given him his flowers, showing up for helping LeBron James get more rings and helping him in his GOAT debate arguments by LeBron James having more rings. So at the end of the day, we don't, again, the way these Jordan fans shit on Pippen, and I have to battle these Jordan fans telling them how great Pippen was, you guys are in the wrong chat. You guys need to be talking to these Jordan fans who were trying to tell me yesterday that Pippen wasn't a top 10 player of the 90s. That you need to go talk to these clowns. Because we appreciate
that's crazy.
Remember, I appreciate, like, I'm a big proponent of, I love super teams. As a coach, bro, if next year I got the 10 best players in the country, you think I give a damn? I'm about to go fuck everybody up. Shit, that's what it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
Am I supposed to feel sorry for Park? Am I supposed to be sorry that Park University can't do nothing with us and we about to beat them by 60? I don't give a damn. That's your problem.
Let me ask you this: when you analyzing games and talent and what you're trying to prepare for, do you take advanced stats into consideration? I like to use advanced stats to tell me about impact. I know how to use.
No, I only use advanced stats to get tendencies.
Right. So
I only care about tendencies. I don't use extents. I know that my defensive philosophy, I do not change my defensive philosophy for no one. Yes, of course, I like to know tendencies. Do you like to go left more? Do you like to go right more? But at the end of the day, and I'm a defensive coach, and our team has been one of the best defensive teams in the country at our level for years. What I've learned is if we just do what we're supposed to do defensively, it don't really matter how good you are or what you like to do. Our core principles are going to stop you. Just like the Jordan rules, they were consistent in keeping to the Jordan rules. If we keep to our principles, I don't really give a damn how good you are.
Jordan don't even want to shoot. Jordan don't even want to shoot.
So defense is about getting five guys to buy in and lock in together. It's not hard. I think people make it more complicated than what it is. You don't need analytics. You don't need all this silly shit. I think analytics is so super overrated. Fans have made it. Fans have mucked it up and start adding them into debates. True shooting percentage. Why do I need true shooting percentage when I could just look at your field goal percentage?
Not every. See, some of them don't provide as much value as others.
I don't think any of them provide much value. I don't think they provide very much value at all.
Like, you don't think when it comes to like analyzing these games, as far as seeing who had impact, where that impact mattered, how.
What more impact do you need than points per game, rebounds per game, steals per game, blocks per game? What more do you need than that?
Bro, hold on.
Was Jordan hyperventilating? What the fuck was going on right there? Was he throwing up? He looked sick. Yeah, nigga, you.
No.
LeBron Jordan is crazy.
No. Why he always got his hands on his knees?
No, it doesn't, sir. It means nothing.
It means a lot. That's why I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. Name one analytic that holds any. Name one analytic that holds any basis.
I can name two, but I like to use five. But the main ones I can use is box plus minus.
Oh no, yo, Johnny, you going that 4 minute
shares for 48.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. Hold on. How do you use like if I'm sitting down, if my team over, I don't even know how to talk about this. Okay, so like say if my team over a 10-game stretch has a trash win shares for 48, what should I be telling my team?
Oh no, I'm talking about for players, like individual player. So
that's why it don't matter, sir.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, let me see how I can explain it right now. So we take LeBron this year, right? And I try not to shit on anybody, but this year we understand he have a down year. Now his points per game look pretty good. Everything looks pretty good. But when you look at the impact of what he's doing, the impact's not leading to winning. For instance, he has a -6 on off, which means this is real. Listen to what I'm saying, and then you can argue against it once I say this. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Then you can debunk me after I say it. You can tell me I'm wrong.
And that's his fault.
This is the part of the show where Johnny and Lamont usually let us go.
Bro, why don't y'all let these people speak, bro? Let them talk.
You can tell me I'm
really
wrong.
want to hear this. Lamont and I really want to hear this, guys. We really do, because we want to cook this nigga.
Hold on,
we can't cook people if they don't talk.
You can cook me when I'm finished.
Hold on. But you say that. Hold on. He says that as LeBron James scores an N1 layup going to the free throw line with 24, 6, and 9. Takes the lead. The Lakers finally have the lead after being down all game. LeBron James has carried them back into the lead as we speak. But go ahead.
And that's cool. That's a game. That's cool. So over the what 16 games he's played, I think 600 minutes, whatever it is, they are a losing team when he's on the court. It's +6. I mean -6.
Hey, Coach Flash.
By 6 points.
Coach Flash, who has the greatest plus minus in NBA history?
I don't know off the top of my head.
LeBron James.
That's why I said I'm talking about this year in particular as an example. I'm not saying I made sure I said that as an example. That's how I used the stat. Of course, LeBron's a hooper. I'm not.
So what does that stat tell you to put LeBron on the bench?
Yeah. What do you do? You know, what do you do if a good player has a bad on-off?
LeBron's obviously his numbers are great. His numbers are great. But he has a -6. What do? You put him on the bench?
This year, I would have him coming off the bench.
Okay, now hold on, Coach Flash. Hold on, Coach Flash. Now, the player that you are putting in the lineup for him, what's their on off?
I would wait.
So let's say it's Rui Hachimura. What's Rui's on off?
I would have to look and see. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Respectfully,
but he knows LeBron's. But he knows LeBron's though.
So
crazy.
I would have knowing how LeBron's on court affects Austin Reeves, and Austin Reeves was playing at an MVP level before LeBron came back. I like what LeBron would give to the second unit. Might be unpopular, but I like what LeBron would give to the second unit. But if you think
if he's going to make the second unit be worse now, he's going to make the second unit go to a -6.
Is he going to have a
because they're going to no because they're going to play against worse competition.
How does putting LeBron on the second unit change the fact that he's making the team a -6?
Because the fact is so much. So they're gonna play against less talent.
Coach has to answer this because Coach is the idiot logic. Again, LeBron is why there's a -6. It's not because of no one else. So putting him on the second team, how does that avoid him being -6 again?
LeBron is the one that's the -6.
Exactly. He's going to be -6 on the bench as well, so it's not going to change because he's on the bench now. He's just going to be -6 on the bench.
I don't think that will happen at all.
How does the bench help LeBron James be a plus?
Because he's playing with a different lineup.
So him playing with worse players makes him a better player.
No, man, no. That's what I'm saying. So I put LeBron, whoever he's coming in on the second unit.
It makes sense.
I'm not sure how that line.
How is that going to help him? How's that going to help his stat become a plus, sir?
It's going to open things up more for him. Luka, and Austin don't work together. It's not working together, obviously, because he's a -6.
Okay, so Luka and Austin Reeves have something to do with the fact that LeBron's a -6, correct?
LeBron has something to do with him being a -6.
Okay, so then if he's on the team without Luka and Reeves, how is that going to change the -6? It's LeBron that's causing the -6.
Listen, off the top of my head, I don't know. We would have to sit down and figure out how these lineups are going to work.
Coach Flash, that's why that stat means nothing. It doesn't help you win or lose.
It doesn't. What you're asking, what I used was an example, right? I haven't sat down and looked and analyzed and did all this. How are we going to fix this? How are we going to make this better?
Stop looking at analytics. How about that? Stop looking at analytics. Stop looking at analytics. Start there.
No, I don't. How do you explain that away? How do you explain that -6 away?
Because that -6 means nothing.
How doesn't it mean nothing? It means when
you just said it means nothing because I just told you put him on the second unit, it's still going to be -6. It means nothing. You're telling me LeBron James is going to end up playing better with a worse cast.
We don't know that.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let's do something right here. Look. So look, look. When I don't understand the silliness, y'all know what I do.
I've been forced to go to bed, LeBron.
Hold on. We gonna finish with this because when I don't understand some of this silliness, I go to my handy dandy Chat GPT, man. I know it.
He said Chat GPT.
Look,
hey, you heard Lowe say you need to stop using that shit, Lamar.
They get mad at it. They don't like Chat GPT because it thinks too quick for them. They can't say dumb stuff. Okay, hold on. Watch this, y'all. Hold on.
Ask it the right question, bro.
I did ask it the right question.
It's true. They're gonna tell you how to work it.
Yo, they be having 1,000 questions.
So here's right here. So it says. So I'm gonna tell you what I asked it, just so you don't think I finessed it. All right. So exactly what I asked it. I said a guy is saying LeBron James is a -6 on off this season, and he's hurting the Lakers. Does this analytic truly mean anything without context for injuries, lineup changes, etc.? And he says his solution is to put LeBron on the bench to play with the second unit to cure LeBron's -6. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? And is this what the analytic is for? All right. So hold on. Let me zoom in so y'all can see this.
Yeah, I have to see this.
All right, so let me zoom in. Hold on, let me make it big again. So
it's the first word for me.
It says short answer. It says no. It says that take is a misuse of the stat, and the bench. It says and the bench LeBron to fix it logic does not make analytical sense. Let's break it down cleanly and correctly. It says what it -6 on off actually means is it says when someone says LeBron James is a -6 on off, they're referring to a net rating differential. On court, how the Los Angeles Lakers perform per 100 possessions with LeBron playing. Off court, how the Lakers perform when he sits. On off equals on court net rating minus off court net rating. A -6 means the team's net rating has been 6 points worse per 100 possessions with him on than off. That's it. It does not automatically mean he's hurting the team. He's washed. He should be benched. He's the cause of the losses. It says why on off without context is misleading. On off is highly context dependent, especially for stars. It says lineup. It says lineup context. LeBron almost always plays versus starting lineups, anchors weaker bench heavy units, absorbs minutes with bad spacing injuries or experimental lineups. It says meanwhile his off minutes often come versus opposing bench units, feature simpler defensive assignments, coincide with hot shooting variance. So the stat can punish stars for responsibility, not performance. Injuries rotation play a role in this as well. He says if the Lakers have had injuries to starters, constant lineup shuffling, minutes restrictions, non-shooters clogging space, then LeBron's on-court minutes are absorbing the instability, while off-court minutes reflect more controlled situations. It says on-off does not adjust for who he plays with, who he plays against, role difficulty, and usage burden. So it says small sample volatility, single season on-off numbers swing wildly with shooting luck, are sensitive to 2 to 3 bad stretches, and can flip sign within weeks. This is why front offices never evaluate stars using one raw on-off alone.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everything, bro.
No, we like to be educated. We're gonna read it all. So it says
you're not using context.
No, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I know. Hold on. No, but hold on. But you didn't give any context.
Because I'm trying to use it as an example.
Hold on, coach. So it says why bench. It says why your solution, because your solution was. It says why bench LeBron to fix the -6 is bad logic. It says this part is especially flawed. On off is he says on off is descriptive, not prescriptive. It tells you what happened, not what to do. It says benching LeBron does not magically improve team quality, does not fix the lineup fit, does not improve spacing or defense. It just changes the denominator. He says that's like saying, it gives an example. It says that's like saying our starter faces tougher competition, so let's bench him so his plus minus looks better. It says this is called stat padding, not winning basketball. Hold on. It says also on off is not role agnostic. It says LeBron initiates offense, draws the best defenders, stabilizes bad lineups, carries minutes others can't survive. It says putting him with the second unit doesn't cure the stat. Often makes bench units worse defensively. It says putting him with the second unit doesn't cure that stat. Often makes bench units worse defensively. Forces him into even tougher lineup burdens. If the bench improves without him, that tells you the bench fits together well, not that LeBron is the problem. It says what analytics people actually do with on off. So it tells you this is how you're supposed to use it.
I know how to use it, but you're
hold on. This is not me. This is called ChatGPT. So it's giving us the real answer. Hold on one second. So it says. Hold on one second, Coach. It's saying. It's saying.
He getting cooked.
It's saying the way you're supposed to use it is compare. It's saying the way you're supposed to use it is you're supposed to compare lineup specific on off. Is you're supposed to pair it with film. You're supposed to cross-check it with on-court offensive rating, shot quality, usage and efficiency, matchup data, and lineup continuity. It says on-off. It says on-off is a flag, not a verdict. You used it as a verdict when you first started talking. It says the telltale sign that this
example.
tape. Hold on. No, there's no examples while we're talking. Hold on one second.
I used it as
Please
a quick
hold
example.
on. Please hold on, my guy. Please hold on. It says the telltale sign that it says the telltale sign that this take is unserious. It calls your take unserious. It says any argument that jumps from LeBron is -6 on off to bench him. It says this isn't analytics. It's agenda-based stat laundering. It says no NBA team in history has benched a top-tier initiator because of a single on-off differential without accounting for lineup context. It says the bottom line, FYF. It says on-off does not isolate individual impact. A -6 without context means nothing. Benching LeBron. Hold on one second. I'm not done. Benching LeBron to fix it is conceptually wrong. The stat is being used as a weapon, not a tool. It says so. Again, it basically says if you want to try to apply context now that it's called you out for being wrong, you can. But this -6 means absolutely nothing, as a Johnny just said.
So. Okay, cool. That was cool what you did, and I agree with you because when I first started talking about it, I said this is just a quick example of the -6. This is not.
I'll type it in. I'll type it in.
Okay, so do this and let's see what happens.
He says that this is a quick.
Hold on. Let me ask you to respect this before you start trying to cook me again.
Tell me what to tell ChatGPT.
Can you put everything in? If you're gonna use ChatGPT, can you put everything in that I use and see what it comes up with?
What do you use?
So use the whole context and just see what it says. And
what context did you use that we didn't put in?
Okay, so put the numbers in, put these categories in, and see what it comes out to. Okay, I'm gonna give these to you. First, put in BPM. Use all of this. Hold on. Subtract all that. Hold on. Subtract all that. Just start from the beginning, like you did with the.
No, it already has that information. ChatGPT is not dumb. So I said,
I'm just asking you to do this. See what it says. Since you called me out on this,
what do I need to add?
Okay, put BPM.
Okay, he said, hold on. He says you need to use BPM.
BPM 2.7,
which is
we're gonna put in and
okay, go
now put in usage percentage 27%.
Yes, 27%. Okay.
Put in WS/48.
Yo, what is all of that?
Yo, just see what it says. 0.108.
Is okay, go ahead.
So that's 1, 2, 3.
Go off.
And then we already have and then add the -6 to that. And then just ask what type of player this is.
And all of this with the -6.
And then say what type of player do we have now?
Justify.
No, just ask you. Ask what type of player do we have now? See, you ain't okay. I see what you're doing. Go ahead.
Bro, what am I doing wrong?
Take that off.
I gave the information.
Yeah, okay.
I gave it the information.
It
says, hold on.
Bro, I know how chat. Listen.
No, hold on. Y'all, all of us. Can I read it?
I know how this works.
Okay, let me read it. Please, let me read it.
So stop.
Bro, come on, please. Let me just read it, my guy.
What?
It says, he's still wrong.
No, you not.
This is hold on, Coach.
Oh my God, bro.
Coach, please hold on. It says,
yep, I'm listening.
It says he's still wrong. Now he's just stacking misuse metrics. Please, Coach, can I read this? It says he's stacking
set the narrative into the
because none of these stats matter.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Can I read it? Hold on. I have to kick him because he's not gonna let me read it. Bro. So it says he's still wrong. He's just stacking misused metrics to justify the same bad conclusion. It says, let's dismantle this cleanly, one metric at a time, and then expose the logical failure. It says, first, none of those numbers say bench him. He cited 2.7 box plus minus, usage 27%, win share per 48 at a 0.108, and on off at a -6. There is nothing in analytical literature that says this combination equals bench a player. This conclusion is invented in his own mind, not analytical. It says what these metrics actually mean. It says box plus minus. It says it's an estimate of impact relative to league average. It says league average is 0. It says 2.7 box plus minus is clearly positive starter, borderline all-star impact. That's not a bench player profile. 1. So he doesn't even know what box plus minus means. It says second, it says reference. Role players typically have a -1 to +1 box plus minus. LeBron is at a 2.7. It says solid starters have a +1 to a +3. LeBron is what we call a solid starter at age 41 in the NBA. It says all-stars range to a +5. Luka is the best player on this team right now. He should be the one at the +5. LeBron is right where he should be according to what box plus minus represents. It says, so box plus minus explicitly contradicts the idea that he's hurting the team. If box plus minus were negative, he'd have an argument. It isn't. 1, let's go to the next one. Usage rate. This is where people really expose themselves. I didn't say that. That's what ChatGPT says. It's on the screen. It says usage is not efficiency. Usage just answers who finishes possessions. A 27% usage rate is normal for a primary initiator, is lower than LeBron's prime years, is lower than many heliocentric stars. Higher usage players are supposed to face the best defenders, hardest shot creation, late shot clock situation. Using usage as an argument for benching someone is like saying the quarterback throws the ball too much, so put him on the sideline. That's not analytics, that's just confusion. Killed you right there. Win shares per 48. It says this one is especially bad for your argument. It says league average for win shares per 48 is literally 0.100. It says LeBron is above league averages. It's not elite, but it's clearly positive. Bench players usually have a 0.04 or a 0.08 box win shares. Somebody mute yourself up if you got background noise, y'all. Okay. So it says bench players usually have a 0.04 or to 0.08 win shares per 48. It says right here, if someone is producing above average wins, the math literally says this player helps you win. You don't bench positive wins contributors because of aesthetics. And it goes back to your on off at a -6. We already covered this, it says. But now here's the key point. On off is a lineup stat, not an individual stat. When box plus minus, win shares per 48, and usage adjusted efficiencies are all positive, but the on off is negative, that tells analysts one thing. There is a lineup or rotation problem, not a player problem. That's exactly how teams interpret it. So it says the fatal logical error. Here's where his argument collapses. These stats, Coach said these stats justify benching LeBron, right? That's what he said. It says, no, none of these stats prescribe role changes. Analytics do not work like that. If X is less than Y equals bench player, that's not how they work. It says analytics work like, why is this lineup underperforming? Who's sharing minutes? What matchups are being faced? Is the star absorbing instability? He skipped every diagnostic step and jumped straight to punishment. It says, so again, it just goes to why benching is real. We can go to the conclusion. It says, bottom line, box plus minus says he's good. Win shares per 48 says he helps wins. Usage says he carries the offense. On off alone does not override the others. Benching him is analytically unjustifiable. What he's doing is metric stacking to launder a narrative. We see this with Vision and Mez all the time. They stack up a whole bunch of stupid analytics that they don't know what the hell mean, and they try to say that all of this together means bad when they don't even know what the number is per league average, what is bad, what is good, how to use them, how to stack them. And it said, again, what he just did, y'all, was in live and real person why me and Johnny tell you guys, stop using analytics because most of you don't know how to use them, what they're for, what they represent.
Lamont.
And when you get caught using them wrong, you look extremely stupid.
Lamont, you know who is top 5 in win shares per 48 in today's NBA?
Who's that?
You ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Uh-huh.
Joker's number 1. Okay. SGA's number 2. Mark Williams is number 3. Woo! Jimmy Butler is number 4. And Luke Cornett is number 5.
Brother.
Here you go. Y'all ready for this? Box plus minus. Top 5 in today's NBA. Obviously, Joker, SGA, Kawhi Leonard,
man,
Luka Doncic, and Tyrese Maxey. Ladies and gentlemen. Tyrese Maxey, ladies and gentlemen. And just for fun's sake, just so that we can have some fun, the number 1 guy, we're going to go off of games played. The number 1 guy and plus minus is SGA. The second guy, if we count the games played, is Chet Holmgren, the guy on his team. Then the guy after that is Kasem Wallace, AJ Mitchell, then Joker. Because like Lamont said, box plus minus is a lineup stat, and Kasem Wallace, Chet Holmgren, and SGA play a lot of minutes together. So when they're winning, they're all going to have nice box plus minus. Then you got Joker, then you got Kevin Durant, Wembanyama, then Amen Thompson. Again, this guy's on the same teams. Christian Braun, top 10. Lou Dort, Jalen Williams. Matter of fact, all the top 20 players, out of the top 20, all the players that are on here are all OKC players, Denver players, and some sprinkled in other players, and Houston players. Teams. Like I said, this does not include impact. These are not, none of these stats tell you how good somebody is playing on the basketball court, sir. And nothing tells you more than Joker's average. All I need to know is what Joker's averaging. Like, what do y'all be bringing up?
Bro, this man, bro, I told you, they don't like, and the danger of analytics, Shao, is what happens is people that actually sound intelligent will bring them to you. And they will trick you into believing that they know what they're talking about. Like he was basically saying, "Trust me, bro." He basically accused me. He says, "I know what you're doing with ChatGPT." Look, you guys. Look, I'm gonna scroll to the top of this thread. Look, y'all. Just so.
No, he didn't want you to ask it about the benching part. He wanted you to say that for them to describe what kind of player that is. Look, if they were going to be able to do that.
Look, this is the top of the thread, y'all. This is the top of the thread. This is how I started the conversation. This is how y'all know it's the top. This is how I started the conversation, y'all. This is the very top. I started it with him. There's nothing else on this thread other than his thoughts on this stupid topic. And then when we called him out for being wrong on the plus minus, on the -6 on off, he tried to add a whole bunch of stuff that he thought would make him right. The problem is he added a whole bunch of stuff. He didn't even know what half the shit he was talking about meant. And he added a whole bunch of stuff that basically said, well, shit. This actually justifies LeBron being a starter. We don't know what the hell you're talking about. And so this is the problem with analytics. You deal with bozos that don't know what they mean, don't know what it's for, and you be better off doing what A. Johnny said. Just look at the goddamn stats, man. You know how we know Nikola Jokic is good? The motherfucker averages damn near a triple-double. I don't need to see.
That's it. I haven't seen nothing else.
I got
hold on. 40 from the 3-point land.
How about this? Hey, Johnny, if your son, like, for example, if your son hoops, right, and you tell me, hey, Lamont, man, my son can hoop, man, you need to add him to your roster. And you tell me, yeah, the motherfucker, man, this motherfucker.
His win shares for 48. His win shares for 48.
His box plus minus is top of the conference. And I'm be like, okay, Johnny, I like all that. What's his stat line? I mean, he averaged 2.4 points a game. 5 points. He averaged. He don't average
one
no
rebound.
Assists, 1 rebound and 7 turnovers, Lamont. But his analytics are off the charts, man. Man, come on, man, bro, stop it, man. Like,
Lamont,
man. If stats didn't matter, why do they shit on Draymond Green so much?
Triple single and shit. Now, Lamont, I got another answer for it. Instead of doing all that, how about do this? Drum roll. Watch the fucking games.
Bro, like,
be real. These old people ain't trying to watch no games. Be for real.
Hold on, I got one. Stop riding the short bus.
Hold on. And you know the funniest thing about it, y'all, is as we were talking, LeBron James literally propelled the comeback for the Lakers to beat the Grizzlies tonight.
Talk about it.
Literally in real time, as we were doing this, they were down the entire game. LeBron James had a hell of a game. They dropped 37 points in the fourth quarter. As Johnny said, every time they score 120, they win. They hit 120 on the dot, got the dub, and LeBron James had another great game as we were doing that.
You just too broad-sexual.
Yo, matter of fact, okay, so let me ask y'all this. It's the plus and minus is supposed to be expected. Jake LaRavia had the best box plus minus. Does that mean Jake LaRavia is the best player tonight?
So what? Who cares?
No, that's my question. He had 26 points, right? He had 26 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. He shot 56% from the field, right?
Damn.
But LeBron had 26 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds, shooting 57% from the field. But his plus was 6. So who was really the better player on the basketball court?
Braun, what the hell? Because Braun was getting the most attention on the court. Without him being on that floor, none of your points would be possible.
And that's the point. That's why the stats is all that matters. You guys keep avoiding everything. The stats. What's it called? Luka was 36 points and 9 rebounds and 8 assists, and he was a plus 9. Wasn't as good as Jake LaRavia. It's just the matter. All that matters is that Jake LaRavia was on the floor.
Look at this right here. Look what ChatGPT said. I missed it. It says it can give me a historical example of elite players with negative on-offs.
Please do.
Let me see.
I'll never forget this one quote from you, Lamont, from years ago. You said, y'all take this stats and y'all go to some crazy places with it.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. Here's players.
Undefeated,
look at this.
Nobody.
Here's players. Here's players. It says elite players with negative on-off seasons. It says Steph Curry, 2020-21, had a negative on-off season. Kevin Durant, 2013-2014 with OKC.
Kobe got to be on this list.
Kobe, yes. 05-06.
Yeah, Kobe's on there too as well.
06-07. Tim Duncan. Nikola Jokic. James Harden.
But you're missing the point they got at the end there, so that's highlighted.
No, the point is that this is meaningless. This doesn't mean
it's a meaningless stats. All the analytics are meaningless stats.
Hold on, think about it. According to coach, they should have benched James Harden. They should have benched Nikola Jokic. They should have benched Tim Duncan. They should have benched Kobe. They should have benched KD. They should have benched Steph. That's what negative.
You're getting fired. You're getting fired.
This is how, like I said,
as a coach,
this is what they do.
You're getting fired, Lamont. You bench Kevin Durant if you want. I don't give a fuck if he's a negative 50. You're getting fired.
But remember, what he's doing is he's taking a popular Reddit talking point like 93 likes to do. Bench Bron, that's the solution. And he's trying to justify with numbers he doesn't know what they correlate to. He's just trying to take a Reddit take, and he's trying to make a Reddit take make sense with analytics he don't understand. That right there, as Johnny defines it, is zesty Jeffrey logic wrapped up in a bundle, man.
Bro, that's an oxymoron because zesty Jeffries have no logic.
It's zesty logic. It's zesty.
Lamont, I got it's a lyric on that song that Johnny posted on his page. Zesty Jeffries don't like watching the games.
They don't, man.
Bro, I'm about to put his songs on my soundboard. I got my soundboard set up. I'm gonna start adding the songs to it on the next stream.
Ain't that right, Shay?
Let's get.
That's a bar right there, Johnny.
Let's end this, Marco. We 5 hours in, brother. We did a good job. We're 5 hours in, bro. Again, bro. Listen, man. Trust me, Juan boy. I know how y'all get frustrated with us dealing with them, but y'all gotta let us deal with them, bro. We gotta open up the panels and let them come up here and talk, because they
They give us what we need, bro. People needed to see this, man. When people come up here saying this silly stuff, if you shut them up, all it makes it seem like we not letting people talk. We have to expose them, and the only way to do that is to let them talk. You have to. They will always prove themselves to be wrong. This man literally sat here and said that he's going to show us stats that are analytics that shows a player's impact, and them stats clearly doesn't show nobody's impact, bro. These are not stats for. That's not what they're there for. I keep telling you, all this stuff is predicated off of your totals, man. And that's another thing too. All that's predicated on your totals. All this analytics and all this win shares, again, all this stuff again is to help Jordan's career. When in reality, Jordan's not number one in none of this no more. Jordan used to be number one in win shares per 48. He's not. He used to be number one in box plus minus. He's not. That's why.
He used to be one in PER.
He's not none of that no more. So now they're gonna be hurt when they find out Joker's more impactful. And what they're gonna say, no, Joker didn't play long enough. Now all of a sudden you have to play longer than somebody to be considered good. Hold on, wait a minute here now. You see what I'm saying? All because Jordan's career is not enough, ladies and gentlemen. This is what GOAT James Kingdom is here to do. Change basketball narratives, not convince you who's the GOAT, but to change on how you view basketball. Because obviously you do listen to too many people that tell you a bunch of stupid stuff. You heard how many times we heard somebody said LeBron didn't do what we expected. Who is this we? When were you ever part of the Heat staff?
I said LeBron is doing what Eric Spoelstra expected him to do. That's the only thing he need to be worried about. Bro, we don't care about y'all expectations mean absolutely nothing, man.
None at all. It's again your expectation, and then you don't have that same expectation for Michael Jordan, who is so. If I told you this right now, Lamont, if I asked Zesty Jeffries, who's the better basketball player, 2011 LeBron or 1988 Jordan? Who are they gonna pick?
Oh, they're definitely gonna all pick Jordan.
So why not hold the Jordan to a higher standard then? Why is it? Oh, Jordan, you see what I'm saying? They don't want to hold Jordan to the standards that they want to hold LeBron to, but all of a sudden, the Jordan is supposed to be greater. So we should hold Jordan to a greater standard then. They don't be one to do that. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm calling y'all cowards. That's why I let people like Wild Boy and New World go in on y'all, because y'all deserve every last one of the visceral crash outs that happen when you show up on a GOAT James Kingdom Live.
And I'm disappointed. And you are right, and you are 100% right by calling them cowards, because me and you over the last couple of weeks have popped up and pulled up to their streams, and I saw some of them in the chat today, like all ball, and I think Mez was even in the chat, and these motherfuckers were too scared to pull up when we have pulled up on their streams, right? And we took all the vitriol, we took all the people ganging up, but when they have an opportunity to pull up over here and have a conversation, these motherfuckers stay in the comments, pretend that they're at work on a Sunday, like doing all types of stuff, food giveaways. I mean, I've been hearing all types of excuses, man.
Did you see what they were saying, though? They were saying, we have the whole clip. We have the whole live. Then share it. Post it. That's the only reason we're reviewing it in the small little bit I was able to record, because y'all don't post the fact that y'all was getting exposed for 2 hours straight.
I promise you they will not post the whole clip. They will.
Why brag about having it?
It's just like they're going to probably try to do at a Johnny's. They're going to take small snippets and try to clip it up to make themselves sound right. Right. And at the end of the day, what do? We take these lives in full, just like I told Big Assassin. This shit's going to be live in full on YouTube. I said, if you say I'm lying about anything, well, we can find out very soon when it's uploaded, because it will be no edits. Yep. So these motherfuckers not going to edit the whole thing. That's why I'm glad.
OG got the clips, man.
That's why we got
Lamont. The reason they don't. There's a reason why they don't let the whole live become available, because not only can they clip the live, but guess who else can clip them? If everything's available, if the whole 2 hour, 3 hour live is available, Lamont, what does that mean? Who else can clip them? We can clip them. We can clip them. They don't want us to clip them. That's why they don't. That's why they have yet to show it.
And Ochi, you got to keep clipping them, because All Ball even said yesterday, and you have it recorded. He warned one of the people on the panel, don't go to FYF, because they going to clip you. They going to make you content. They going to record the whole thing, and they going to put the whole thing out there. He tried to warn somebody to not come over here, because we put the content in full on YouTube. So again, they flag. They waving the red alert flag right now. It's a reason why they only show up in the comments and don't pull up, because they know 100% if they pull up, that shit is gonna get, bro. I'm on, bro. We gonna clip that up into so many pieces. We gonna have you all over.
I'm gonna start clipping this shit on TikTok and YouTube too, Lamont. So Dream does crack. Coach Slow.
Hey, Johnny, did you show Lamont
93 Zesty.
Did you show Lamont what King Speech Row was saying in that other live I sent you?
U-Haul Dale.
What'd he say now?
That live I sent you, I clipped you where King Speech Row was ain't talking crazy. Like Lamont said, he a chameleon. He was over there talking pretty tough too.
I don't.
No, I didn't see that stuff. Again, I'll be paying what them dudes be saying in them lives.
Look,
They don't
here's
be
the
talking
thing.
basketball.
King Speech Row, King Speech Row, as I always said, right now he's a content creator right now trying to find his way. I think he believes that attaching themselves to people that have a following is going to help him grow. Right? When King Speech Row first started with FYF and GOAT James Kingdom, he was a normal basketball fan. He got into a few heated debates with GOAT James Kingdom, and GOAT James Kingdom turned this dude into a zesty Jeffrey, man. This man has morphed his whole image and identity because of GOAT James Kingdom. That's why I call him a chameleon. He was not like this before. Even Viz was not like these dudes, because they get into it with A Johnny. These motherfuckers changed their whole persona because they mad at him. Like I told you, these dudes not really mad at me. It be A Johnny the one that be roasting them. I say something to him every now and then. But A Johnny be the one that be no holds bar on these dudes. So somehow they avoid A Johnny. They don't be wanting to take him head on. And when they come over here, they try to play like they Martin Luther King Jr. Sorry, King.
Yeah, because they be sitting around in private chats thinking about what's going to work against me, and they be scared to actually try it to see if it's going to work because they know what's going to happen, bro. Man, I'll be tired of this shit, man. Listen, man, if y'all like this type of content, follow GOAT James Kingdom and FYF Sports Debate, all right? And you guys know what we do. We do this all the time. We're going to be on TikTok. We're on YouTube. We have 2 lives that we got to put up. There was yesterday's live and today's live. It's going to eventually get put up. We're going to continue showing y'all the truth about basketball. And we're only going to talk basketball, man. Only here can you get the truth about basketball and also have the GOAT debate. As you clearly see on those other channels, you can't have the GOAT debate. They don't let you talk. They don't know how to have the back and forth discussion. Here we try our best to have it here, but the problem is that these guys keep coming back with the same regurgitated nonsense. This is why one boy gets upset, because we heard the dude say this an hour ago. Now the next dude's gonna come up and regurgitate the same nonsense. Like that, it's crazy how they all have the same logic, bro. They can't, like, none of them have their own takes. They only have takes that everybody can agree on, which shows again why we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. And shout out to all y'all who showed up today, man. Again, appreciate y'all coming up here. Y'all see what Lamont and I is about, man. This is the TikTok takeover, and we're gonna keep doing this stuff.
Also,
man.
And be mindful, y'all. Be on the lookout. It's gonna be starting next Sunday. FYF Sports and Hollywood Herm, man. Talk radio, man. FYF Sports and Hollywood Herm. Talk radio, man. Starts. It's gonna be dropping every Sunday, man. Just 1 hour. Look, we're not gonna wait. We're not gonna. It's not a panel show. Y'all not invited up. Herm just got to get this LeBron hate out of his system. So he's going to be allowed to do his rants, man. We're going to have special guests every now and then, but make sure y'all stay tuned for that, because even those are going to be getting placed on TikTok. So Herm is about to join the FYF community, and these episodes are also going to be available to watch on the GOAT James Kingdom platform, man. So again, and Herm doesn't think like us. So when people say this is just all one-sided logic and all, no, Herm is a man of his own. He does not highly favor LeBron James, but we're willing to hear everybody's logic out. And so Herm now has a show, man. I think it's called Check the Tape. And I think we're gonna cook, man. It's coming up next Sunday, man. So y'all stay tuned in.
All right, man. So with that being said, man, y'all have a good night. It's been a great Sunday. Peace and blessings, man. See y'all boys later, man.